Chapter 473. Inside Li Zheng Hall. Li Tai cupped his hands to Li Er and Zhang Sun. Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, please allow me to report. It is precisely because this son has never experienced construction that this son wants to personally give it a try. Engineering, engineering, engineering. If this son does not experience construction, how can this son be called a disciple of engineering? What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be done personally. I believe that personally practicing is far more useful than reading books in the classroom. What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be done personally. Could these 2 lines be your new work, Qingke? Li Er's eyes lit up. He did not mention whether Li Tai should go to the construction site, but instead, he was concerned about the poems. Li Tai was stunned and replied, Imperial Father, this was written by Mr. Li. Oh. That kid? A few days ago, he wrote 2 love poems. I thought it was a coincidence. Now, it seems that Li Zishuan has some talent in poetry. What are the other 2 lines of the poem? Li Er rubbed his chin and asked with interest. Li Tai was instantly speechless. His original intention was to share his insights at the construction site with Li Er and Zhang Sun, but before he could finish, Li Er was concerned about the 2 lines of the poem. Wasn't he going too far off the topic? Imperial Father, Mr. Li only said 2 lines of the poem. I know nothing about the rest. Li Tai said gloomily. Li Er nodded, then frowned, and did not speak. Empress Zhang Sun was not as unreliable as Li Er. After all, as a mother, she doted on her son more. At this moment, she frowned and said worriedly, although what you said makes sense, it will be even hotter on Yunshan in this scorching summer. You have never suffered since you were young. How will you be able to stand it? Li Er also snapped out of his daze and nodded. Yes. Qingke, your imperial mother is right. It is easy to get heatstroke in the summer. Don't get involved. If you want to experience engineering practice, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As an emperor, Li Er had always been strict with his sons. However, Li Tai was fat. Fat people were naturally afraid of the heat. Therefore, Li Er was also very worried that Li Tai would get a heatstroke on this hot day. However, Li Tai's mind was now filled with the thought of leading his team to cause trouble. Why would he care about this little bit of difficulty? When he heard that Li Er didn't agree, he quickly said, Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, this son is not afraid of the mere heat. This son only arranged for others to do the work and did not personally do the work, so it is not that tiring. The ones who worked really hard were the commoners. They were also Imperial Father's people. Normally, they couldn't even afford to eat fat meat, but they had to do the hardest and most tiring work at the construction site. Just for a few dozen copper coins a day, they were willing to sweat like rain. If I don't go to Cloud Mountain today, I'm afraid I won't know these things for the rest of my life. This son doesn't want to be a prince who doesn't work hard, doesn't know the 5 grains, and doesn't care about the hardships of the commoners. I implore Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to fulfill my wish. These words were said sincerely by Li Tai. Li Er and Zhang Suan's expressions also gradually became solemn. The atmosphere in the main hall became very heavy for a moment. After a long time, Li Er stood up and came to Li Tai. He patted his shoulder and sighed. Haha. Qingke, you have really grown up. I didn't expect you to be able to understand so much in just a short day. I am very gratified. Li Zishuan is a qualified teacher. Not bad, not bad. Qingke, since you have already thought it through, then go ahead and do it. Imperial Father supports you. Empress Zhang Sun opened her mouth, but she wasn't completely a loving mother. She hesitated for a moment, then came to her son's side and said softly, Imperial Mother is also very gratified that you can say such words. Go. Just take good care of yourself. Li Tai was both happy and touched. He hurriedly said, Thank you Imperial Father and Imperial Mother for your support. By the way, I am very curious about what happened in Yunshan today. It actually made you feel so much all of a sudden. Come, tell me and your imperial mother. At the second watch period, the moon hung above the treetops. Li Tai had just come out of the Lijing Palace. The moment the little fatty came out of the palace, he immediately became a runaway wild horse. Wu Chundao, hurry back to the prince's residence and ask the kitchen to prepare food for this prince. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Li Tai sat in the carriage and hurriedly ordered the guards outside. He only wanted to eat meat now. Yes, your highness. Wu Chundao was stunned. This was the first time he had received such a strange order. He responded, then urged the warhorse under him to gallop out. In the carriage, Li Tai rubbed his stomach and sank into the sofa. He let out a long breath and said, "Ha! Now I can finally fight side by side with my brothers of the 1st Regiment and the 8th Squad in peace. Ha ha! In the future, the name of Yanhuang College will spread through the ages, and it will also be thanks to me, Li Tai. F***ck, my stomach is really F***king hungry. Lijing Palace. Zhongsun Palace. After the Emperor and Empress did it, Li Er held Empress Zhongsun and looked at the bed curtain above his head in a daze. Your Majesty, are you still thinking about what K said just now? Empress Zhongsun leaned on Li Er's chest and asked softly. She had been husband and wife with Li Er for many years. Of course, they still had this bit of tacit understanding. In fact, what Li Tai said just now also touched Zhang Xuan's heart. Haha. That's right. Wine and meat go to waste at the door of the Vermilion, and there are frozen bones on the road. Li Zishuan, that brat, really dared to say that. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, which of the emperors and ministers hasn't worked hard for the people and the country? In the end, they ended up with such an evaluation. What a great irony. Li Er came back to his senses, stroked Empress Zhangxuan's back, and said with a long sigh. Your Majesty, that child probably said those words just to give Qin Ke a warning. He didn't mean anything else, but his words were indeed a little too harsh. I was thinking that with Qin Ke's temperament, she actually didn't break off with Xiao Xian after hearing those words. I have to say, ever since Ke followed Li Zishuan to study, his temperament has changed a lot. Empress Zhongsun first helped Li Zishuan a little by saying a few words. After all, those 2 lines of the poem that satirized current politics still had some treason in it, and then sighed with emotion at Li Tai's recent changes. Li Er nodded and said, I understand what Guanyin Maid means. Qin Ke has indeed changed a lot recently. Li Zishuan's knowledge is outstanding. He paused, then continued, it's a good thing for young people to have dreams. I also hope that he and Qin Ke can build Yanhuang College well and carry forward the study of engineering. I give them a chance, and I only hope that in my lifetime, I can see the eternal prosperity that they speak of. Erlang, you definitely will. Chapter 474. The next morning. The sun had just risen, and Li Zishuan was practicing Tai Chi with the 3 beauties in the west courtyard. It had to be said that in terms of work and rest, he could be called a healthy bro. The reason why he was so healthy was because he was enjoying the wonderful time in the morning. If he was asked to practice Tai Chi with a group of men in the morning, this guy would definitely stay in bed and not get up. Before he finished 1 round of Tai Chi, he heard from the servants that Li Tai was here. The servants were very sensible. Everyone knew that Li Zishuan had a reserve program in the west courtyard in the morning, so it was not convenient for outsiders to come in. So this time, Li Tai wanted to barge in like before, but he was stopped by the servants at the door. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the comprehension of the servants. Because it was summer now, when the beauties practiced Tai Chi with him in the morning, they all wore very soft and close-fitting training clothes. In this era, there was no underwear. Wearing such clothes, one could still see some spots on the outside. Li Zishuan was not willing to let this little fatty take advantage of him. In this aspect, Li Zishuan had always been very stingy. Qin Ke, why are you here so early? Have you eaten? Li Zishuan asked his wife to continue practicing with Xiao He and Xiao Shi. He walked out of the west courtyard alone and saw Li Tai drinking tea in the front hall. He asked the servants to serve breakfast and asked, "It's almost morning, how is it early?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "I heard from your servants that you haven't woken up yet, so I didn't go in." "Sir, you are so lazy, you are not setting a good example for the students. Get lost. It's you who woke up too early today. You must have been too excited from being a team leader last night, right? Don't you know what time you used to wake up every day?" Li Zishuan scolded with a smile. Logically speaking, he was already very diligent, okay? He was a proper model worker. Nonsense. I am worried about the progress of the construction of the academy. Li Tai said stubbornly. Hee hee. Li Zishuan chuckled. Just then, the servants served breakfast. His breakfast was also very simple. There was a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of very thick rice porridge. There were no steamed buns or buns. There was no baking powder in this era, so the steamed buns were not very tasty. Therefore, Li Zishuan only ate steamed buns and porridge in the morning. No one would believe that he, a nouveau riche, who earned hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute, had such a shabby breakfast. "Qingke, did you eat it or not? If you haven't eaten, I'll get someone to bring you a bowl." In his own home, Li Zishuan didn't have to be polite. He sat down at the table and prepared to eat. He asked Li Tai. "I've eaten. Xiao Xian, quickly finish your meal and follow me to the construction site." Li Tai looked at the shabby breakfast and shook his head as he urged. As a foodie, the little fatty must have eaten before he came over. If Li Zishuan had something new for breakfast, he might have sat down and tried a few bites out of respect. But now, forget it. Li Zishuan ignored him and started eating. As for his speed, it was neither too fast nor too slow. He was not in a hurry. Slurp, slurp. It had to be said that the porridge and pickled vegetables were a match made in heaven. Li Zishuan ate with gusto. After a while, he finished the bowl of porridge. Li Tai looked at him suspiciously and thought, "Isn't it just a bowl of porridge? Is there a need to eat so happily?" Suddenly, the little fatty noticed the black strip of vegetables on the plate. He asked curiously, "Xiao Xian, what is this? Why is it so black?" "This is my family's homemade pickled vegetables. It goes with rice. It's crispy." "Why?" "Qingke, do you want to try it?" There was no accurate statement about the origin of pickled vegetables. According to the relevant evidence, pickled vegetables originated from the Bronze Age. But pickled vegetables made from radish, at least in this era, did not exist. Don't doubt that there were no radish in the Tang dynasty. China was the country with the richest radish germplasm resources in the world. There were about 2,000 local varieties of radish. In the Book of Songs, there was a sentence, Kai Feng Kai Fei. Generally, people thought that Fei was radish. In the Han Dynasty literature, radish had 8 of the top 10 characteristics, such as luo fu, etc. The main ingredients were nothing more than refined salt and soy sauce. There was a lot of refined salt at home, but it was very expensive. As for soy sauce, this thing was also available in the Tang dynasty. Soy sauce evolved from soy sauce. As early as 3,000 years ago, there were records of soy sauce being made in China's Zhou dynasty. The invention of soy sauce brewing by the ancient Chinese Han working people was purely an accidental discovery. China's ancient emperors used condiments. The earliest soy sauce was made from fresh meat. It was similar to the process of making fish sauce today. Because of its excellent taste, it gradually spread among the people. People who read a little bit of ancient Chinese probably knew the story of Fan Zhongyan's cutting rice porridge. Fan Zhongyan's family was poor when he was young. He lived in a temple and studied hard. Every day, he cooked a pot of thin porridge. After it was condensed, he divided it into 4 pieces, 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening. He only ate chopped pickled vegetables. Not only that, But he also tasted the marrow and knew the taste, and wrote an essay called Foo Foo, in which there was a line like, "Inside the Tao family's urn, pickled dark green and yellow, in a big mouth, chewing out gong shang jiu." It was a dish of pickled vegetables that was only for the poor to eat, but it was written in a very good tone and color, and Tao were very happy. Such hardships had caused him to develop a firm and unyielding, hard-working and thrifty style, and he had a deep understanding of the hardships of the people. In the future, no matter, high in the temple or far away in the martial arts world, he would take the world as his own responsibility. He would worry about the country and the people, get rid of corruption, and benefit the common people. Then I'll try it. Li Tai was interested. He pursed his lips and hesitated. Li Zishuan glanced at him. He knew that this was a guy who wanted to save face. He was too lazy to argue and directly asked someone to add a pair of chopsticks. After a while, the dishes were served. Li Tai picked up the chopsticks and copied Li Zishuan. He ate 2 pieces of pickled vegetables and a mouthful of rice. Li Tai immediately felt that the pickled vegetables tasted really good. He smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao Xian, this pickled vegetable is really good. It's full of flavor and texture. No wonder you enjoyed it so much." Hee. Is there a need to say it? Is it because with this kind of dish, the porridge will taste better? Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. Haha. It's true. Xiao Xian, I'll bring some pickled vegetables back from you later. Li Tai was very happy to find new food. Okay. I can give you some. But you are the Prince of Wei. Won't you feel embarrassed if you eat pickled vegetables with rice? Li Zishuan asked a very practical question. Chapter 475. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Oh. Whoever wants to say that I'm an embarrassment, let them say so. It's fine as long as I eat comfortably. Go get another bowl of porridge for me. Li Tai finished a bowl of porridge and pickled vegetables very quickly. He rubbed his round belly and ordered Xiao He, who was beside him. Let's go. Almost everyone in the Li family knew Li Tai's frequent customer. Xiao He rolled her eyes when she heard such an impolite order, but she still took the empty bowl to get more rice. Li Zishuan glanced worriedly at Li Tai's round body and said, "Qingke, with your body shape, is it what? What's wrong with my body shape?" Li Tai looked down at his waist and legs and said innocently, I want to say, Qingke, shouldn't you consider losing weight? You think I don't want to. But the feeling of being hungry is worse than killing me. So, I'll just keep on being like this." Li Tai rubbed his head in frustration and said gloomily. Li Zishuan sighed and said helplessly, "Anyway, be careful. Being too fat isn't a good thing for your body." Okay, I got it. Xiao Xian, you're so long-winded. Li Tai waved his hand impatiently and said. At this moment, Xiao He brought a bowl of porridge for Li Tai. Li Tai ignored Li Zishuan and focused on enjoying his second breakfast. Li Zishuan shook his head and stopped persuading him. He took the empty bowl out. Unlike Li Tai, who was a glutton, he was already full. Burp. Xiao Xian, let's go. I'm afraid the construction site has already started. Li Tai had already eaten breakfast in the morning, but he still ate 3 bowls of porridge at Li Zishuan's place. How big his stomach was really depended on how much food he had. Oh, Qingke, you go first. I still have to make some arrangements. Li Zishuan raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the east. He thought for a moment and said. Arrange what? Li Tai thought that Li Zishuan wanted to slack off, so he walked over and asked. Look, Qingke, it's not even 7:30 in the morning, 7:45 in modern times, and the sun is already so solid. You can imagine how hot the weather is today. I'm afraid it's even more unbearable on the Cloud Mountain. I have to arrange for people to buy a batch of things to relieve the heat. Otherwise, it would be bad if the craftsmen and commoners get heatstroke. Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. The Li Zishuan had a lot of ice cubes. Li Zixuan wasn't afraid of the hot weather, but the 10,000 or so commoners couldn't help but be afraid. With the medical standards of this era, heatstroke was life-threatening. Previously, San Bao had gotten heatstroke while helping him test the telegraph machine. She had been lucky enough to escape death. What little Xian said made sense. By the way, don't you have a lot of ice cubes at home? Can you help me bring some ice cubes over later? Li Tai said hurriedly. He still had lingering fears when he thought about yesterday's hot afternoon. Okay. But didn't you want to share wheel and woe with your subordinates? If you use ice cubes, then what about the members of your team? First of all, I don't have that much ice cubes at home. Li Zixuan looked at little Fatty and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. That's true. Li Tai scratched his head and said, then little Xian, what method do you plan to use to relieve the heat for the craftsmen and commoners? Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, it's nothing more than cold melon and cold bean soup. Also, it seems like we can't let the commoners work for 2 hours in the afternoon. Cold melon was watermelon. In this era, there was no such thing as watermelon. According to historical records, it had been introduced to the southeast coastal area of our country 5 generations ago. However, it wasn't called watermelon. Instead, it was called cold melon because of its cooling properties. As for cold bean, it was the modern mung bean. This thing had a long history of planting in China and could be traced back to the Han Dynasty. Okay, that's it then. If the others can bear it, then I'll be fine too. I'll go to the construction site first. Li Tai waved his hand and went out to lead his imperial residence guards to Cloud Mountain. Li Zixuan called Wang Zhong and asked him to go to the East Market to purchase a batch of watermelons and mung beans. At this time, the gatekeeper, Ah Fu, walked over and said, young master, there's a letter for you. Who sent it? Li Zixuan frowned and asked. It's from the Shao Mansion. Ah Fu bowed and said. Shao Mansion. Li Zixuan was even more confused. He didn't know many people with the surname Shao in Chang'an. It was useless to ask more, so he opened the letter and read it. However, after reading it, Li Zixuan's expression became even more strange. This was a letter from Xiao Yu. What was important was that Xiao Yu wrote the letter to ask for the immortal mirror for his grandson. Li Zixuan was really confused. What the hell was this? Xiao Yu was the former cabinet elder and the current minister of civil affairs. He was a proper big shot in the imperial court. He wrote the letter just to ask for a mirror. Was today April Fool's Day? Li Zixuan's mouth twitched slightly and said to Wang Zhong, who hadn't left in time. Uncle Wang, ask manager's son to send 3 small immortal mirrors to the Shao Mansion. Ah. Wang Zhong's eyes widened. He suspected that he had misheard. What's wrong? No, young master, this old man will go and ask manager's son. Wang Zhong quickly came back to his senses and said. Li Zixuan nodded understandingly. He was still a little confused. Inside the Taiji Palace, Xiao Yu, who was in the morning court, was a little depressed. He didn't want to write that letter. Xiao Yu had been wise all his life and was quite wise in the literary world, but in the end, for his grandson, he threw away his old face to ask for a mirror. If outsiders knew about it, he would have no place to hide his old face. That's right, Xiao Shui was Xiao Yu's eldest grandson. Therefore, he had no choice but to write the letter because his grandson was still relying on this deceiving immortal mirror to marry his wife. However, with his identity, it was definitely not appropriate for him to personally ask for the immortal mirror. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu felt that it was more appropriate to write a letter to Li Zixuan. He thought that Li Zixuan would also give him face. Are you relieved now? If Grandpa personally asks, there will be no problem. Xiao Shui smiled fawningly at in the Shao Mansion's courtyard. But what if Grandpa Xiao doesn't ask? Frowned and said. Hey, that's impossible. Which minister in the current imperial court will not give my grandpa face? Even the emperor. Even the emperor is very concerned about my grandpa. Xiao Shui wasn't stupid. He knew that there were some things that could be said and some that couldn't. He quickly stopped the second half of the sentence and changed his words. Well, that's true. Then this lady will forgive you this time. Hee hee. Chapter 476. Haha. Then, Menger, is our wedding date going to be as planned? Xiao Shui, who was soft-hearted, was like a lackey at this moment. He licked his lips and asked. If the Strange Taste Pavilion really sends the mirror over, of course it will be as planned. But... Menger rubbed her chin and mischievously stopped at a key point. But what? Xiao Shui's heart trembled. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The heavens had pity on him. He had been tormented miserably by the girl in front of him for the past few days. Xiao Shui, why are you so afraid? I just want to ask, do you really like me? Unlike other young ladies, Menger was quite bold. She didn't blush at all when she said this. There was only purity in her eyes, the kind of purity that didn't know anything about the mortal world. Xiao Shui's heart melted at this moment. How could he say anything else? He nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, yes, 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 of course I really like you. I, Xiao Shui, swear to the heavens, hee hee. I don't want you to swear. Menger giggled and placed her finger on Xiao Shui's lips. Then, she stood up and twisted the hair in front of her forehead and said, I want to say that since you really like me, then when we get married, you have to compose a poem like, I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. I want Sister Nan Xiao and the others to be envious of us. Ah! Xiao Shui was dumbfounded. He screamed crazily in his heart, Li Zishuan, you're so King deceitful. Ah! Young master. You brought so many cold melons. How much is it? Near noon, Li Zishuan brought dozens of carts of cold melons and a few bags of mung beans to Cloud Mountain. Second Master Lu, who was at the entrance of the mountain, saw this huge convoy and immediately stepped forward in surprise. Haha. Isn't this because I'm afraid that everyone will be too tired? It's just a few carts of cold melons, it's not worth much. It's better that everyone doesn't get heatstroke than anything else. Li Zishuan smiled nonchalantly. TSK. Young master, you're really generous. How is this a few carts? It was probably more than 10,000 pounds. To tell you the truth, I, Lu Wanshan, have lived for more than half of my life, but this is the first time I've seen such a compassionate boss. Lu Wanshan looked at the huge fleet and said with emotion. Everyone is born and raised by their parents. What's the difference between rich and poor? It was just a different reincarnation. Haha. Second Master Lu, I'll go up first. Li Zishuan sighed with deep meaning. He cupped his hands at Second Master Lu and led the team up the mountain. What's the difference between rich and poor? It was just a different reincarnation. Haha. Our young master is really different from the rest. Second Master Lu squinted his eyes and looked at Li Zishuan's back with a complicated expression. Qingke, what's wrong with you? Are you pregnant? When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw Li Tai standing at the entrance of the mountain. His cheeks were puffed up, and he was trying to hold back his laughter. His expression was very strange. Li Zishuan could not help but complain. F***ck, you're the one who's pregnant. Pfft. Haha. I can't take it anymore. It's over. Let's go to the side. If Xiaoning sees me laughing, he'll kill me. When Li Tai heard this, he jumped 3 feet high. As he spoke, he could not help but hold his stomach and laugh. However, this little fatty could not help but look back as he laughed. In the end, he even pulled Li Zishuan into the small forest at the side. Li Zishuan was shocked. Who would be willing to go into the forest with a damn fatty? He did not do gay things. Wait. What exactly happened? What's the meaning of your sneaky look? Li Zishuan could not stand this gay little fatty and hurriedly said. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Forget it. I'll go to the side and laugh for a while more. Little Xian, go to the shed and see for yourself. Ha 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 ha. Li Tai waved his hand and fled in panic. Li Zishuan was confused. Did this little fatty take the wrong medicine today? He shook his head and walked to the big shed in front of him, which was the temporary command room of the construction site. When he went in to take a look, Li Zishuan immediately knew why Li Tai was laughing. Xiaoning, are you acting in an opera? Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiaoning was originally a handsome gigolo. However, at this moment, he had turned into a young man full of pimples. In just one night, there were dozens of small red spots on his face, and there was a huge red lump in the middle of his forehead. The most awesome thing was that Yan Xiaoning's eyes were like that of a giant panda's. His entire person looked too beautiful to look at. Bang! Little Xian, shut up. What are you laughing at? Didn't I become like this because of your academy? If you keep laughing, I'll quit. Yan Xiaoning, who rarely cursed, didn't care about anything else at this moment. He slammed the table with all his might and roared at Li Zishuan, damn it. Okay. I won't laugh anymore. Ha. I really won't laugh anymore. Pfft. Xiaoning, let me laugh for a while more. Ha 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 ha. As Li Zishuan spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huff, huff. Yan Xiaoning panted heavily. His face was getting darker and darker. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He was going to go berserk at any moment. Li Zishuan saw this and quickly held back his laughter. He waved his hand and said, cough, cough, I won't laugh anymore. Xiaoning, hurry up and tell me, what's wrong with you? Why are there so many bumps on your face? Damn, it's all your fault. Yan Xiaoning's face darkened as he yelled, this is AF * King Baron Mountain. At night, the mosquitoes are like locusts passing through, and there are no curtains at the construction site. Do you know how hard I slept last night? Li Zishuan suddenly realized that Yan Xiaoning's head was full of mosquito bites last night. Speaking of mosquitoes, whether it was in Chang'an City or in the middle of nowhere, there were a lot of them in summer. Li Zishuan did not feel it before. First, the Li family often burned mosquito repellent. Second, the Li family's bed had curtains, similar to modern mosquito nets. Third, Li Zishuan's bedroom would put a lot of ice cubes every day. Usually, it was 30 to 40 degrees outside, but only 15 to 16 degrees inside. It was like turning on the air conditioner. Mosquitoes did not like such a cold environment, so he was not bothered by mosquitoes usually. But at the construction site, it was completely different. Li Zishuan had spent the whole day arranging the accommodation for the workers yesterday. He did not consider the mosquitoes at night at all. Even if he did, he was pressed for time and could not solve it yesterday. More than 10,000 curtains were not a small number. Even if he had money, he could not buy so many curtains in such a short time. Chapter 477. Inside the shed at the peak of Yunshan. Li Zishuan took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Yan Xiaoning did not have it easy. If he continued to laugh, it would really hurt his heart. Oh, Xiaoning, did the others not sleep well last night? Li Zishuan thought about it and asked. If the mosquito problem was too serious, he had to find a way to solve it. Yan Xiaoning glared at him and said unhappily, what do you think? Don't tell me those mosquitoes specifically caught me and bit me? Everyone basically did not sleep well last night. Oh, not only mosquitoes, we also heard a tiger's roar last night. Tiger's roar? Li Zishuan was shocked. He hurriedly asked, the world has been peaceful for a long time. Why are there still tigers nearby? No tigers broke in last night, right? Yan Xiaoning replied, that's not true. The tiger's roar was very far from here. According to Second Master Lu, it came from Fenglin Mountain. The terrain there is steep, dense forest, and few people go there. It is not surprising that there are 1 or 2 wild beasts there. Yunshan is close to Plum Village and Han Village. There are many people here, so those wild beasts would not dare to come here for no reason. Li Zishuan was relieved. He nodded and said, "That's good. But from now on, each team must send 2 people out to keep watch at night in case of any accidents." Yan Xiaoning knew the severity of the matter. He nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry." Hiss. F***ck. I really suffered a huge loss this time. My body is really F***king itchy. As Yan Xiaoning spoke, he could not help but scratch the parts of his body that were bitten by mosquitoes last night. Li Zishuan then noticed that not only Yan Xiaoning's face, but also his arms were also left with many mosquito kisses. This good brother of his had indeed sacrificed a lot for Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "Xiaoning has indeed troubled the college. I will get someone to send some alcohol over later. You can apply it on the mosquito bites. It should stop the itch quickly. In the afternoon, get a couple of people to collect some mugwort and wormwood. Smoke it for everyone's residence. It should be much better at night. I'll get someone to send another batch of mosquito-repellent sachets over and let everyone hang them on the bedside. With this multi-pronged approach, I'm sure the mosquitoes won't be as rampant as last night." In the Tang dynasty, there were no mosquito repellents or chemical repellents like dichlorvos, but people still thought of many ways. Wealthy families would have curtains on their beds and mosquito-repellent plants in their bedrooms, such as insect-eating grass, patchouli, violets, balsamine, chrysanthemum, and so on. These plants could not only repel mosquitoes, but also purify the air. Carrying a perfume pouch was also one of the habits of the ancient people. Many of the herbs in the perfume pouch were also believed to have the effect of repelling mosquitoes, such as patchouli, peppermint, perilla, calamus, lemongrass, star anise, and so on. This was equivalent to carrying "mosquitoes don't bite" on one's body. Of course, the most common method was to burn mugwort and wormwood to smoke mosquitoes. The cost was low, the killing area was large, and the effect was good. Well, it was worth mentioning that since the Song dynasty, there were mosquito-repellent incenses. At that time, it was called mosquito smoke or mosquito repellent. The main ingredients were mugwort, realgar, and duckweed. The product was similar to incense, and there was a special workshop. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the production of mosquito-repellent incense had further development. The raw materials kept increasing, including ferula, changhua, chuanxiong, sulfur, camphor, tobacco, and so on. So don't say that mosquito-repellent incense didn't exist in the ancient times. But it definitely didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. Yan Xiaoning raised his head and said, "Mugwort, wormwood, and perfume pouch are all fine. I thought about it before, but isn't alcohol used to make medicinal wine? Can it really stop the itch?" Xiao Xian, don't lie to me. Previously, when Li Zishuan treated Qin Xiong's illness, he only made one type of medicinal wine. Those who were well informed knew that one of the key ingredients was alcohol. Li Zishuan also specially bought a batch of alcohol for the military, so Yan Xiaoning was very suspicious of Li Zishuan's suggestion. Of course. "Xiaoning, when have I ever lied to you? I'll ask someone to send the alcohol over later. You'll know when you try it." People in the modern world would usually apply toilet water after being bitten by mosquitoes. When the main character of a time travel novel went to ancient times, they would also make toilet water to make money. However, Li Zishuan found it troublesome. He felt that this thing was flashy and a waste of time. He didn't lack the money for toilet water now. Why was toilet water able to stop the itch? Actually, it was mainly because of the alcohol in it. Toilet water was a type of perfume product that used floral oil as the main ingredient and was refined with alcohol. The essence used in toilet water was slightly inferior, and the content was also lower. It was usually 1% to 3%, so the fragrance was not as long-lasting as other alcohol solutions. The concentration of alcohol in toilet water was 70% to 75%. This kind of mixture could easily penetrate into the bacteria and denature the proteins in the protoplasm and cell nuclei, causing them to lose their vitality. Thus, the disinfectant effect was strong. Oh. Then I'll believe you this time. If you're lying to me, I won't be the commander anymore. Enchanting curled his lips and threatened. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. How untrustworthy was he? He couldn't help but say gloomily, okay. If it doesn't work, Enchanting, feel free to look for me. Come out with me now and distribute the cold melons outside to everyone. It's not easy on such a hot day. Enchanting's eyes lit up. He said happily, haha. At least you have a conscience. You even know to send us cold melons. TSK, nothing is better than cold melons on such a hot day. Hey. Then hurry up and distribute the things. It's almost lunchtime. I've already sent a batch of cold beans to my father-in-law at the foot of the mountain. Everyone will have cold bean soup to drink in the future. Li Zishuan patted Enchanting's shoulder and smiled. Enchanting nodded. The two of them left the work shed. Enchanting went to gather the leaders of the various regiments to collect the cold melons. Li Zishuan went to the construction site and wandered around to check on the progress of the project. Captain. It's almost noon. Why is Captain Hu asking us to go over? In the forest, Gu Xiaomao led 20 people and followed Li Tai to the 1st Regiment's encampment. After spending more than a day together, Gu Xiaomao knew that Li Tai was easy to get along with, so he asked. Hey. Why are we going over? We're going over to distribute the good stuff. Everyone is going to have a good meal at noon. Haha. Li Tai smiled and leaked some inside information to Gu Xiaomao. This was also why Li Tai was so awesome compared to the other team leaders. Wow. Is there good food coming? Gu Xiaomao licked his lips and said excitedly. The villagers behind him also had their eyes lit up. They all stared at the back of Li Tai's head and prayed to hear the answer they were hoping for. Chapter 478. You can say that. It's a batch of cold melons that Xiao Xian brought over to relieve the heat. Our brothers in the team did well yesterday, It should be because our team did well, at least we weren't last place, hee. Everyone can't let down their guard today, understand? Li Tai didn't forget to instruct his men as he turned around and said to the people behind him. Understood. Captain. We will definitely not embarrass you. Gu Xiaomao cupped his hands and said seriously. Ah. It's actually cold melons? Boss is so generous. Captain, there's nothing to say, just based on how good boss is to us, we will definitely do our best. Yes, we will definitely do our best. Don't worry, our brothers will definitely not be worse than the other teams. In this era, it wasn't that ordinary people couldn't afford to eat cold melons. It was just that most people didn't have the means to eat it every day. Eating it once in a while was already a great enjoyment. And Li Zishuan actually brought over a batch of cold melons for more than 10,000 people, of course. They were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. It's good that you have this intention. Li Tai nodded and said with relief. Yinshan Mountain at noon today was destined to be unusual. There was still half an hour before lunch, but all the craftsmen and workers received the order to stop work and return to their respective camps. After returning to the camp, everyone was dumbfounded because they saw a lot of cold melons. Oh my God! So many cold melons, where did they come from? Could it be that the team leader brought the team leader to steal from someone's melon field at the foot of the mountain? Damn you! Where would the team leader have the time to do that? They must be sent over by boss. When I was working just now, I saw boss bring a long convoy up the mountain. The group of people below couldn't help but talk about it. At this time, the team leader of their team walked in. He was a middle-aged man. Quiet. These are all cold melons sent by boss to everyone. In a while, each house will take one back. You are not allowed to eat now, otherwise, you won't be able to eat later. After returning to the house to plant the cold melon, it was time for dinner. Also, yesterday, our fifth team got last place. Although it might not be because of our third team, but everyone has to be more spirited today. If you're in last place again, I'll see if you're worthy of the cold melons that the boss sent over. Is that clear? The workers' dormitories on Yunshan Mountain were all 6-person dormitories, and this cold melon weighed at least 5 kilograms. On average, everyone could get at least 1 kilogram. From this point of view, everyone had to admire Li Zishuan's generosity. Listen up, Captain. We promise that we won't slack off in the afternoon. Yes, I definitely won't slack off. Everyone in the team patted their chests and promised. The middle-aged captain nodded and continued, after lunch and eating the cold melon, everyone should rest in the house. Today's weather is too hot, and the boss is afraid that you guys will get heatstroke, so he postponed the start of work to 3 p.m. Everyone should rest well and start work on time. Try to finish digging the foundation that the captain assigned to our team by the afternoon. Do you hear me? Work can only start at 5 p.m.? Captain, can we start work ahead of time? Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish digging today. Yes, Captain. Can we start work ahead of time? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, No. Whatever the boss says, we have to do it. At that time, the law enforcement team will patrol the construction site. Any team that doesn't start work according to the boss's stipulated time will have their points deducted. If we can't finish the task, we can work overtime after dinner while it's not dark yet. But we can't start work ahead of time. Yes. Captain, this is a good idea. Then, we'll continue working after dinner. Yes, continue working. Continue working. The boss cares about us and treats us like humans. We can't be ungrateful and don't know what's good for us. Yes. We can't let the boss down. We can't get last place again. Walking on the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan realized that a lot of changes had happened on the Cloud Mountain in just half a day. The weeds and bushes from before were almost all cleaned up. Many uneven places were also filled in. The craftsmen used lime to divide the ground into small pieces. The blueprint of the academy was drawn by Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan saw the lines drawn by the lime, he knew that it was the layout of the academy that the craftsmen had measured in advance. He guessed that the workers would dig the foundation according to these lines. Well, this progress is quite fast. Looks like Enchanting didn't learn from his father for nothing. His ability to command and dispatch is undeniable. Li Zishuan walked around and couldn't help but stop and sigh. There was strength in numbers. An organized and planned team was even more powerful. This motley crew of more than 10,000 people had already formed a very strong fighting force under Enchanting's command. At the very least, Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the current progress. Moreover, he could feel that the entire construction site was bursting with a radical and high-spirited fighting spirit. As the cooperation between the teams became more and more tacit, the progress would only become faster and faster. 2 months was enough to build an academy. Li Zishuan made a rough estimate in his heart and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as nothing went wrong, he didn't need to worry about the construction site anymore. Well, he could be a hands-off shopkeeper again. Li Zishuan thought happily in his heart. Xiaoning? You finished distributing the cold melons to everyone? Feeling the footsteps behind him, Li Zishuan turned around and saw Enchanting, so he laughed. I finished distributing them. But you're really generous. You probably have more than 20,000 pounds of cold melons, right? Didn't I hear that you were short of money a while ago? Why are you still spending money like this? Enchanting couldn't help but complain. Li Zishuan looked at him and then said with a strange expression, Xiaoning, if you get married in the future, your sister-in-law will probably have nothing to do all day long. Enchanting's eyes widened, and 2 big question marks were drawn on his forehead. He asked in bewilderment, why? Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then moved his right foot back and said, cough cough. Because Xiaoning, you've done all the things that a housekeeper should do, so your sister-in-law will have nothing to do. Yan Xiaoning was stunned for a moment before he realized that Li Zishuan was saying that he had a big mouth like a housekeeper. He couldn't help but be furious and roared, F***ck. Xiao Xian, you bastard, you don't know what's good for you. I'll fight it out with you. Haha. What a joke. What a joke. Brother Xiaoning will mind. But Li Zishuan was already prepared. This guy quickly slipped away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. Chapter 479. Yanhuang College's current financial situation was still relatively healthy. First of all, Li Zishuan never planned to build the entire college in one go. 2 months wasn't enough to complete such a large project. Therefore, according to the first phase of the college, 150,000 strings of cash was enough to support the various expenses of the construction site for a month. Of course, he believed that the workshop would have some breakthroughs in the research of cement recently. When that happens, the construction cost would be greatly reduced. Currently, the construction site only bought 2 days' worth of cement mortar at a time. They were prepared to replace it with cement at any time. Moreover, products such as the immortal mirror and colored glass cup had just been released. The market demand had not been fully released yet. Therefore, Strange Taste Pavilion could be considered as Li Zishuan's cash cow now. Basically, a batch of goods released every few days could earn at least 10,000 strings of cash. For Li Zishuan now, earning money was just that easy. Therefore, spending a few hundred strings of cash to buy watermelons for the workers to relieve the heat was really nothing to him. Although he didn't have the ability to change the fate of all the poor people, he would definitely help these pitiful and respectable workers in front of him. After joking with Yan Xiaoning for a while, the two of them went to the square in front of the construction site. At that moment, the workers were queuing up to get their food. Yesterday, the overall performance of the workers of the 5 regiments was very good. However, because the task of the 5th regiment was lighter than the other regiments, they fell behind in yesterday's evaluation. Therefore, the food they had today was the worst in the entire construction site. Although it was the worst, it was still much better than most people's meals. This was because their food was rich in oil. This was all secretly instructed by Li Zishuan. It was fine if they couldn't eat meat, but there must be oil in the food. Otherwise, the workers would definitely get hungry quickly and lose their energy to work. Of course, the so-called oil was definitely lard. If it was vegetable oil, Li Zishuan wouldn't be able to eat it. Yo! There's also black bean soup today. When it was a worker's turn to get food, he was surprised. Hee hee. This is what the young master prepared for you. Everyone, drink more later. There's enough black bean soup. The auntie in charge of getting food laughed. Ha! The boss was afraid that everyone would get heatstroke. Without a doubt, we will definitely remember boss's kindness in our hearts. Yeah. First, it's a cold melon, and then it's a cold bean. Boss has really given us a lot of thought. I, Madman Ma, will never forgive anyone who slacks off. Yes. Whoever dares to play tricks is truly heartless. Li Zishuan's small action once again caused a huge reaction among the commoners. As the saying goes, there will be no harm if there is no comparison. Compared to the past, Li Zishuan really treated them as human beings. They felt genuine concern and respect from Li Zishuan, which was very precious in this era. In just 2 days, Li Zishuan had made more than 10,000 workers and craftsmen identify with him. His speed was quite fast. It could only mean that treating others with sincerity would also result in sincerity. Haha. Xiao Xian, you're quite impressive. I think all the workers are full of admiration for you now. I'm afraid even I can't compare to your influence. As the chief commander of the construction site, how could Yan Xiaoning not know the mentality of these workers? He stood at the edge of the square and exclaimed to Li Zishuan. Haha. Xiaoning, this is called charisma, do you understand? Li Zishuan patted Yan Xiaoning's shoulder and laughed as he said shamelessly. Get lost. What bullsh*t charisma? Don't lie to me. It's just a way to buy people's hearts. My father used it a lot too. Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Li Zishuan said anxiously, hey. What do you mean by buying people's hearts? These people use their hard work to get paid, and I treat them with sincerity. Xiaoning, don't talk nonsense. There are so many craftsmen and commoners in the world, and I don't lack money. Why would I need to buy people's hearts? Yes, yes, yes. You're right. Go and eat. Remember to send me the alcohol in the afternoon. Yan Xiaoning waved his hand and went to get food. After having lunch at the construction site, Li Zishuan didn't go home immediately because the weather was really hot. The whole earth felt like it was being baked in a furnace, and it was extremely hot. In his previous life, Li Zishuan thought that the ancient times would be cooler because modern society had developed for so many years and would be affected by the global greenhouse effect. In the ancient farming society, the natural conditions were not destroyed, and even if the summer was hot, it wouldn't be too hot. But after experiencing it, he knew that it wasn't the case at all. At the very least, he was extremely hot now. Luckily, all the sheds at the construction site were built in the forest, or else the workers would be in a worse situation in the wilderness. Li Zishuan stayed in Yan Xiaoning's temporary residence for 2 hours until the sun outside wasn't so solid anymore. Then, he took the carriage back to Chang'an City. When he got home, Li Zishuan took out a bottle of 75% medical alcohol and asked the servant to send it to Yan Xiaoning. Not long after, Heartwarming came. Old Sun's face was flushed red. He came to the Li residence to report the results of the day to Li Zishuan. Today, the Strange Taste Pavilion had another batch of glass products for sale. Young master, great news. Today, we have prepared 400 colored glazed cups, 400 colored glazed lamps, and 200 small celestial mirrors. The number of people lining up at the Strange Taste Pavilion did not decrease. Instead, it increased by several times. Many people stayed at the restaurants in the East Market last night. This morning, the Strange Taste Pavilion had not even opened its doors, and there was already a long line of people waiting outside. Until now, we've sold out all our stocks. Today, we sold more than 80,000 strings of coins worth of goods. It's amazing. Sun Huayuan said excitedly. Li Zishuan nodded indifferently. All of this was within his expectations. The high profits of these colored glass products would definitely continue for a period of time. He smiled and said, yes, shopkeeper's son, you've done very well. In the future, the glass cups, the small celestial mirrors, and the small celestial mirrors will be sold in batches every 3 days, and then the large celestial mirrors will be sold in batches every 10 days. We have to control the quantity, and don't let the celestial mirrors become cheap goods that can be seen everywhere. Sun Huayuan had been a manager for so many years, and his understanding of business wasn't low. After hearing this, he immediately understood Li Zishuan's intention. He quickly cupped his hands and said, young master, you're really farsighted. I'll definitely do as you say. Haha. Manager's son, you flatter me. Chapter 480. Shao Mansion. Menger, look. The Strange Interest Pavilion just sent 3 small immortal mirrors. Haha. Xiao Shui carefully took the 3 wooden boxes to the backyard and laughed at the cute girl on the swing. Wow. Is that true? Is that true? Let me see. The little girl quickly stopped the swing and stabilized her body. She trotted to Xiao Shui and said excitedly. Hee hee. Of course it's true. Here, take it. Xiao Shui handed over the 3 exquisite wooden boxes. Menger took them and opened one of them. Suddenly, a palm-sized shiny mirror appeared in front of her eyes. She took it out, but the smile on her face could not be hidden. Wow! It's really the immortal mirror. It's really the immortal mirror. The person inside is so clear. Grandpa Xiao is amazing. He got 3 immortal mirrors at once. Sister Nan Xiao and the others will be envious of me. Hee hee. Menge held the 3 immortal mirrors and said happily from the bottom of her heart. However, her words completely broke Xiao Shui's heart. Menger, although Li Zixuan gave my grandfather face, I was the one who asked my grandfather. I risked being scolded to beg my grandfather. How can you forget my contribution? Xiao Shui said pitifully and gloomily. Well, that's right. Then Menger thanks Brother Shui. Menger tilted her head and thought for a while, and finally smiled. Hee hee. You're welcome. You're welcome. Xiao Shui's heart was greatly satisfied. Hearing this, he scratched his head and laughed. 2 days later. On this day, Li Zixuan had just finished his breakfast when he heard that Faubert had come. He couldn't help but be happy and thought to himself, could it be that there's a new breakthrough in the research of cement? Li Zixuan hurriedly came to the main hall and saw Faubert walking around excitedly. Young master, we have experimented with the correct formula for cement. The workshop has made cement. Faubert saw Li Zixuan come in and hurriedly said excitedly. Haha. Is it true? Li Zixuan was even more excited than Faubert. With cement, he didn't need to worry about the construction of the academy. It's true. It's true. Young master, look, this cement has already coagulated. It's 100 times stronger than the failed product of our previous experiments. As Uncle Fu spoke, he took out a fist-sized lump of cement from his sleeve. Li Zixuan's eyebrows twitched. With such a lump of cement in his sleeve, wasn't Uncle Fu afraid that it would fall and hit his foot? Li Zixuan shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. Li Zixuan took the cement block. It was slightly heavy and cold. Li Zixuan gently squeezed it and it didn't break. Then, he used 1% of his strength and it still didn't break. Faubert stroked his beard proudly and said with a smile, young master, what's crack? Before Uncle Fu could finish his words, he saw the cement block shatter with a kacha sound. Li Zixuan had used 5% of his strength, and the cement block couldn't hold on and turned into powder. Uncle Fu's face suddenly became very interesting. He was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say. Li Zixuan looked up and saw Faubert's embarrassed expression. He quickly waved his hand and said, cough, cough. Faubert, you don't have to be like this. I just wanted to test the endurance of the cement on a whim, so I used a bit of my true qi, which caused the cement block to break. The cement you made this time has actually reached the standard. It's hard enough for ordinary people. The workshop did very well and didn't let me down. Only then did Uncle Fu recover. He more or less knew that Li Zixuan was a martial arts grandmaster. He just didn't expect that a martial arts grandmaster would be so frivolous, thinking about playing all the time. What a motherf asterisk cur. Since young master said so, this old man is relieved. Then I'll go back and ask people to mass-produce this cement and send it to Yunshan. Resisting the urge to complain, Fu Bo cupped his hands and said, thank you for your hard work. Then I'll go to the workshop with Faubert and take a look. Li Zixuan thought and said, okay. The two of them rode the carriage to the workshop. Li Zixuan was taken directly to the cement kiln by Faubert. Young master, because the demand for lioli in the Strange Interest Pavilion has been quite high recently, so in order not to affect the production progress of lioli, this old man has asked people to dig a new kiln for burning cement. In the future, the construction site will definitely need a lot of cement. We have to dig more kilns. Faubert pointed to the kiln in front of them and said. Li Zixuan nodded and said, well, Faubert, you can decide on these. Don't delay the construction of the academy. Faubert cupped his hands and said, yes, young master. Young master, look, this piece of ground is covered with the cement we made. It has just solidified this morning. It is really smooth and hard. It is much better to walk on than the bluestone road. If we use cement to build roads, how comfortable would it be for the carriage to walk on it? Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Faubert's ability to draw parallels was quite strong. He really thought of another use of cement. Haha. Faubert, you are right. This cement can not only be used to build houses, but it can also be used to build roads when mixed with sand and stone. This thing is the best road building material. As Li Zishuan spoke, he couldn't help but squat down and gently touch the cement floor with his hand. The familiar hard and rough feeling made him feel absent-minded. Cement floor, this is the most common and representative thing in modern industrialized society. Who would have thought that it would appear in the Tang dynasty? He had introduced a modern product into the Tang dynasty. Thinking about it, in a few decades, there would be cement roads everywhere and cement brick houses everywhere. Such a scene, how similar would it be to modern society? Sigh. Since he was destined to not be able to go back, then he would try his best to create a society similar to modern society. It could also be considered as a kind of emotional sustenance. Li Zishuan's eyes were a little red. Faubert noticed something strange and quickly asked, "Young master. Young master. What happened to you?" "Ah. Nothing. Nothing." Li Zishuan recovered from his distant thoughts and quickly shook his head. "There was a gust of wind just now and the sand on the ground was blown into my eyes." Faubert looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. "He didn't feel the wind at all just now." Ahem. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Li Zishuan coughed and said, "Faubert, get people to hurry up and produce cement. Now that we have cement, the academy is even less short of money. The relocation plan of the workshop can also be pushed forward. Find a time and pick a group of people to build the new workshop there." Yes, young master. Chapter 481. After leaving the workshop, Li Zishuan asked Sanbao to drive the carriage to Azure Dragon Lane. Wang Rinbiao had told him the address of his house in Chang'an. Azure Dragon Lane was located in the southeast corner of Chang'an. Not far from it, it was Chang'an's most prosperous and famous public garden and scenic tourist area. Half of it was in the city, occupying about 2 lanes. The other half was outside the city, extending southward. It was located in a low-lying area at the head of Fengqi Plain. Due to the accumulation of water, it formed a pool. The pool's banks were like the Guangling River, hence the name Chu River. As an otaku, Li Zishuan rarely went out unless he had something to do. He had never been to this area before. As he stood outside Azure Dragon Lane and looked at the beautiful scenery of Chu River, he was momentarily captivated by the winding banks and the scenery of Changzhou-like waters. "Sanbao, what river is that?" Li Zishuan had never been to Chang'an in his previous life, nor did he remember being here in this life. Hence, he did not know that this was Chu River. "Young master, that is Chu River Pool. There is a palace dedicated to His Majesty on the shore. There are also pavilions built by various departments of the imperial court. It is very prosperous. Not only can the emperor's concubines and high-ranking officials come here, but even ordinary citizens can enjoy the scenery here. It is especially lively here on the 3rd of March every year during the Shangxi festival." As a native of Chang'an, Sanbao was very clear about this. When he heard his young master's question, he hurriedly spilled the beans and told him everything he knew. "Oh." Li Zishuan nodded and thought to himself, "Wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't go and play in such an excellent tourist spot? I can bring my wife and little sister here to row a boat and have a barbecue in the future. Let's go to Wang Rinbiao's house." Li Zishuan looked at Chu River Pool, then got back into the carriage. "Yes, young master." "Yo. Lord Ju, why are you here? Come in, come in." When Wang Rinbiao heard that Li Zishuan was here, he personally came out to welcome him. Long time no see. Rinbiao is getting more and more suave. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said half-jokingly. "Haha. Lord Ju must be joking. Please come in first. Yao, get someone to serve tea." Wang Rinbiao instructed in a low voice before leading Li Zishuan around the screen wall and the front yard to the main hall. Leng Yuyao came in with 2 maids and poured a cup of tea for Wang Rinbiao and Li Zishuan. Cough, cough, the task of pouring tea was naturally done by the 2 maids. Leng Yuyao, a great expert, would definitely not do this kind of work herself. She stood motionlessly behind Wang Renbiao with her long sword in her arms. A cold aura emanated from her body, making it seem as if no one was allowed to get close to her within a radius of a few miles. Cold, this woman is still as cold as usual. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart without batting an eyelid. Leng Yuyao was beautiful, but she was too cold. Most likely, only Wang Renbiao could endure it. Li Zishuan was quietly sizing up Leng Yuyao, and Leng Yuyao was also quietly sizing up Li Zishuan. Although she didn't know the details of the assassination in the eastern suburbs of Chang'an City a few days ago, she knew that Li Zishuan broke through to the Grandmaster realm and turned the situation around. This news caused quite a stir in the Jianghu. A Grandmaster less than 15 years old. When Leng Yuyao heard the news, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration in her heart. Now that she saw Li Zishuan again, she felt a faintly discernible dangerous aura emanating from him. Leng Yuyao's heart was very complicated. Lord Zhu, my humble house is simple and crude. I'm afraid I've neglected you. Please have some tea. Wang Renbiao couldn't feel the probing eyes of the two great experts in the room, so he said with a smile. Haha. Renbiao, why are you so polite? Our two families have worked together so many times. Wouldn't it be strange to address each other with titles? How about we call each other brothers and friends? Although Li Zishuan didn't like the tea of this era, he still understood the principle of, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He was now in someone else's house, and it would be very impolite to be picky. So, he picked up the teacup, took a symbolic sip, frowned slightly, and swallowed it. Then, he smiled at Wang Renbiao. As for why he frowned, of course, it was because the taste of the tea was too damn sour. Before the Tang dynasty, there was no way to make tea. From the Wei, Jin, southern and northern dynasties to the early Tang dynasty, people mainly plucked the leaves of the tea tree and mixed it with pepper, ginger, cinnamon, and other seasonings to make a soup for drinking. Drinking tea was just like drinking the vegetable tea soup today. The Wu people called it Ming porridge. Just by looking at the ingredients, one could imagine the taste of the tea soup. Cough, cough, don't even think about it. How ruthless. Then Renbiao, it would be impolite to refuse. My father has always valued you, Xiao Xian. He has always hoped that the Wang family can maintain a good relationship with the Li family. Wang Renbiao said with a smile on his face. Provincial Governor Wang is honest and upright. If I go to Sui province to play in the future, I'll have to ask your father to take care of me. The Sui province of the Tang dynasty was roughly near the present-day Sui province of Hubei. However, the area under its jurisdiction was much larger. Li Zishuan's hometown in his previous life was not far from here. He really wanted to take some time to go there and see what his hometown was like in the Tang dynasty. Wang Renbiao smiled and said, that's easy. Xiao Xian, if you really want to go, I'll personally accompany you there. I also have to visit my father. Let's not talk about this first. I'm here today to look for you, Renbiao. I have some serious business. Li Zishuan put down his teacup and sat up straight. He said seriously, Renbiao, you should have heard of the Azure Glass Cup, and Divine Mirror in the Curious Pavilion recently, right? That's right. He was here today to talk about cooperation. Since the Curious Pavilion had already started to sell glass products, he naturally wanted to maximize the profits. Just like before, he planned to monopolize the Chang'an market. As for the other markets, he still wanted to let Wang Renbiao act as his agent. They had a very good foundation for cooperation. Wang Renbiao seemed to realize something. His eyes lit up and he said, of course I've heard of it. Xiao Xian, what do you mean? That's right. I want to cooperate with you, Renbiao. Renbiao, haven't you thought about this before? Wang Renbiao quickly replied, Of course I have. I even talked to shopkeeper's son about it. But he said that the production of these things is limited and can't even meet the demand in Chang'an. So I can only wait for your workshop to expand its production before I make any plans. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, So that's how it is. But Renbiao, there's something you might not know. The Curious Pavilion's workshop will be moved to the vicinity of Yunshan in the near future. The area and scale of the new workshop will be more than 5 times larger than it is now. When the time comes, we will be able to recruit more craftsmen. Correspondingly, the workshop will also produce more azure glass cups, divine mirror, and those things like don't touch meat from before. When the time comes, I'll need you to help me distribute these products to various places. Chapter 482. Azure Dragon Lane, Wang Residence. Wang Renbiao's face lit up with excitement after hearing Li Zishuan's words. He smiled and said, "That's great. This business is exactly what the Wang family is looking for." Li Zishuan asked, "Renbiao, how many goods can you take?" He had to make a budget so that the workshop could make the necessary arrangements in advance. Wang Renbiao pondered for a moment, then smiled confidently. "Oh. The Azure Glaze Cup, the Azure Glaze Cup, and the Immortal Mirror, I can buy as many as you have. As for the new carriage, don't touch me. Even if the Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop expands, it won't be able to produce much in a month. So, little Xian, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell your goods. You can take as many as I have." "Renbiao, aren't you a little too arrogant? You should know that the Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror are not cheap." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Wang Renbiao smiled and said, "Haha. It's not that I'm arrogant, but you underestimate the Wang family. Putting aside the Wang clan, any one of the 7 great clans would be able to swallow this business deal. Of course, there are definitely many clans who want to work with you, little Xian. However, I, Wang Renbiao, am rather fortunate to be able to obtain your permission before them. Moreover, Chang'an is not the only place with rich people in Tang. There are many rich merchants in other states and counties, especially in Jiangnan and Suang. People there are very interested in the Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror. No matter how expensive these things are, they won't be able to sell. In the early Tang dynasty, although the people were generally poor, there was no shortage of rich people. This was the case in any era. The Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror were the most excellent tools for the rich to show off. Wang Renbiao had long understood these people's hearts, which was why he said so. "Haha. Since you said so, I'm relieved. The workshop will expand production as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll hand over all the goods that Chang'an can't take. As for the cooperation method, let's do it like before. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Li Zishuan stood up and waved his hand. Previously, the Wang family had taken on the task of distributing the scooter, Drunken Immortal, Gentle Village, and Datang daily to all parts of the country except for Chang'an. Therefore, when they worked together again, there was no need to explain anything else. "Since little Xian is busy, I won't force you to stay. I'll send you off." Wang Renbiao also stood up and walked Li Zishuan to the gate with Leng Yuyao. The two of them cupped their fists and bid farewell. At this moment, Leng Yuyao suddenly asked, "I heard that Li Xiannan has broken through to the Supreme Power Realm. Is that true?" Li Zishuan was stunned. He did not expect that the cold-faced beauty, who had been silent for a long time, would actually speak to him. He nodded and smiled. There is indeed such a thing. What does Miss Yuyao have to say? A rare blush appeared on Leng Yuyao's face as she said, "I don't dare to teach you. I'm just curious as to why you're able to advance so quickly in your martial arts at such a young age. I wonder if you can share a thing or two with me." Aside from Wang Renbiao, the only thing that Leng Yuyao cared about in this world was martial arts. Therefore, although she was a little unhappy with Li Zishuan before, she still braced herself to ask for his advice at this moment. Wang Renbiao looked at Leng Yuyao thoughtfully, but he did not blame her for being rude. "Haha. Why can't I say it? Since Miss Yuyao wants to hear it, then I'll tell you briefly. Li Zixuan did not use this opportunity to make fun of Leng Yuyao. He thought for a moment before replying, on the path of martial arts, studying hard and practicing hard is never wrong. However, I've always been busy with mundane affairs, so I'm definitely not as diligent as you in practicing martial arts. Therefore, ever since I left the mountain and returned home, my martial arts have been stagnant and have not made any progress. At this point, Li Zixuan paused. After Leng Yuyao heard it, she almost vomited blood. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. The reason why I was able to break through this time was mainly due to my comprehension. I comprehended some Tao from a very mysterious Taoist martial art. Coupled with the life and death crisis I encountered during the assassination, it stimulated all the potential in my body, and finally, I broke through in one fell swoop. Therefore, in short, my martial arts is based on comprehension, so it may not be suitable for you. Everyone has their own martial arts path, and it's impossible to be the same. Li Zixuan said these words sincerely. Leng Yuyao's nature was not bad, and she even helped him once before. If he could help Leng Yuyao improve on her martial arts path, Li Zixuan would be very happy. Thank you. After listening, Leng Yuyao thought for a moment, and then solemnly cupped her fist and said to Li Zixuan. You're welcome. You're welcome. Li Zixuan was a little uncomfortable being treated so politely all of a sudden, and hurriedly waved his hand. Oh. That's right. Xiao Xian. The assassin who tried to assassinate you that day, did you catch him? At this time, Wang Renbiao asked. Not yet. How can it be so fast? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, His Majesty has already ordered the imperial government to step up the investigation, and Magistrate Hua also personally asked me for clues. I also told him everything, but there's no progress so far. Wang Renbiao pinched his chin, and said in a low voice for a moment, Xiao Xian, if it's convenient for you, tell us the specific details of the assassination that day. Yao has been in the martial arts world for more than 10 years, so she might be able to find some clues. Leng Yuyao also nodded at this moment, and cast her gaze on Li Zixuan. What's there to be inconvenient about? I'll tell you all again now. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. According to Qin Xiong's analysis, the black-clothed assassin was very likely from an unknown evil sect in the martial arts world. However, Qin Xiong knew very little about the forces in the martial arts world today, but Leng Yuyao was different. She was able to reach this level at such a young age, and Li Zixuan definitely didn't believe that she didn't have a master behind her. Regarding the martial arts world, she should know a lot more than Qin Xiong, so he might be able to get some clues from Leng Yuyao. It's like this. That evening, Li Zixuan recalled for a moment and recounted all the details before and after the assassination in detail, including Qin Xiong's guesses and analysis a few days ago. 7th cultivator of true blood palm. 7th cultivator of true blood rain. He's. After listening to Li Zixuan's detailed description, Leng Yuyao's face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed. Who is it? Miss Yuyao, could it be that you know something? Li Zixuan quickly asked. Chapter 483. In front of Wang Renbiao's house. Li Zixuan stared at Leng Yuyao with an expectant look, hoping to hear the whereabouts of the black-clothed assassin from her. That afternoon, the black-clothed assassin had threatened to take revenge and kill Li Zixuan's entire family. Li Zixuan wasn't willing to let go of such a person who could threaten him in the dark at any time. If there was a chance, he would definitely eliminate the source of trouble. Sir Li, Yuyao knows something about that assassin. Leng Yuyao thought for a moment and said with slight hesitation. Miss Leng, please tell me. I, Li Zixuan, will definitely reward you handsomely if you can get any clues about that person. Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his fists and said sincerely. Wang Renbiao could see the anxiety in Li Zixuan's eyes and also said to Leng Yuyao, if you know any clues, don't hesitate to tell me. You don't have to hold back. Leng Yuyao nodded and said, yes, young master. Then, she turned to Li Zixuan and said, Sir Li, although Yuyao doesn't know the specific identity of that assassin, according to your description, I can guess his origin. In the past, Yu Yao heard from my master that there's an evil sect in the Qinling Mountains called the Seven Cultivators sect. Although it's small, it has a peak Grandmaster realm expert. The Seven Cultivators sect's secret technique is the Seven Cultivators blood transformation palm. The Seven Cultivators sect? Miss Lang, do you know where this Seven Cultivators sect is located? Li Zishuan's expression shook as he asked in a deep voice. As for Leng Yuyao's words about the peak Grandmaster realm expert in the Seven Cultivators sect, he didn't care at all. Although he wasn't a match for a peak Grandmaster realm expert in a one-on-one fight, if someone threatened him, Li Zishuan, he would find a way to kill them even if they were protected by a Grandmaster realm expert. Leng Yuyao shook her head and recalled, I don't know the exact location of the Seven Cultivator of True Virtue sect. In the past, the sect that Yu Yao belonged to had a grudge with the Seven Cultivators sect. An evil cultivator from that sect once abducted one of Yu Yao's junior sisters. When my master found out about it, he was furious and brought several martial uncles with him to chase after that person. According to my master, they chased him all the way to the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Then, they saw that thief climbing a steep mountain peak shrouded in black fog. At the foot of the mountain, there was a boundary stone with the word Spirit Snake Mountain written on it. Master, martial uncles dismounted and climbed up the mountain. Not only was the mountain path steep, it was also filled with all kinds of poisonous snakes. Furthermore, the entire mountain seemed to be filled with poisonous fog. Master and the others had only stayed inside for a quarter of an hour, but they were already showing signs of being poisoned. Furthermore, Master could faintly feel a very strong pressure at the top of the mountain. Martial uncle knew that it was impossible, so they persuaded Master to return to the sect and make further plans. Master had no choice but to leave with hatred. Seven Cultivators of True Virtue. Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zishuan's expression gradually turned solemn. He propped up his chin and said with a frown, Miss Lang, has this Seven Cultivators sect ever accepted any assassination missions to earn money? I've never heard of it before. Although the people of the Seven Cultivators sect have done a lot of outrageous things, they have never assassinated an important official of the imperial court. To some extent, the Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue sect has always been very low-key in Jianghu, and only a few people know about it. If their sect specialized in assassination, they wouldn't be as unknown as they are now. Leng Yuyao pondered for a long time and shook her head. Li Zishuan was even more puzzled. He muttered to himself, that's strange. I don't have any grudges with the Seven Cultivators sect. But that day, when I heard that assassins say that the matters of the pugilistic world shall be settled in the pugilistic world, it sounded as if there was a deep hatred between us. What's the reason for this? Although according to Leng Yuyao's words, the Seven Cultivators sect was very suspicious and should indeed be suppressed, Li Zishuan still felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Right now, he only wanted to find the real culprit. He didn't want to care about the other grudges of the pugilistic world. The matters of the pugilistic world shall be settled in the pugilistic world. I understand now. Leng Yuyao was startled for a moment and suddenly said loudly, I wonder if Lord Li remembers the Battle of Northern Mang Mountain's Bloody Wind stronghold a few months ago? Li Zishuan didn't know what she meant. He looked at Leng Yuyao with a baffled expression and nodded, of course I remember. Leng Yuyao then continued, at that time, Lord Zhu went to Mang Mountain alone and challenged the Bloody Wind stronghold. Did you personally kill a young man named Flying Snake? Li Zishuan seemed to have guessed something. His brows furrowed even deeper. After pausing for a while, he nodded and said, there is indeed such a person. Now that you mention it, I remember that Flying Snake's strange movement technique is 80% similar to the assassin who tried to assassinate me that day. Could it be that there is some connection between the two of them? Leng Yuyao replied, when the Bloody Wind stronghold group kidnapped Lord Zhu's wife at Rhinoceros Slope, I saw Flying Snake make a move. That move is undoubtedly from the Seven Cultivators sect. Since Lord Zhu killed Flying Snake, Yuyao guessed that it was the elders of Flying Snake's sect who came to seek revenge. Bang! Li Zishuan punched the wall next to him and said hatefully, Seven Cultivators sect. Flying Snake? They provoke me time and time again. Do they really think I'm made of mud? At the side, Wang Renbiao looked at the deeply sunken wall. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "Little Xian, this matter was caused by my second brother. My Wang family is willing to help you deal with the 7 cultivators sect with all our strength." Flying Snake and Xiaoying had joined hands to kidnap Han Yushi. In the end, it was Wang Rini who ordered them to do so. Now that Flying Snake was killed and the 7 cultivators sect came to seek revenge, it was reasonable to say that this matter was related to the Wang family. Li Zishuan waved his hand and stared at Wang Renbiao, saying, "That is that. Provincial Governor Wang has already given me an explanation for the previous matter. What I want to know now is whether the assassin that day has anything to do with the Wang family. After all, your second brother hates me to the bone. Will he use Flying Snake's death to instigate the 7 cultivators sect to assassinate me?" Although many people knew that Li Zishuan had attacked the Bloody Wind stronghold with his sword, not many people knew the details, including the killing of Flying Snake. Therefore, Li Zishuan had reason to suspect that the assassin was instigated by someone. Wang Renbiao was shocked. He quickly shook his head and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. After that incident, my second brother has been imprisoned by my father in the Wang family's ancestral home. The people of the disciplinary hall are guarding him day and night. There's no way he can come in contact with outsiders. Little Xian, if you're still worried, I'll write a letter and ask my father to personally investigate my second brother's situation in the past few months." "There's no need for that. I believe you." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "In any case, that assassin is definitely related to the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Regardless of whether or not someone is stirring up trouble behind the scenes, I have to flatten this sect first and then investigate the person behind him. I have to thank Miss Lang for the information today. Renbiao, I'll take my leave first." Chapter 484. After leaving the Wang family in a hurry, Li Zishuan did not even return home. Instead, he went straight to the government office. After explaining his identity to the government servant at the door, Li Zishuan was invited to a side hall at the back of the government office. After about 15 minutes, Yin Wenjie of the government office walked in wearing a purple official robe. He cupped his hands and smiled at Li Zishuan. "Yo! Li Zhansher, may I know why you are here today?" Things were different now. Li Zishuan was the Crown Prince Zishuan, a rising star of the empire. He was no longer the little teacher of the Imperial College. Even Hua Wenjie had to be polite when he saw him. "Haha. Greetings, Magistrate Hua. I have something I need your help with today." Li Zishuan did not put on airs. He politely bowed back to Hua Wenjie and smiled. Hua Wenjie's eyes flashed. Almost instantly, he realized that what Li Zishuan wanted to say was related to the assassination case. Normally, he did not have any contact with Li Zishuan. If there was any interaction, it would only be the assassination case a few days ago. Thinking of this, Hua Wenjie's expression brightened. He quickly waved his hands and dismissed his servants. He sat down beside Li Zishuan and said, "Li Zishuan, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely do my best to help." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I think Magistrate Hua can also guess a thing or two." "That's right, I am here today because of the assassin. I have already investigated the assassin's background, but I need Magistrate Hua to help me find the assassin's hiding place." "Oh. Li Zhansher, quickly say it. Where did the assassin come from?" Hua Wenjie's face flashed with a hint of excitement as he quickly said. Actually, he was bitter in his heart. The 10-day deadline given by Li Er was about to arrive, but the constables of the governor's office failed to find any useful clues. On the contrary, many ruffians and scoundrels in Cheng and city were arrested these days. It couldn't be said that the bailiffs of the capital government were incompetent. It was just that Li Zishuan had provided too few clues. They knew nothing about the black-clothed assassin's appearance, age, background, and so on. How could the bailiffs catch him? This era was not like the modern era, where there were surveillance cameras in key places. When there was a murder case, one could find the murderer through the surveillance cameras at each intersection. The investigation of this era relied on the clues left behind by the murderer to gradually investigate. The worst part was that Li Zixuan could provide very little useful information to the capital government. How could the bailiffs even begin their investigation? Now that Li Zixuan could provide the identity and origin of the assassin, how could Hua Wenjie not be excited? At least he could keep his official position. According to my investigation, the assassin came from a small sect in the depths of the Qinling Mountains called the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue. That sect is located at a place called the Serpent Mountain. Today, I came here to ask Magistrate Hua to send someone to help me find out where the Serpent Mountain is located in the Qinling Mountains. Once you find out, I will deal with them. Li Zixuan looked at Hua Wenjie and said with a serious face. Seven Cultivators Sect? Snake Spirit Mountain? Hua Wenjie muttered a few words and then nodded, okay. This old man will send someone to investigate. If there is any news, I will inform Li Zhanshe immediately. Thank you for your trouble. Thank you. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and thanked him. The Qinling Mountains traversed the central part of China, starting from southern Gansu in the west, passing through southern Shaanxi to western Hunan. Its main body was located at the junction of southern Shaanxi and northern Sichuan provinces. It was about 1,500 kilometers long from east to west, including hundreds of mountains of various sizes. If Li Zixuan didn't have anyone to help him, who knew how long it would take him to find it? The next day, on top of the cloud mountain, the morning sun reflected the rosy clouds, covering the whole mountain with a golden coat, making it look exceptionally beautiful. The craftsmen who got up early to work were running around, digging foundations, building walls, quarrying rocks, chopping trees, and sawing wood. The division of labor was clear, and the scene was bustling with activity. At 7:45 a.m., a convoy of 4 or 5 ox carts arrived at the top of the mountain along the mountain path. Some of the sharp-eyed workers guessed that the boss had sent something good to the workers again. Falbert, why are you here? The shed that Yan Xiaoning stayed in during the day was very close to the mountain gate. He raised his head and saw Falbert in front of the convoy, so he quickly stopped his work and went out to greet him. Haha. Young Master Yan, this old man is here to send you new materials today. Falbert said to Yan Xiaoning with a smile as he directed the crowd to unload the bags of cement. New materials? Is that all? What are they used for? Yan Xiaoning didn't know that the workshop was secretly developing cement during this period of time. He was busy with the division of labor at the construction site. Haha. This is the cement that the workshop made according to Lord Ju's instructions. It is used to replace the cement mortar and used to build walls. This stuff can not only be used to build walls, but it can also be used to build roads. Lord Ju said that the roads of the academy will be paved with a layer of cement mixed with sand and stones in the future. Falbert said with a sense of accomplishment as he stroked his beard. Cement? Why is this name so weird? Is this stuff really that easy to use? Yan Xiaoning opened a bag of cement and looked at the gray powder inside as he asked doubtfully. Falbert nodded and said, of course. The craftsmen in the cement workshop have all done experiments before. There is no problem at all. Xiaoning, you can let someone try it now. Young Master said that the construction of the academy must be done with cement in the future. Okay, I will try it. Falbert, how do I use this stuff? Yan Xiaoning nodded in agreement after hearing Falbert's solemn answer. This is simple. Let me tell you the ratio of the water mixture. Done? That's it? But it doesn't look sturdy at all. If you push it hard with your hand, this wall will probably collapse. Under Falbert's guidance, the workers mixed some cement paste and then used it to build 2 walls. However, Yan Xiaoning felt that this thing wasn't very sturdy, so he asked Falbert. We still have to wait for the cement to solidify. Even if we use glutinous rice mortar, won't the newly built walls be very fragile? Xiaoning, you don't have to worry about these 2 walls today. You can take a look at it tomorrow. At that time, you will find out how magical this cement is. Generally, cement mortar will reach its final solidification after 5 to 8 hours at 20 degrees Celsius. At that time, it won't be able to move with fingers. Faubert was very confident about this, so he said to Yen Xiaoning with certainty. Okay. Then we will take a look at it tomorrow. If the effect is really good, then we won't buy glutinous rice mortar in the future. Yen Xiaoning thought for a while and nodded in agreement. In his opinion, Li Zishuan's foresight and decisiveness were very trustworthy. Chapter 485. Yao, there. Send this letter to my father with a pigeon immediately. Azure Dragon Lane, Wang family residence. Wang Rinbiao stuffed a slip of paper into a small bamboo tube, then handed it to Leng Yuyao, and solemnly instructed. Yes, young master. Leng Yuyao took it with both hands. Seeing that Wang Rinbiao had no other orders, she took the letter and left. Around 3000 BC, the ancient Egyptians started using pigeons to send letters. China was also an ancient country that raised pigeons. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, pigeons were used to send letters in places like Guangzhou in the south. Although pigeons were many times faster than relay stations, it was not something that ordinary people could afford. Pigeons were sensitive to the Earth's magnetic field, and they were especially homesick. This was their innate advantage. But to become a carrier pigeon, the main thing was training. The main purpose of raising carrier pigeons was to fly, compete, and use them. In order to obtain an ideal carrier pigeon, other than careful breeding and scientific breeding, the most important thing was training. The training of a carrier pigeon was very complicated. It had to be trained from a young pigeon, from simple to complicated, from near to far, from day to night, and from basic training to professional training. Therefore, an ideal carrier pigeon was very expensive to train. Even if it was a rich family, they would only use carrier pigeons for urgent letters. This was because carrier pigeons could also encounter accidents on the road. Huff. Let's hope that my father can react in time. Now that the cooperation between the Wang and Li families is about to start, we can't let anything go wrong at this crucial time. After seeing Leng Yuyao off, Wang Rinbiao looked out the door with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. At the same time, more than half of the guards in the capital office followed Dugu Xian and the imperial army out of the city. To a certain extent, this operation of the capital office not only had a certain degree of risk, but it also had a hint of unusual meaning. Ever since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the imperial court and the martial arts world had almost never had a direct confrontation. On one hand, the martial arts sects were very weak at this time. As long as no one was stupid enough to deliberately cause trouble, the imperial court would not take those sects seriously. Of course, the absolute disparity in strength also made the sects in the Jianghu abide by the rules and regulations in recent years. No one dared to go against the imperial court, much less assassinate an important official of the imperial court. It had to be said that the black-clothed man who tried to assassinate Li Zishuan had taken the lead this time. Moreover, he was the one who did not please either the martial arts world or the imperial court. Even though the imperial court was not afraid of these martial artists, the regular yamen runners of the imperial government were. That was why Magistrate Hua had invited Dugu Xian to lead the imperial army to help. In any case, Li Er had said that Dugu Xian would help him. It would be a waste not to use such a powerful helper. Once Dugu Xian made his move, Li Er would naturally receive the news. After all, Li Er had absolute control over all the armies of the Great Tang. Any movement of the imperial army had to be approved by him. 7 cultivators of true virtue. Snake Spirit Mountain? How dare you? Li Er leaned over the imperial table and supported his chin with his hand as he said angrily. In front of him was the secret memorial written by Hua Wenjie. I don't care who the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue is. If you don't give me an explanation for challenging the authority of the imperial court, I will annihilate your sect. Li Er thought coldly as he closed the secret memorial. What is this gray thing? You guys are actually using it to build walls? On Cloud Mountain, Li Tai had just ordered his team to transport back a batch of wood. However, He saw that the usual yellow glutinous rice mortar had disappeared and was replaced by a gray paste that he had never seen before. Furthermore, the workers were still using it to build walls. He could not help but mutter to himself in confusion. This is the latest cement developed by the workshop. It's specifically used to replace glutinous rice mortar. It's said that once this thing solidifies, it's even more durable than glutinous rice mortar. Furthermore, this thing can be brushed on the surface of walls and roads to form a flat and hard outer layer. Yan Xiaoning, who was also observing the cement mortar, walked over and said, "Is it really that magical? But I think this thing is just a pile of gray mud. It doesn't seem as amazing as you said, Xiaoning." Li Tai's eyes widened as he said in disbelief, "Oh. I also heard about this. As for whether it's really that magical, we'll know tomorrow." Yan Xiaoning frowned and said. In fact, he was also skeptical about this. "Heh. Then let's wait and see tomorrow." Li Tai stopped and looked for a while, then shook his head and said. The next day, Li Zishuan also woke up early. He had to go to Cloud Mountain to see the actual effect and reaction of the cement. As for Li Tai, that follower, he had not come over for a few days. Every day, he went to Cloud Mountain by himself. The main reason was that Li Zishuan rarely went to the construction site after he started at Cloud Mountain and assigned all the tasks. Li Tai could only curse him in his heart for his lazy nature. Following the mountain path to the peak of Cloud Mountain, he saw a few cement walls that were as tall as two people standing not far from the mountain gate. The surrounding ground was also gray cement. Now, there was a circle of people surrounding the place. Li Zishuan smiled and walked over. "Heh. This road is hard and flat. Even if it's raining, it won't be affected at all. I didn't expect this. This cement is actually so magical." An old craftsman touched the road with his hand and exclaimed emotionally. "Damn. Little Xian may not be good at other things, but he's still reliable when it comes to researching new things. Xiaoning, this cement is really better than glutinous rice mortar. Haha. This cement road is not bad. It's even smoother than the limestone road. No. This prince's palace also needs to use cement to level the road in the future." Li Tai touched here and there, then he jumped up and patted Yan Xiaoning's shoulder as he laughed heartily. As for why he jumped up, cough cough, of course, it was because of his height. This little fatty only ate and did not exercise since he was young. His horizontal development was too great, and his vertical development was basically not much. Li Zishuan had just walked to the periphery of the crowd when he heard the little fatty's words. His old face could not help but darken. He quickly walked up to Li Tai and slapped him on the back of his head. "What do you mean by I can't do anything? Qingke, tell your master, which part of me can't do?" As a man, the taboo thing was for others to say that he couldn't do anything. This already involved a man's dignity. Li Zishuan was not willing to let this little fatty off easily. Chapter 486. Cough cough. So it's Xiao Xian. Why are you here today? Li Tai, who was in an extremely complacent and overly excited state, was almost scared out of his wits by this sudden attack. When he heard Li Zishuan's words that carried a slightly dangerous aura, the little fatty hurriedly changed to a smiling face and jested. "Humph. Don't try to change the topic. What did you say just now? It seems like you have a lot of opinions about me. Why don't we find a time to have a good chat?" Li Zishuan lightly patted the dust on Li Tai's shoulder and said with a faint smile. No. Li Tai shook his head like a rattle drum, and this guy even showed Li Zishuan a unique skill, saying 32 in 3 seconds. He continued, Xiao Xian, you must have heard wrongly. I didn't say anything bad just now, I was just praising the workshop's new cement. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoning. Am I right? Xiaoning? Li Tai pulled Yan Xiaoning's arm and winked. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded by this fatty's unique skill. He shook his head, and without waiting for Yan Xiaoning to cover up for the little fatty, he said, Hee hee. I'll settle this with you later. After saying that, he walked forward and began to check the quality of the cement wall and the cement road. After pressing and hammering everywhere, Li Zishuan turned around and smiled at Yan Xiaoning with extreme satisfaction. Xiaoning? How is it? This cement can completely replace glutinous rice mortar, right? Yan Xiaoning nodded and said, of course it can, and it's even better than that. Glutinous rice mortar can't satisfy the functions that cement can achieve. Also, I feel that the academy you designed can only match the design style of Yanhuang College if it's built with cement. Ha! Li Zishuan laughed in his heart. Yan Xiaoning's taste was really good. Yanhuang College's design style was based on modern universities. If it wasn't built with cement, of course it would look quite strange. Haha. That's good. That's good. In the future, the workshop will fully supply the cement for the construction site. In terms of construction costs, we will save a lot of money. In this way, we only need to build the academy step by step. Li Zishuan said with a smile as he stood up and led Yan Xiaoning and Li Tai to the shed. And then? Yan Xiaoning glanced at Li Zishuan in annoyance, as if he had seen through all the conspiracies in the world. Then there's no then. Li Zishuan said awkwardly. Haha. Then you won't have to come here every day, right? F***ck. I knew it, little Xian, your stomach is filled with lazy bugs. Yan Xiaoning said rather crazily. Yes, Xiaoning is right. Little Xian, you are really filled with lazy bugs. When Dr. Sun comes to Chang, and next time, you must ask him to treat you properly. Li Tai felt deeply about this. A few days ago, he was privately complaining about Li Zishuan's laziness. In the beginning, he could come to the construction site every day, but he only came once every 2 or 3 days. What was worse was that according to Li Zishuan's words, he might not come in the future. This boss was really infuriating. Qingke. Looks like we need to have a good talk. Li Zishuan squeezed a piece of cement in his hand lightly, and it instantly turned into powder. Then, he looked at Li Tai and asked calmly. No. Li Tai showed off his unique skill again, and then waved his hand and said, haha. You should talk to Xiaoning slowly. I have to bring my team to do a mission. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Li Zishuan then stopped joking and said to Yan Xiaoning seriously, Xiaoning, it's not that I'm lazy, but I have other things to do recently. The academy is already on the right track. Whether it's the funds or the allocation of personnel, they are all in place. I don't think there will be any more problems. When I'm done with this, I will come again to take a look. Yan Xiaoning saw that Li Zishuan was serious and didn't seem to be joking. He also became serious and asked, Little Xian, are you in trouble? If you need help, just let me know. Even if I can't help you, my father can think of a way to help you. It's nothing. I can solve this myself. Xiaoning, you can focus on building the academy. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said casually. This was his personal grudge, and he didn't want to drag his good brother into it. Okay. Since you don't want to say more, I won't ask. Anyway, if you need help, just let me know. Yan Xiaoning was silent for a while and sighed. Haha. Good brother. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Feiji. The brothers have been patrolling around the mansion for the past few days. Did you notice anything strange? In the afternoon, Li Zishuan called the security captain at home, Brother Chicken, over and asked in a deep voice. Strange? I didn't hear anything strange from the brothers. Lord Ju, what's wrong? Did something happen? Pang Feiji was confused at first, then asked in a panic. The security captain was also under a lot of pressure. Nothing. But recently, ask the brothers to be more alert. If they notice an unknown master sneaking in, don't fight blindly. Warn them immediately to avoid unnecessary deaths and injuries. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said seriously to Brother Chicken. Lord Jew. Could it be that there will be more assassins? Pang Feiji's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked with a little excitement. Brother Chicken had been idle for so long, he expressed that his big knife was thirsty for blood. Of course, he would be excited if there were blind people coming to him. Well, it's possible. I've already found out the identity of the assassin who tried to assassinate me a few days ago. He's from a sect, and I'm afraid that he'll bring his sect members to seek revenge. At this point, Li Zishuan glanced at Brother Chicken and said, "Don't get any ideas. Don't underestimate these Jianghu people. This sect has masters at the peak of master stage. Brothers, if you meet them, don't be rash." Peak of master stage. Brother Chicken was secretly speechless and scared. But after a moment, he came to his senses and said, "Lord Ju, this is Chang'an. Even if he is at the great guru realm, I don't think he would dare to behave atrociously here. But we can't always be on guard like this. Why don't my brothers and I follow you to destroy that stupid sect?" Chapter 487. Let's destroy that shitty sect together. Li Zishuan murmured. Then, he looked at Brother Chicken and said with a faint smile, "All right. I'll take you guys to destroy that sect in a few days. Feiji, you'll be the vanguard." Huh? Brother Chicken was dumbfounded. He was just shouting the slogan to show his loyalty. How could he dare to face a peak Grand Master? Wasn't that courting death? Cough, cough. Lord Ju, this. Brother Chicken stuttered for a long time, not knowing how to smooth things over. He was extremely embarrassed. Haha. Look at how scared you are. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just teasing you. Revenge must be taken, but I, Li Zishuan, won't let my brothers die for nothing. It's said that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma. If we attack it by force, there will be a lot of casualties. We must have a foolproof plan. Besides, we haven't found the specific location of Snake Spirit Mountain yet. We'll make another plan after we get the news from the government. If the 7 cultivators of virtue is willing to hand over the murderer, then it's fine. If they don't, then I have a way to teach them a lesson. Lord Ju, I, Old Pang, am not afraid. My head is as big as a bowl, what's there to be afraid of? When you want to destroy the 7 cultivators of virtue, remember to call me along." Perhaps Li Zishuan's confidence had infected Pang Feiji. Brother Chicken's face was flushed as he shouted loudly. Haha. All right. I'll bring you along if I need you. In the depths of Qinling Mountain. A huge mountain stood between the heavens and the earth. The mountain was as tall as the sky, and it was covered with lush trees. They were so dense that it seemed as if they were going to cover the entire mountain without letting the wind in. The strange thing was that the other mountains were filled with the chirping of insects and birds, but this mountain was eerily quiet. Even the birds in the sky took the initiative to take a detour when they were about to reach this mountain. In the forest, a winding mountain path could be vaguely seen. If one looked carefully, they would find that the whole mountain was surrounded by a faint black fog, which looked extremely evil. And at the bottom of this mountain, there was a huge rock that was half the height of a person. On it, there were 3 blood-red words, Snake Spirit Mountain. At the top of the mountain, houses of various sizes were sparsely distributed. One could vaguely see groups of 2 or 3 young people dressed in green robes walking on the small paths. The sleeves of their robes were embroidered with a giant 7-headed snake, looking exceptionally terrifying. This was the headquarters of the 7 cultivators of virtue. Humph. Junior brother. You are really muddle-headed. That Li Zishuan is the founding father of the dynasty. Now, he is the crown prince, Zhan Shi. How could you dare to assassinate him? In a secret room, a tall man with red hair said to the thin man in black who was meditating in the corner. Senior brother. Ever since I returned to the sect the day before yesterday, how many times have you said these words to me? That Li Zishuan killed my most beloved disciple. If I don't exterminate his entire family, how can I still call myself the Snake King? How can I face my disciple who died so tragically? So what if he was a county man? If worse comes to worst, I will perish together with him. The skinny man opened his eyes and roared angrily. Looking at his eyes, his figure, and his words, it was clear that he was the black-masked assassin who tried to assassinate Li Zixuan a few days ago, Snake King. Flying Snake was his disciple. Flying Snake was really unlucky that day. As a middle-stage Grand Master, he tried to assassinate Li Zixuan, a small fry, who was half a step away from the supreme power realm. Not only did he fail to kill Li Zixuan in seconds, but he also almost lost his head. Even though he managed to survive, his last move to escape consumed a lot of his life potential, which directly led to a great loss of his strength. Now, he was basically equivalent to a martial artist who had just entered the supreme power realm. At that time, he was covered in injuries and his true chi was almost exhausted. However, he didn't dare to return to the sect to heal his injuries immediately because there were hundreds of Imperial guards chasing after him. After stumbling and hiding for several days, Snake King took advantage of the fact that the wind was gradually calming down and secretly returned to the sect. The Snake King of a generation was reduced to such a pitiful state. Foolish. Stupid. Since ancient times, the common people have never fought with the government. Our sect should have just stayed put and quietly made a fortune. Why did you have to provoke the imperial court? The current emperor has a strong army under him. How can a small sect like the 7 cultivators of true virtue provoke him? You're forcing the 7 cultivators of true virtue to a dead end. The red-haired man glared at him and scolded angrily. What was even more strange was that his eyes were also red. Humph. Senior brother, don't worry. I won't implicate the sect. When I tried to assassinate Li Zixuan that day, I was masked. No one knows my true identity. And no one knows that I'm from the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Snake King snorted with dissatisfaction. Bullshit. The red-haired man angrily punched the stone wall next to him and roared, I heard a disciple say this morning that a large number of the Imperial Court's troops appeared in the periphery of the Qinling Mountains. I'm afraid Li Zixuan has already investigated your background. Our 7 cultivators of true virtue is in danger. What? That's impossible. Snake King's face suddenly changed. He stood up and muttered, impossible. I haven't walked around in Jianghu for more than 10 years. Plus, I was masked that day. How could anyone recognize me? Maybe those troops aren't here for the 7 cultivators of true virtue. The red-haired man coldly snorted and said, humph. I hope they aren't here for us. Otherwise, the 7 cultivators of true virtue will definitely suffer a calamity. Snake King had already calmed down at this time. He expressionlessly said, if they are really here for us, senior brother can just hand me over. I, Snake King, will bear the consequences of my own actions. I won't implicate the sect. As soon as his voice fell, the temperature in the stone room suddenly dropped to the freezing point. The red-haired man's face alternated between blue and white. After a while, he flicked his sleeves and roared, bastard. Do you think I, Ian Batian, am a despicable person who would betray my fellow junior brother in exchange for my own safety? Even if you made a mistake, I, as your senior brother, will shoulder it with you. At worst, the entire 7 cultivators of true virtue will die with us. Senior brother, Snake King was startled. A touched expression appeared on his face as he said, I've implicated senior brother this time. Humph. Although I, Ian Batian, won't betray my fellow disciples, junior brother, you were too reckless this time. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue can escape this calamity, you'll have to reflect on your actions. The Imperial Court isn't something we can provoke. Ian Batian waved his hand and said unhappily. His face was still clouded over. Senior brother is right. But senior brother, why are you so pessimistic? Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma and is a natural stronghold. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, our 7 cultivators of true virtue has a peak grandmaster like you. If the Imperial Court wants to flatten our sect, they'll have to pay with 10,000 lives. Snake King gave Badian some face and admitted his mistake verbally. Then, he said with a ruthless face. Chapter 488. Snake King was right. The 7 cultivators of true virtue was a natural stronghold surrounded by cliffs. There was only one mountain path leading to the 7 cultivators of true virtue, and this mountain path was winding and had many dangerous passes. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that one man could hold the pass while 10,000 men couldn't pass. Not to mention, the Snake Spirit Mountain was full of poisonous miasma. If one came, one would die. The reason why the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue weren't poisoned was because they had been taking the sect's special anti-poison pills all year round, so they were completely immune to the poison. Inside the secret chamber, Snake King saw that Badian was hesitating and didn't say anything, so he continued to persuade him. Senior brother, although Li Zishuan is in a high position now, I don't believe that Li Zishuan would be willing to take the lives of more than 10,000 people just to avenge his personal grudge. If those troops really come for us, we just need to set up ambushes at the various passes. Even if they don't die from the poison, they will be killed by the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. We just need to kill them until Li Zishuan feels heartache and withdraws his troops. This guy was getting more and more presumptuous. He even dared to call Li Er by his name. If outsiders heard him, they would definitely sue him for treason. However, Badian didn't react. Apparently, he had heard similar words many times. At this moment, he silently stared at the stone wall and pondered for a while before saying, "But if we do that, won't our 7 cultivators of true virtue be in complete opposition to the imperial court? In the future, the disciples of our 7 cultivators of true virtue won't be able to move an inch in Great Tang, and the other righteous sects will also attack us. After all, junior brother, your assassination of an imperial court official is a big taboo in the martial world." Pfft. Snake King sneered and said, "Senior brother, why are you so indecisive today? You only have 2 choices now. Either you hand me over in exchange for the imperial court's forgiveness, or you protect me and fight the imperial court to the end. After this incident, we'll go somewhere else and set up another sect." After saying this, Snake King paused for a moment and a trace of ridicule flashed on his face. As for those righteous sects of the martial world, they're just a bunch of hypocrites. Hasn't our 7 cultivators of true virtue always been independent of the martial world? Why do we need to worry about their attitude? It had to be said that Snake King was extremely arrogant. He did not even take the 3 great martial arts sects of the Central Plains seriously. Badian frowned. After pondering for a moment, he finally made up his mind and said, "It's impossible for me to hand over my fellow disciples. Now, we can only fight to the death with the imperial court. If the imperial court is willing to take a step back, then we will take a step back too." Snake King smiled and cupped his hands in front of his chest. Hee hee. "Thank you for your righteousness, senior brother. Humph. Recuperate well. I'll arrange for a few disciples to gather information at the foot of the mountain." Badian was a little unhappy to have encountered such an unexpected calamity. He waved his hand, gave some instructions, and walked out of the secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, Snake King sat down cross-legged again. However, he was no longer in the mood to heal himself. He was thinking about how Li Zishuan was going to lead his troops to besiege Snake Spirit Mountain. Hee hee hee. "Little bastard, you better come here personally this time. I'll make sure you die on Snake Spirit Mountain," Snake King said viciously. Then, he closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and continued to recuperate. Southeast of Chang'an City, Dunhua Square. In a mansion of a wealthy family. Exquisite pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, secluded and beautiful corridors, as well as large rockery, an ancient stage, and exquisite jade were scattered in picturesque disorder in this enormous courtyard. Beautiful trees and exotic flowers could be seen. A clear stream zigzagged from the depths of the flowers and flowed under the stone crevices. A few steps further and gradually to the north, it was flat and wide. Buildings on both sides pierced into the air, and the carved sills were hidden between the trees and the colonel looking down, there was a clear stream flowing with snow. Stone pillars pierced through the clouds. White stones formed a railing around the edge of the pool. There were 3 stone bridges, and the faces of beasts could be seen. Obviously, this was an extremely wealthy family. Granduncle. I heard that yesterday afternoon, the capital magistrate sent out a large group of Yamen runners. They followed Dugu Xian out of Chang'an City and headed to Qinling Mountain. They haven't returned to the city yet. In the depths of the courtyard, there was an elegant room. There was plenty of sunlight in the room, and there were luxurious furnishings. There were all kinds of beautiful carvings on the window, and there was a half-burned white candle on the table. In the room, a young man bowed to a white-haired old man who was half lying on the couch in front of him. The white-haired old man was like a man on the verge of death. He always looked listless. After a long time, he opened his mouth and asked, "What's the matter?" After a long time, he asked, "So, Li Zishuan has found out about Snake King's background?" The young man bowed and answered, "Most likely. Ever since the assassination, the imperial court hasn't given up on investigating Snake King. According to our informants, Li Zishuan went to the capital magistrate yesterday afternoon. Not long after he left, the capital magistrate and Dugu Xian acted at the same time. Therefore, I'm guessing that Li Zishuan most likely has clues about Snake King." It's not 80%, it's 100%. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Such a lousy person can't do anything right, but is good at spoiling things. However, I didn't expect Li Zishuan to be able to find Snake King's whereabouts so quickly. It seems that this kid didn't get to where he is today by luck. Then, Granduncle. What should we do now? The young man hesitated for a moment before asking. Why? Xianji, are you afraid? Didn't you say that you weren't worried? Please forgive me, Granduncle. I'm not afraid of personal honor or disgrace, but I'm afraid that my plan will bring disaster to the family. The young man said with sincerity. Haha. Good boy. I didn't misjudge you. The white-haired old man laughed loudly. Xianji, you don't have to worry. Your plan this time is very good. It's just that you used the wrong person. Even if that stupid thing is caught and spits out the truth, there's no evidence. The imperial court has no reason to convict us. Besides, it's still unknown whether the imperial court can catch him alive or not. The Snake Spirit Mountain is not a good place to go. You're so wise, Granduncle. Xianji is impressed. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Ha! Don't flatter me, kid. Although the white-haired old man said that, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He waved his hand and continued. Xuanji, although this matter has failed, you have shown Granduncle your wisdom, so don't be discouraged. Think of other ways to get rid of this scourge, Li Zishuan, in the next few days. It's best if you can join forces with the other Lis. There's strength in numbers, after all. Haha. Yes, Granduncle. Chapter 489. Husband. Did something happen in the past few days? I've seen you with a worried frown on your face several times. Night. Li Mansion West Courtyard. Han Yushi asked softly while helping Li Zishuan undress. Well, something happened. Do you remember the assassin in the east of Chang'an City a few days ago? Li Zishuan nodded and said. Husband and wife were one. Besides, the Seven Cultivators sect was not a very powerful force in Li Zishuan's eyes, so he felt that there was no need to hide it from his wife. Han Yushi's hand that was holding the clothes suddenly trembled. She frowned and her voice suddenly became cold as she replied, Of course I remember. That person injured you. If I had the ability, I would definitely tear him into pieces. Li Zishuan chuckled, turned around, and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. Haha. Let the men do the fighting and killing. Wife, you just need to eat, drink, and rest well. Han Yushi angrily said, Eat, drink, and rest well? Wouldn't I become a pig? Haha. What's wrong with pigs? Pigs are the second smartest animals in the world. Go away. Husband, don't joke around, let's talk business. What did you mean by the assassin just now? Could it be that you met him again in the past few days? Han Yushi rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and asked seriously. Oh. That's not it. Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi to lie on the bed together and then continued, yesterday, I accidentally heard the origin of the assassin from Wang Rinbiao's house. It was said that he was from the Seven Cultivators sect of Snake Spirit Mountain. Then, I went to the capital office and asked Magistrate Hua to help me find the specific location of Snake Spirit Mountain. I think there should be a result in a few days. Snake Spirit Mountain? Han Yushi muttered it again. In the end, she still felt that she had never heard of it before. She then said, I hope that the capital government can bring this assassin to justice. Otherwise, my heart will always be uneasy. Although Li Zishuan knew in his heart that this matter would not be resolved so easily, he still comforted him, of course, of course. I'll definitely catch the assassin this time. Wife, let's rest early. Okay. This cement is really interesting. In the Sweet Dew Hall, the candlelight was still lit even in the middle of the night. Li Er played with a palm-sized cement block on the dragon table and smiled meaningfully. Beside him sat Empress Zhangsun. This husband and wife were not sleeping in the Li Zheng Hall in the middle of the night. Instead, they came to the Sweet Dew Hall to work. Who knew what they were thinking? Your Majesty, did Qin bring this back today? Empress Zhangsun asked curiously. Haha. That's right. It said that this is a new material that Li Zishuan asked the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop to develop to replace glutinous rice mortar. Now, it seems that the effect is unexpectedly good. Li Er sighed and then handed a large piece of cement to Empress Zhangsun. Speaking of which, who knew where Li Tai broke a piece of cement road from the construction site and brought it back? It was estimated that some craftsman would curse again tomorrow. Wow. It's so sturdy. Your Majesty, is this large piece all made of cement? Empress Zhangsun took it and squeezed it with her hand. She was immediately shocked and asked hurriedly. Yes, indeed. The shaping ability of this cement is completely superior to that of glutinous rice mortar. Li Zishuan has brought a new, more practical, and cheaper thing to our Tang dynasty. Li Er sighed with emotion. Your Majesty, how did you know that this cement is cheaper than glutinous rice mortar? Empress Zhangsun asked curiously. Needless to say, it's easy to guess. If the cost of this thing is higher than that of glutinous rice mortar, why would Li Zishuan spend so much effort to study it? I estimate that the composition of this cement should be just some sand and lime. It doesn't contain any expensive raw materials. If Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely give Li Er a wave of 6666666. Old Li's preliminary guess was simply too awesome. In that case, if this cement had appeared 10 years earlier, wouldn't the city walls of Chang and city save a lot of money? Besides, if the city walls were built with cement, they should be stronger, right? Empress Zhangsun said with regret. The predecessor of the Tang dynasty's capital, Chang'an, was Daxing City built by Yuan Kai in the early Sui dynasty. The Yuanhe County Atlas recorded Sui's camp capital. Yuan Kai had 6 high slopes in the north and south of Vermilion Bird Street, which were the signs of the Qian hexagram. Therefore, he built the palace with 92 to be the residence of the emperor, and established 100 departments with 93 to be the number of gentlemen. He didn't want ordinary people to live there, so he built Xuandu Temple and Xingshan Temple to guard it. It meant to refer to the theory of Zhou Yi's signs and the Qian hexagram's 6 lines to carry out the overall layout design of the capital. In the first year of Wuda, the Tang dynasty was just established. Li Yuan ordered Yan Lai to rebuild the outer city of Chang'an City. The mileage of the Tang dynasty was 360 steps for 1 li, and 300 steps for 1 li for 1 li. The big foot was 12 inches, and the small foot was 10 inches. At that time, the total length of the outer city walls of Chang'an City had reached about 36 kilometers. This was undoubtedly an unparalleled grand project in that era. Of course, the money spent was also an astronomical figure. Therefore, Empress Zhongsun felt a little regretful when she saw the cement. Ever since the Wei River Alliance, last year, Li Er had been worrying about money. Empress Zhongsun was naturally especially sensitive and concerned about saving money. Haha. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to say more. Moreover, no matter how strong the city walls are, they will be useless in the face of a truly strong enemy. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty are the strongest city walls of the Tang dynasty. If the descendants of the future generations fail to live up to expectations and are attacked by foreign soldiers, they can only hide within the city walls. Then, I feel that it's better for the country to perish. My Tang dynasty must have the 4 barbarians submit and all the country's fear. No one will be able to attack Chang and city anymore. Speaking of the city walls, Li Er suddenly remembered that last year, Shili and Tuli Khan led 200,000 Turkic soldiers to the Wei River and attacked Chang and city. At that time, if Shili was a little braver and attacked Chang and city recklessly, even if the city walls of Chang and city were tall and majestic, they would not be able to withstand the attack of these 200,000 soldiers. This made Li Er have a new view of the city walls. It was better to attack forcefully than to defend to the death. This was the difference between Li Er and the emperors of the future generations. If Li Zexuan had time traveled to the Song dynasty or the middle to late Ming dynasty, if he were to create cement again, there was a 90% chance that the emperors of that time would use the cement to strengthen the city walls and defend against foreign enemies. They would increase the defense and ensure their survival. However, what Li Er pursued was completely to use offense as defense. When all the enemies were terrified, naturally, there would be no need for the city walls to defend against foreign enemies. Chapter 490. Rua. In the Ganlu Palace. Empress Zhongsun looked at the lofty and ambitious Li Er. Like a young girl who always liked heroes, a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes. She slowly praised him. Your Majesty's words are true and reasonable. This is the blessing of the Tang Empire's people. Ha 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 ha. Being praised by his own woman, Li Er naturally had reason to be happy. He laughed heartily and said, Guanyin maid, don't praise me. Otherwise, if I get carried away and make any mistakes in government affairs, Wei Xuanqing will scold me to my face again. As the ruler of a country, he was actually afraid of a subject. Li Er could be considered to be a first. At this time, Li Er was still at the stage where he was working hard to govern. He liked to listen to his subjects' remonstrances. However, Wei Zheng's way of remonstrance was really difficult to accept. Every time Wei Zheng tried to persuade him, Li Er would feel both pain and joy. Pfft! Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty really knows how to joke. However, if all the cities in the Tang Empire follow your Majesty's strategy of using offense as defense, wouldn't the cement have less use for it? Li Er touched his stubbled chin and pondered. That won't happen. The superior performance of cement determines that it will be suitable for many places, such as the official roads. At this point, Li Er became a little high-spirited. He said hopefully, if all the official roads in the Tang Empire are built with this cement, then the time spent on the road to other places in the future will be greatly reduced. Correspondingly, once a war breaks out somewhere, the imperial army can also arrive as soon as possible. Therefore, this cement really has a wide range of uses. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on finding such a talent. Empress Zhongsun laughed with a double meaning. Ha 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 ha. Deep in the Qinling Mountains, countless small groups of soldiers could be vaguely seen searching in different directions and then gathering together every once in a while. This was a small strategy that Dugu Xian came up with. He divided his soldiers into teams of 5 and spread out in different directions to search. They agreed to meet up a few miles ahead. The entire team was like a spider weaving a web, slowly covering the entire Qinling Mountains. This kind of carpet search made it impossible for the mysterious Snake Spirit Mountain to escape. Today was already the 3rd day since the army entered the mountains. In these 3 days, the army would camp at night and continue to search during the day. Everyone suffered greatly. After all, the living environment in the mountains during summer was not good. On the contrary, it was somewhat bad because there were many mosquitoes and poisonous insects. Reporting. General. An evil mountain peak was discovered in the southwest direction. The words Snake Spirit Mountain were written on a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. Dugu Xian had been paying attention to the state of the army, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were exhausted. Just as he was wondering if he should bring the army out for a day of rest, he saw a rider galloping over from afar. Then, a soldier dismounted and ran up to him, excitedly saying, "Brother Dugu Xian, you're exhausted." "What? Did you find the Snake Spirit Mountain?" Dugu Xian asked excitedly. Reporting to the general, "We found it." "I found it." Haha. Dugu Xian laughed loudly, then ordered, "Pass down the order. All teams gather here immediately." "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, the mixed army formed by the bailiffs of the capital and the imperial guards gathered together again. There were about 2,000 of them, and under Dugu Xian's order, the army began to move toward the southwest direction. The smart soldiers immediately guessed that their trip into the mountains was about to end, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After about 3 miles, a mountain shrouded in black fog finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The words Snake Spirit Mountain were written on a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain in red. There was no sound of insects or birds on the mountain, and it looked very evil. Dugu Xian made a gesture. The army stopped. Dugu Feiying, who was at the side, said worriedly, "Big brother, there's something strange about this mountain." "Big brother, I'm afraid there's something strange about this mountain. Why don't I bring a team to explore it first?" Dugu Xian frowned and hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "No. I have a feeling that this mountain is very dangerous. How about this, Feiying? Bring 2 men out of the mountain immediately and return to Chang and to report the situation here to His Majesty. If we want to force our way up the mountain, we won't be able to do it. I'm afraid this mountain is really filled with poisonous miasma like what Li Xiannan said." "Yes, big brother." Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and replied. Then, he picked 2 men, mounted his horse, and prepared to leave the mountain to report. "Okay. Wait." Dugu Xian suddenly stopped Dugu Feiying. "Is there anything else, big brother? When you enter the palace to meet His Majesty, send someone to Yongla Lane and inform Li Xiannan as well." Dugu Xian thought about it and said. "Got it, big brother." "What? You found the Snake Spirit Mountain? Then why did Dugu Xian send you back? Did you run into some trouble?" Gamla Palace, the morning court had just ended, and Li Er had changed into casual clothes and was about to review some memorials in Gamla Palace when he heard a servant report that Dugu Feiying was requesting an audience. He quickly let Dugu Feiying in, but he didn't expect to hear such news. "Your Majesty is wise. The army has indeed found the Snake Spirit Mountain and is currently stationed at the foot of the mountain. There is indeed a reason why they haven't attacked the mountain yet." Dugu Feiying went forward and explained the situation of the Snake Spirit Mountain to Li Er in detail. After hearing it, Li Er stood up and said without hesitation, "Dugu Xian, take another 3,000 imperial guards and go support Dugu Xian. You must make 7 cultivators of virtue hand over the assassin. Otherwise, take the army and attack." "Yes, sir." Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and replied. Li Er looked at Zhao Song and said, "Pass down the decree. Order the Imperial Physician Bureau to send 2 imperial physicians who are experts in detoxification to go with Dugu Feiying. Tell them to find the antidote as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Ha ha ha. I've finally found these guys who were hiding their heads but showing their tails." Translated by Kyomura, 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 "Little brother, please wait for a moment. I'll go with you." Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. When Li Zishuan heard the news from the messenger, he was so excited that he accidentally said the dirty words he learned from watching live broadcasts in his previous life. He had been anxiously waiting for news for the past few days. The messenger soldier was confused, but he still understood the last part. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir. Sir." Although Dugu Xian didn't say that he could let Li Zishuan go with him, he couldn't do anything if Li Zishuan made the decision. He was just a small soldier. Chapter 491. Hiya. Hiya. At noon, Li Zishuan didn't even have time to eat lunch. He led Pang Feiji and the other marquises to meet up with Dugu Feiying, who had just come out of the palace. The army of more than 3,000 people rushed out of the city and headed toward the depths of Qinling Mountain. Ha ha ha. Feiying. I didn't expect to fight alongside you two brothers again. Awesome, awesome. Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying walked side by side at the front of the army. Dabai was very powerful. Its speed was not inferior to Dugu Feiying's horse at all. It's my honor to fight alongside you, Lord Zhu. Putting aside his official status, Li Zishuan was a martial arts grandmaster. Dugu Feiying didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly replied humbly. Haha. What do you mean, Lord Zhu? If you two brothers didn't save me in time last time, I might have gone to meet the King of Hell. Li Zishuan looked at Dugu Feiying and laughed. Feiying, just call me by my name in the future. I still owe you two a drink for what happened last time. After we take down Snake Spirit Mountain, let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a drink. Dugu Feiying was very happy to gain the friendship of a martial arts master. He quickly said, "My brother and I were just doing our job last time. We don't dare to take credit for it. But the Drunken Immortal restaurant's wine is famous in Chang'an. So, let's have a drink together." Haha. Li Zishuan thought that Dugu Feiying would humbly decline, but he didn't expect to hear such an answer. Dugu Feiying was much easier to get along with compared to Dugu Xian's cold personality. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Good. Feiying is very generous. After this battle, we'll drink until we're drunk. We'll drink until we're drunk. Haha. Snake Spirit Mountain, 7 Cultivators Sect. Sect Leader, bad news. A large number of soldiers have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Snake Spirit Mountain has been surrounded. The exit was also heavily guarded. Just now, a disciple from the kitchen went down the mountain to buy groceries and was caught red-handed by a group of soldiers. The general leading the group said that he would not withdraw his troops unless you hand over the culprit. Now, our sect's people can no longer leave the mountain. In the highest hall of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, a green-robed disciple walked in and bowed to Een Badian. Although he was mentally prepared, Een Badian still couldn't help but panic when he heard that the army was coming. He sorted out his thoughts and forced himself to calm down. I understand. Immediately pass down the order for all the disciples to be on standby in the previously arranged positions. Whoever dares to invade the sect will be killed without mercy. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy. The disciple in green, who was sitting below, was pale and trembling. Sect. Sect leader, those people are from the Imperial Army. If we kill them, won't we be? Ugh. Humph. What's the point of keeping you if you don't obey the sect leader's orders? Een Badian and Snake King were bold, but that didn't mean that the other ordinary disciples in the sect had the courage to go against the Imperial Army. Just as the green-robed disciple was about to say, "It's the same as rebelling," a black figure suddenly flashed in from outside the door. As the figure flashed, a thin line of blood appeared on the green-robed disciple's neck. The figure stood still, and Snake King appeared in the hall. He looked at the blood on his spikes, turned around, and coldly said to the disciples in the hall. The 7 Cultivators sect has nurtured you for decades. Now that the sect is under siege, instead of repaying the kindness, you intend to rebel. How despicable. From now on, all of you must work together to resist the enemy. If anyone dares to surrender, he will end up like you. The green-robed disciple just happened to fall to the ground, holding his neck. His blood dyed the ground red, and the temperature in the hall immediately dropped to the freezing point. What's wrong? My words to the sect leader no longer have any effect? While everyone was silent, Snake King's emotionless voice once again reached everyone's ears. The disciples in the hall immediately came to their senses and trembled as they said, "We obey the sect leader's orders. We obey the elder's orders." Humph. Then why aren't you going? Snake King indifferently glanced at everyone and coldly said, "Yes." The disciples in the hall hurriedly rushed out in a line. Enbadian sat on the seat of honor and expressionlessly watched Snake King's self-directed performance. At this time, he said, "Junior brother, have you fully recovered from your injuries?" Snake King shook his head and replied, "I've only recovered 60%. Now that the situation is urgent, how can I be at ease and recuperate alone in the secret chamber?" At this time, he glanced at the green-robed disciple on the ground and bowed to Enbadian. "I had no choice but to kill Qin Fei earlier to calm the people down. I hope senior brother can forgive me." Clearly, Snake King was also afraid that his overbearing action would make Enbadian unhappy, so he could only lower his head and beg for forgiveness. Enbadian waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Ever since Master passed away, although we're called senior brother in name, we're as close as real brothers. I won't take such a small matter to heart. The most important thing now is to think of a way to make the imperial court retreat as soon as possible. After all, defending the mountain to death is not a long-term plan. Senior brother is right. However, the reason why the soldiers haven't attacked yet is probably because they already know the power of the Snake Spirit Mountain's poisonous miasma. We don't have to panic too much. Moreover, our sect's food reserves are enough to last for half a year. If we continue to waste time like this, the imperial court won't be able to hold on for long." Snake King nodded and analyzed the situation for Enbadian. "Okay. Junior brother, you should hurry up and recuperate. I'll go down the mountain to negotiate with them." Enbadian thought for a while and suddenly decided. "Senior brother, you must be careful. If you encounter that brat Li Zishuan, if you can kill him in one move, don't save it for the second move. That brat is evil and ruthless. He'll be a disaster sooner or later if we let him live." Flying Snake couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred when he thought of Li Zishuan. However, his injuries hadn't healed yet, and he could only use less than 60% of his strength at most. He wasn't a match for Li Zishuan at all, so he could only tactfully ask Enbadian for help. "Oh. Junior brother, don't worry. Although they have a lot of people, they won't be able to stop me if I run away with all my strength. As for Li Zishuan, if there's a chance, I'll definitely capture him and use him to threaten the imperial court to retreat." Although Enbadian didn't have a big grudge against Li Zishuan, he had his own ideas. He wanted to use Li Zishuan as a breakthrough point to solve the crisis of the 7 cultivators sect with the smallest price. Senior brother is brilliant. Snake King was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and flattered him. Chapter 492. Behave yourself. Our general will ask you a question in a while. If you dare to lie, I'll chop off your head. At the foot of Serpent Spirit Mountain, dozens of military tents had been set up here. It was clear that Dugu Xian had realized how difficult it was to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue and planned to fight a protracted battle. One had to admit that the imperial army was indeed an elite force. They were able to set up so many military tents in just half an hour. Strict discipline and clear division of labor. It wasn't without reason that Great Tang was able to stand at the top of the world. A soldier escorted a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to the commander's tent in the center and threatened the disciple. "Sir, this lowly one doesn't dare to lie." "I don't dare to lie." The blue-clothed disciple was just a kitchen steward of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. When had he ever seen such a scene before? He had long been scared out of his wits by the imperial army's murderous aura. When he heard the soldier's words, he quickly cried and promised. Looking at his expression, he was just short of swearing to the heavens. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, this grandpa's horsewhip would have been used on you." The soldier was very satisfied and said a few words before bringing the disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue out of the commander's tent. Reporting to the general, the disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue has been brought here. Please give me your orders. The soldier dared to act arrogantly in front of the blue-clothed disciple, but he didn't dare to do the same in front of Dugu Xien. He cupped his fists and bowed to Dugu Xien like a docile little lamb. Bring him in. Dugu Xien faintly said, and then ordered. Yes. The soldier cupped his fists and left the tent. Then, he brought the blue-clothed disciple in. Dugu Xien waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Then, he said to the blue-clothed disciple indifferently, "Tell me your name first. Also, tell me where your ancestral home is and how long you've been in the 7 cultivators of true virtue." Although Dugu Xian's tone was calm, the green-robed disciple felt as if he was facing a monster that had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This was the murderous aura of a general who had experienced many battles. I'm Lu Baodan, and my ancestral home is Taiyuan. My parents passed away due to illness 12 years ago, and I heard that the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was looking for someone to cook for them. Since they provided food and lodging, I went to give it a try. The sect master felt that my cooking skills were pretty good, so he allowed me to stay. Later on, I stayed in the Serpent Spirit Mountain and helped them cook. The green-clothed disciple was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and answered Dugu Xien honestly. Then let me ask you, has anyone from your 7 cultivators of true virtue been seriously injured recently? This was where Dugu Xian's brilliance lay. Although he didn't know the name of the assassin that day, he was certain that the assassin was seriously injured. Therefore, by asking this question, he might be able to get some information from this disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Seriously injured? Lu Baodan frowned and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, replying to the general, "I've never heard of anyone from the 7 cultivators of true virtue being seriously injured recently." Dugu Xien coldly grunted. Lu Baodan suddenly felt the surrounding air become colder. He quickly kowtowed and said, "General, please understand. I've never heard of anyone being injured. I'm not lying. In fact, this unlucky kid really wasn't lying." Snake King had sneaked back to the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect that day and had been in seclusion to heal his injuries. Even if he occasionally appeared in front of the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, he still had the appearance of a great expert. Outsiders simply couldn't see that he was injured. Take him away and keep him in custody. Dugu Xien also saw that Lu Baodan didn't seem to be lying, so he waved his hand and impatiently ordered. Hiya. Sir Li, wait. On the lush mountain path of the Qinling Mountains, a white-clothed woman galloped on her horse and chased after the sect extermination team, led by Li Zishuan. Those who could join the imperial army were all elite soldiers. When the soldiers at the back of the team noticed that someone dared to rush into the army, they quickly jumped on their horses and held their spears in front of them to stop her. Who are you? The imperial army is on duty. Unrelated people, step aside. A young general pointed his spear at the white-clothed woman and shouted. The white-clothed woman didn't care and didn't slow down at all. She and her horse galloped toward them. The young general's face turned cold. He waved his hand, and the surrounding imperial army soldiers immediately waved their spears, ready to fight. A battle was about to break out, but the white-clothed woman didn't show the slightest fear. She still rushed toward them without a care. Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of the team. Then, a figure rushed to the back of the team. It was Li Zishuan. The dozens of imperial army soldiers in the formation hesitated. They didn't know if they should listen to Li Zishuan. After all, the commander-in-chief of this team of imperial army soldiers wasn't Li Zishuan. Then, Dugu Feiying also came over. He waved his hand and said, "Put away your weapons." "Yes, sir." Only then did the dozens of imperial army soldiers put away their spears. Then, they automatically surrounded Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying. "Miss Leng, why are you here?" Li Zishuan was secretly impressed by the Imperial Army's well-trained training. However, he didn't stop walking. He quickly walked to the white-clothed woman and asked. "That's right, the person who came was Leng Yuyao." Leng Yuyao got off her horse and cupped her hands at Li Zishuan. "Lord Zhu, my young master has something to tell you today. However, he heard that you have left the city, so he ordered me to come and tell you." Li Zishuan looked at Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army soldiers around him. He hesitated and said, "Miss Leng, we are preparing to go to Snake Spirit Mountain. If your matter isn't urgent, can we talk about it in a few days? What Yuyao wants to tell you is about the 7 cultivators sect on Snake Spirit Mountain. If Lord Zhu is in a hurry, we can talk about it while we walk." Leng Yuyao said. "Bringing a beauty to war?" This, Li Zishuan looked at Dugu Feiying who was next to him. This guy was just winking at him, but now, he acted as if he didn't know anything. He turned his head to the side and shouted at the Imperial Army soldiers, "Continue marching. Continue marching." After saying that, he turned his horse around and rushed towards Snake Spirit Mountain. When he came to Li Zishuan's side, he whispered, "Ahem, little Xian, I didn't see anything. But you have to take it easy. It won't look good if sister-in-law finds out." Li Zishuan almost vomited blood when he heard that. Does this guy think that I'm having an affair with Leng Yuyao? He wanted to explain, but Dugu Feiying had already run far away. So, he could only give up. He might have given up, but it didn't mean that Leng Yuyao would do the same. This girl was cold and arrogant. She would kill someone if she didn't agree with him. Although Dugu Feiying's voice was soft, she heard it clearly. She snorted coldly, picked up a stone with the tip of her foot, caught it with one hand, and threw it at the back of Dugu Feiying's head. Chapter 493. Whoosh! The pebble that Leng Yuyao threw was about the size of a pigeon egg. She threw it with all her might, and the pebble went straight for the back of Dugu Feiying's head. Li Zishuan saw everything clearly from the back, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. He couldn't help but think that this girl was really ruthless. Because if this attack landed, even if Dugu Feiying didn't die, he would become a retard. Seeing that the pebble was about to hit him, Dugu Feiying used one hand to support himself on the horse and jumped into the air, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. After landing on the back of the horse, he quickly reined in the horse and turned around to glare at Leng Yuyao. You. I'm still the Lieutenant General of the Left Wuwei Guards, and you dare to attack me in public. You. If it was someone else who dared to play like this, Dugu Feiying would have long since turned his sword on them. However, he still didn't know what relationship Leng Yuyao had with Li Zishuan, so he could only vent his anger with his mouth. "Humph. You deserve it. Who told you to talk dirty?" Leng Yuyao didn't back down and glared back at him. Actually, she regretted it a little when she threw the pebble. Dugu Feiying was also a member of the imperial court, and if he was killed by her pebble, it would definitely bring trouble to her young master. But luckily, Dugu Feiying was still agile. You. Dugu Feiying glared at her and trembled in anger. He finally understood how troublesome it was to deal with a woman. Ugh. Cough cough. Miss Leng, don't you have something to say to me? Let's get on the horse and talk. Feiying, the situation is urgent, so don't bother with Miss Leng. Li Zishuan tried to mediate between the two sides, mainly because he was anxious. Who knew what was going on over at Dugu Xian's side? It would be bad if they couldn't handle the situation and got wiped out by the 7 cultivators of virtue. Fine, little Xian, I'll give you face. Dugu Feiying glared at Leng Yuyao and turned his horse around to continue forward. Sir Li, a few days ago, my young master sent a letter to the family head via pigeon, informing him of the matter regarding the assassins from the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect. After the family head received the news, he attached great importance to it and specially went to see the second young master, who is currently being imprisoned by the disciplinary hall. After asking around, second young master hasn't had any contact with outsiders in the past few months, so the assassin that day definitely has nothing to do with second young master. Leng Yuyao rode on her horse and followed Li Zixuan at the very back of the imperial army. The two of them rode side by side. Leng Yuyao whispered to Li Zixuan the purpose of her pursuit this time. Li Zixuan nodded and said with a smile, "I've already said that day that I believe Renbiao's words. I didn't expect Renbiao to mobilize so many people and even make Governor Wang work so hard. He really shouldn't have done that." Leng Yuyao shook her head and said softly, "Young master cares a lot about his friendship with Lord Zhu, so young master must confirm this matter again and again. Also, there's an important piece of news from the family head. It's about the origin of that assassin." "Oh. Miss Leng, please speak." Li Zixuan became spirited and quickly asked. The family head learned from second young master that the flying snake who kidnapped Madame Zhu has a master realm master, known as Snake King. No one knows the specific name of this person, but his martial arts are all highly toxic. Therefore, the assassin that day is very likely to be the flying snake's master, Snake King. Leng Yuyao urged the horse under her as she replied. "Snake King? His martial arts are all highly toxic?" Li Zixuan frowned and nodded. It seems that the assassin that day is most likely Snake King. However, this person is really bold. He actually dared to openly go against the imperial court for his disciple. Even if the assassin was the flying snake's master, Li Zixuan still had a lot of doubts. The most important thing was that the assassin actually assassinated a country's baron for his disciple. This was the most inconceivable thing. In his view, given how powerful the Great Tang was, the factions of the Jianghu would definitely not dare to directly clash with the imperial court. Moreover, Flying Snake had deserved to be killed. Logically, and realistically, the Snake King should not have taken such a risk for the sake of a disciple. Or could it be that the people of the evil sect were so loyal and righteous that they dared to go against the whole world for their disciple? This was a little different from the people of the evil sect in his impression. Actually, Leng Yuyao suddenly interrupted. She seemed to want to say something but stopped. Then, her ears turned red. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. What does this mean? The iceberg beauty blushed? She can even be shy? You must be King kidding me. Li Zixuan suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, could it be that what Dugu Feiying said just now was right? That shouldn't be. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the clearest. Even a fool can see Leng Yuyao's feelings for Wang Renbiao. But now, how should I explain this shy girl in front of me? Cough cough. Miss Leng, what did you just say? Li Zixuan braced himself and asked. Leng Yuyao's face turned red and white. After hesitating for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, actually, the flying snake was not only the Snake King's disciple, but also the Snake King's Dao companion. I heard from the second young master that they had a very good relationship. That's why the Snake King wanted to kill Lord Zhu at all costs. Dao companion? After hearing this, Li Zixuan's face turned green. He stared and asked, this. Aren't they all men? How can they be Dao companions? Leng Yuyao said angrily, isn't this a matter between you men? Lord Zhu, you should know better than me, right? Asking an innocent girl to talk about such embarrassing things was really a bit difficult for her. Li Zixuan instantly thought of something bad. Holy shit, this picture is so King poisonous. Li Zixuan shook his head and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to think about it, he would vomit out the breakfast he had in the morning. With a depressed expression, he said, F*CK, so it's two F*King gays, damn it. According to this result, everything made sense. No wonder the flying snake had a disgusting sissy look at that time. It turned out that he had been bent. No wonder the Snake King had such a big reaction when he learned of the flying snake's death. It turned out that the flying snake was his other half. Leng Yuyao didn't understand, nor did she want to understand. She cupped her fists and said goodbye. Lord Zhu, I've already told you everything that the young master wanted me to tell you. There shouldn't be anything else here, so Yuyao will take her leave. I hope Lord Ju can take care of yourself in the encirclement of the 7 cultivators sect. Goodbye. Chapter 494. After chatting with Leng Yuyao, Li Zixuan felt unwell. He lowered his head and rode Big White to the front of the group. Hey! Little Xian. You guys finished chatting so quickly? Dugu Feiying looked behind him and found that Leng Yuyao had disappeared. He turned around and winked at Li Zixuan with a smile. Li Zixuan looked at him strangely and said, Feiying, don't think too much. That girl is the personal maid of the eldest son of the Wang family. She has nothing to do with me. If you talk nonsense again, be careful that your head will be cracked open next time. Oh, so that's how it is. That little girl is really fierce. Dugu Feiying scratched the back of his head and said with lingering fear. Hee hee. Yeah. Not only you, but she also wanted to beat and kill me when she first met me. So. If you're not really interested in her, it's better not to provoke her in the future. Li Zixuan shook his head and recalled the first time Wang Renbiao brought Leng Yuyao to him. So he said to Wang Renbiao. Dugu Feiying was startled and hurriedly said, Ba ba ba. Who would be interested in her? Hey, but what were you guys talking about just now? Blurg. It would have been better if this guy didn't ask. Once he did, some disgusting scenes appeared in Li Zixuan's mind. He retched and hurriedly waved his hand. Don't ask, that's so cruel. Dugu Feiying. Dumbfounded, General, an expert came down from the mountain. He claims to be the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue, Batian. He wants to invite you to the front of the battlefield. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, the main tent of the army, a soldier cupped his fists and bowed to Dugu Xian. Batian? Sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue? Hee hee. Is he finally unable to sit still? Dugu Xian muttered to himself. Then, he got up and said coldly, Let's go. Come out with me to meet him. Even though Dugu Xian knew from Li Zixuan that the sect leader of the 7 cultivators sect was a peak grandmaster realm martial artist, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, he had never thought of fighting alone with others. He was a general with countless soldiers behind him. He was here to fight a war, not to be a hero. Even though Zhongshe realm pinnacle experts were powerful, they were still defeated by more than 1,000 elite imperial guards. Yes. Are you the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of true virtue? Dugu Xian led several of his personal guards to the front of the formation. Behind him, more than 1,000 imperial army soldiers gripped their weapons and waited. Seeing the tall and burly red-haired man, Dugu Xian asked indifferently. Yes, the 4th generation sect master of the 7 cultivators sect, Batian, greets the general. I don't know why you've surrounded Snake Spirit Mountain with your troops. There must be some misunderstanding, so I came down the mountain to explain things to you and clear up the misunderstanding. Although Dugu Xian was only in the Qi transformation realm, Batian did not underestimate him. He cupped his hands towards Dugu Xian and smiled kindly. Misunderstanding? Hearing this, Dugu Xian sneered and said, If it's a misunderstanding, then why is sect leader standing so far away? Why don't you come to my tent and have a seat, then we can slowly clear up the misunderstanding. In order to prevent himself from being surrounded by the imperial army, Batian purposely kept a distance of nearly 8 feet from Dugu Xian. He was prepared to flee at any moment if the situation turned bad. How could he possibly walk right into a trap? His expression changed, and he said unhappily, The threshold for the general's tent is too high. I definitely won't go there. Why do you have to force me? Let's clear up the misunderstanding here. Haha. The threshold is too high. I'm afraid sect leader doesn't have the guts to come here. Dugu Xian glanced at Batian and sneered. You. General, don't go too far. Batian had been high and mighty in the 7 cultivators sect for so many years. When had he ever been mocked like this? If it weren't for the fact that this was not the right place, he would have drawn his sword and killed him. Dugu Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and coldly said, Enough. Sect leader Een knows very well why I led my troops to surround Snake Spirit Mountain today. If you want me to retreat, then immediately hand over the assassin who tried to assassinate Li Zhanshe a few days ago. Otherwise, when the Imperial army arrives, I'll lead my men to wipe out your sect. A hint of anger flashed in Een Baishan's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and pretended not to know. General, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Our 7 cultivators sect has always been strict with our disciples. No one would do such an illegal thing. Therefore, I ask the general to investigate clearly and not wrongly accuse a good person. Dugu Xian coldly snorted and said, a good person? Humph. You know very well whether or not you're a good person. This general also knows whether or not the assassin is from your 7 cultivators sect. Therefore, don't play the fool here. This general won't fall for it. Een Badian was dissatisfied and said, General, you keep saying that the assassin is from my 7 cultivators sect. Then, do you have any evidence? Or can you tell me the name of the assassin? I'll bring him here to confront the general. Een Badian was betting that Lu Baodan, who was captured by Dugu Xian, didn't know that Snake King had tried to assassinate Li Zishuan. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a second person in the entire 7 cultivators sect who knew about this matter apart from him. He made the right bet. Dugu Xian was at a loss for words. He only got the information from Li Zishuan that the assassin was from the 7 cultivators sect, but he didn't know who it was. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate, but Lu Baodan, who was captured by the Imperial army, knew too little. Hee. If I tell you the assassin's name, will you bring him down the mountain and hand him over to us? Just as Dugu Xian was at a loss for words and Een Badian was about to reveal a victorious expression, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Dugu Xian recognized the owner of the voice and was delighted. He turned his head and saw that Li Zishuan had already appeared in front of him and was looking at Een Badian with a faint smile. Een Badian furrowed his brows and asked, May I know who you are? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Don't ask who I am. Answer my question first. Do you still keep your word? Een Badian hesitated for a moment and said stubbornly, Of course. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Good. Then, please bring Snake King from the 7 cultivators sect down to confront him. He's the assassin. Boom. Een Badian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his expression was extremely interesting. Seeing this, Dugu Xian understood that Li Zishuan was telling the truth about the name of the assassin. He pulled Dugu Feiying, who had just run over, and asked in disbelief, Feiying, how did Li Zishuan know about the assassin's identity? Dugu Feiying glanced at his elder brother, paused, and said, Don't ask. He's ruthless. Dugu Xian? Chapter 495. Humph. Little brat, you've gone too far. My 7 cultivators of true virtue sect has never had a person named Snake King, and no one would ever do such a thing as breaking the law and breaking the discipline. Boy, you ruined the reputation of my 7 cultivators of true virtue sect for no reason, so this old man will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, Een Baishan's expression changed. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and dashed in front of Li Zishuan, wanting to teach Li Zishuan a lesson. Bastard! How dare you! Dugu Xian was shocked and shouted angrily. However, his reaction was still half a beat too slow. Before he could finish his words, Een Baishan's palm was about to hit Li Zishuan's chest. Humph. Although Li Zishuan didn't expect that Een Badian would dare to make a move in such a situation, his reaction was still quite fast. Moreover, Een Badian didn't use his full strength, so Li Zishuan had the chance to neutralize it. Li Zishuan pinched Een Baishan's wrist with both hands accurately and quickly. Then, he did a Tai Chi push and cleverly dispelled the huge force contained in the palm. After that, he took advantage of the momentum and retreated 5 feet away, keeping a safe distance from Een Badian. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in his heart. That palm was really dangerous. This red-haired old monster in front of me is really strong. If it weren't for my Tai Chi fist, I would have been finished by now. What a strange young man. Badian didn't expect that his Shurkill attack would be blocked by a 14 or 15-year-old kid. He exclaimed in surprise and was about to make another move when Dugu Xian's cold voice sounded. Humph. It seems that Gate Master Een wants to openly rebel against the imperial court. Is the third-rank crown prince, Zhan Shi, someone you can kill as you please? Soldiers, hear my command. Get into formation and meet the enemy. Boom. Yes. Upon hearing Dugu Xian's order, the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers, 200 Yamen runners, and the 3,000 Imperial Army soldiers that had just arrived with Gudu Feiying hurriedly shouted in agreement. Then, these 4,000 soldiers drew their Immerse sabers and rapidly changed their formation, wanting to surround Badian. Badian was shocked. He did not expect that the person he had just dealt with was Li Zishuan. He also did not expect Dugu Xian to give such a decisive order. This was not the slightest bit of Jianghu morality. However, this was not the time for Badian to think otherwise. He hurriedly circulated his Jinqi and retreated with all his might. Before the Imperial Army could complete their encirclement, he had already retreated far away. Fortunately, he didn't use his full strength when he taught Li Zishuan a lesson. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for him to retreat. It's a misunderstanding. General, this is all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to teach this person a lesson. I never thought that he would be the Crown Prince Zhan Shi. Please calm down, General. At this point, the chances of reconciliation were getting slimmer and slimmer. However, Badian still wanted to make one last attempt. However, Dugu Xian did not want to waste any more time with Badian. If not for Li Zishuan's quick reaction and clever memes, he would have been dead by now. Thinking about it, the dignified Crown Prince Zhan Shi, the founding father of the country, was killed in front of Dugu Xian. It was not as simple as a punishment. He would bring shame to the entire Dugu clan. Therefore, Dugu Xian was very angry at this moment. He said coldly, "Humph. Badian, you still want to be stubborn at this point? First, your 7 cultivators sect Snake King dared to assassinate Li Zishuan outside Chang'an City. Now, you dare to commit murder in front of me? The law of the country will not forgive you. I will not forgive you either. If you know what's good for you, take your flying Snake King and follow me back to the court to confess your crimes. Otherwise, I will bring people to destroy your sect." Hearing this, Baishan's face turned ugly. There was no room for reconciliation now. He smiled coldly and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Destroy my sect? Ha ha ha. Little General Bai Mian, you sure talk big." His whole body soared into the sky. His clothes and hair fluttered even though there was no wind, making him look like a red-haired devil. Then, he circulated his qi and his voice resounded throughout the valley. "You want to destroy my 7 cultivators sect? This old man will make you pay with blood. This snake spirit mountain will be your burial ground. Come if you're not afraid of death." Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Baishan's figure changed in the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. So fast. Li Zishuan muttered to himself as he looked at the direction Badian disappeared in. Li Zishuan was the only one who was able to see Baishan's movements clearly, and that was only because he had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, he would only be able to see a series of afterimages like the others. The terror of a peak Grandmaster stage expert could be seen from this. "Xiao Xian, you can't catch up with him either?" Dugu Feiying shrank his neck and walked forward to ask. He felt frustrated because when Badian attacked just now, he didn't even have the courage to take out his Xuanye flying dagger, let alone stand up to help Li Zishuan. "Of course I can't. This person is different from the Flying Snake King. He's much stronger than the Flying Snake King. I won't be able to fight him in 3 years." Li Zishuan shook his head and said in a deep voice. 3 years? Dugu Feiying opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Should he say that Li Zishuan was bragging? However, Li Zishuan's battle with the Snake King a few days ago had already given him a huge shock. Now that Li Zishuan was stronger, his opponents were stronger as well. But that didn't mean that Li Zishuan wouldn't be able to defeat Yin Badian in 3 years. De Feiying didn't dare to say that out loud. He could only praise Li Zishuan's ambition in his heart. While they, the younger generation, were still fighting and competing with each other, Li Zishuan had already set his sights on the top experts of the older generation. The gap between people was indeed quite big. Haha. Feiying, don't think too much. I just don't like that old man and want to kill him as soon as possible. It's not because I have some ambition that I have to do this. I've always been a lazy person. Just when De Feiying was expressing his endless admiration for Li Zishuan in his heart, he suddenly felt a punch on his shoulder. Then, he heard Li Zishuan laughing heartily. De Feiying. You. Okay. Let's get down to business. Feiying. Did you bring the Emperor's decree with you this time? De Xan asked while De Feiying was feeling extremely depressed. Chapter 496. Big brother, His Majesty ordered me to lead 3,000 Imperial Guards to support you. We must force the 7 cultivators of true virtue to hand over the culprit. The Imperial Court cannot lose face. If they don't hand over the culprit, we will attack them from the front and take them down. When De Feiying heard De Xian's question, he calmed himself down before answering. It seems that they don't intend to hand over the culprit, so we can only attack them by force. At this point, De Xian hesitated. But if we attack by force, the poisonous miasma in the Serpent Spirit Mountain will cause us to suffer heavy losses. De Xian smiled. Big brother, you don't have to worry about that. Other than the 3,000 Imperial Guards, there are also 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau with me. Then, De Feiying pulled 2 frail middle-aged men from behind and said, Come, Dr. Wang, Dr. Qin, let me introduce you. This is my big brother, the commander of the Northern Imperial Guards. Big brother, these 2 are doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau. They are very good at detoxification. De Xian was overjoyed. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Doctors, thank you for your trouble. The 2 of them quickly returned the salute. The older doctor said, General De, it's our duty to treat patients. As doctors, it's our duty to treat, save, and detoxify. Brother Wang and I will do our best to deal with the poisonous miasma in the mountain. The situation is urgent, so I hope General De can let us go into the mountain to check the composition of the poisonous miasma. Only then can we find a way to detoxify it. The 2 of them were quite professional. They were going to test the poison with their own bodies. De Xian's expression turned solemn. Honorable professors, you are indeed righteous. I will arrange for the soldiers to escort you to the edge of the Snake Spirit Mountain to check the miasma. However, I hope that the 2 of you will prioritize your own safety and act according to your capabilities. Don't be too hasty. Haha. Don't worry, General. I know what to do. Dr. Qin replied with a smile. He then turned to Li Zishuan and asked, Does Li Zhanshi want to go with us? Previously, Divine Dr. Sun praised Li Zhanshi's medical skills to us many times in the Imperial Medical Department. Li Zishuan saw that Dr. Qin was smiling kindly and didn't seem like he was deliberately messing with him, so he politely replied, That's all Daoist Sun's praise. I'm only good at treating some special injuries, but the art of detoxification is vast and complicated. I'm not proficient in it, so I don't dare to show off in front of the 2 professors. Haha. Li Zhanshi is so humble. Since that's the case, the 2 of us will go first. Dr. Qin smiled and did not try to persuade him any further. He brought Dr. Wang with him and left. Take care of yourselves. Li Zishuan bowed and cupped his fists as he said. De Xian hurriedly called for 4 bodyguards to escort the 2 of them. Under normal circumstances, the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue wouldn't take the initiative to come out and throw away their lives. But these 2 doctors were very important, and De Xian had no choice but to be cautious. Senior brother. How is it? Are the soldiers at the foot of the mountain willing to reconcile with our 7 cultivators of true virtue? On the Snake Spirit Mountain, in the secret chamber where the Snake King was recuperating. Snake King was recuperating with his eyes closed when he sensed someone pushing the door open. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Badian. Sigh. Badian sighed deeply and sat on the stone bench next to him. He said, "No. They're determined to catch you now, junior brother. It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable." Snake King was delighted. In the end, he didn't want the 7 cultivators of true virtue to reconcile with the imperial court just like that. If that happened, it would be like having a sword pressed against his neck all the time, and he would have to be on guard against Li Zishuan's sudden revenge. Looking at Badian's expression, it seemed that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the army at the foot of the mountain. In that case, he wouldn't be the only one fighting. With so many people fighting side by side with him, it would be a lot easier for him. Although he thought so in his heart, the Snake King did not dare to show it on his face. He pretended to sigh helplessly and said, "Sigh. It's all my fault for being too reckless and causing the sect to fall into such a situation. Otherwise, senior brother would have just handed me over as a scapegoat. After all, the imperial court is powerful." Bullshit. Badian angrily slammed the stone table and said, "This old man has told you more than once that I, Badian, will never betray my fellow sect members. Junior brother, don't say such words again in the future." Snake King said with a touched face, "Junior brother will always remember senior brother's righteousness. If we can survive this calamity, I, Flying Snake, will definitely follow senior brother's lead in the future." Badian was somewhat relieved to hear this. He waved his hand and said, "Junior brother, you don't have to do this." However, this old man did meet Li Zishuan, the person you wanted to assassinate earlier, at the foot of the mountain. Snake King immediately became spirited and said excitedly, "Oh? Did senior brother take the opportunity to kill him?" This old fart had been looking forward to Li Zishuan's violent death all this time. At this moment, he looked at Badian with a hopeful expression, praying that he would hear the answer he had been dreaming of. "No. Although I attacked him before, I didn't know that the kid was Li Zishuan when I attacked. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, so I didn't use my full strength. In the end, that kid dodged it." Badian shook his head and explained. Then, he frowned and sighed. "That kid's kung fu is quite strange. Although I didn't use my full strength, it's still not something that a kid who just entered the Grandmaster realm could dodge. Junior brother, it seems that you didn't lose to that kid in vain." Snake King's face was filled with shame. From a certain perspective, he was the one who made Li Zishuan what he was today. If it weren't for him, Li Zishuan might not have become a Grandmaster. His existence only served to highlight how outstanding Li Zishuan was. "Senior brother. That kid's kung fu is strange. Every move seems weak, but it's actually very powerful. If there's a chance to seriously injure him, we have to force him to tell us what kung fu he's learned before killing him." Snake King thought for a moment and said coldly. Hearing this, Badian's eyes inevitably flashed with greed. He nodded and said, "What junior brother said makes sense. But the most important thing right now is to find a way to help the 7 cultivators of true virtue survive this crisis." Snake King smiled indifferently and said, "Senior brother, if they want to attack the mountain, just let them. In any case, the 7 cultivators of true virtue has already arranged everything. I don't believe that they can withstand the poisonous miasma in the mountain and the ambush at the mountain pass. Even if these can't stop them, we still have a final trump card." "Final trump card?" Badian looked at Snake King strangely. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face suddenly changed and he said, "Junior brother, you mean?" Chapter 497. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. Under the escort of 4 Imperial guards, the 2 doctors from the Imperial Medical Department gradually arrived at the edge of the Snake Spirit Mountain. Seeing that the entire mountain forest was shrouded in a faintly discernible black fog, Dr. Wang worriedly said, "That's right. Brother Qin, I'm afraid this mountain is full of poisonous creatures. Otherwise, how could it produce so much miasma? Dr. Chin nodded thoughtfully and replied, that is indeed the case. I have never seen such a dense and solid barrier before. Fortunately, Dugu Xian did not rashly lead his troops to attack the mountain. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses. How about this? I'll go in first to test the miasma's composition. Brother Wang, you stay behind me. If I'm unfortunately poisoned and faint, I'll rely on you. Dr. Chin, you mustn't. Before Dr. Wang could speak, one of the guards behind them stopped him. When we came out just now, the general personally instructed us to ensure the safety of the two of you. If Dr. Chin wants to test the poison, why don't you let me go in and experience it? If I'm poisoned, Dr. Chin can find a way to detoxify me. That way, you can also figure out the composition of the miasma. The other 3 soldiers also expressed their willingness to go into the mountain to test the poison. Dr. Chin and Dr. Wang looked at each other. They did not expect things to develop to this point. However, as a doctor, Dr. Chin shook his head and said, I appreciate the general's kindness, but the two of us still do not know the composition of the miasma. If the general rashly enters the mountain and is unfortunately poisoned, what if our abilities are limited and we can't save you? How will we have the face to stand in the apricot forest in the future? Besides, if I personally test the poison, I can quickly find out the composition of the miasma. So, please don't stop me. Military intelligence is like fire. When the 4 guards heard this, they hesitated. They did not know if they should listen to the command. At this moment, Dr. Wang said, Brother Chin is right. Testing and detoxifying the poison is the responsibility of a doctor. It's not worthwhile to involve the generals. Don't worry, Dr. Chin has been immersed in the medical field for many years. He knows what to do. Nothing will happen. At this moment, Dr. Chin had already handed his medicine box to a soldier. Then, he brushed his sleeves and said to the first guard who said he wanted to help test the poison, I'll go. Don't worry, little general. It should be fine. After saying that, he turned around and walked up the mountain path. The Imperial Guard did not expect a weak doctor like Dr. Chin to be so brave. He was stunned for a moment before he quickly bowed and said loudly, Dr. Chin, take care, in the central tent. Dugu Xian could not help but ask how Li Zishuan knew that the assassin was Snake King. Li Zishuan then repeated the information that Leng Yuyao had told him on the way here. Of course, Li Zishuan would never mention that Snake King and Flying Snake were good friends, as he was afraid of polluting his ears. Oh. Did that mean that Badian was lying on purpose? I didn't expect that there would be such a loyal and righteous person in a small Jianghu evil sect. If it was any other sect, the Snake King would definitely be abandoned. Dugu Xian shook his head and sighed. Li Zishuan did not believe that Badian was a loyal and righteous person. There must be another reason why he did not give up on Snake King. It definitely had nothing to do with being loyal and righteous. He could tell this from the relationship between Snake King and Flying Snake. Dugu Feiying looked at his brother and said, Big brother. That Badian almost got away with his sweet talk. We can't let him go so easily. Dugu Xian nodded and said, Of course, I won't let him go. But when Badian escaped, he said those harsh words. It's obvious that he has something to rely on. So, we have to be careful. Xiao Xian, what do you think? Dugu Xian then looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Xiao Xian, what do you think? Yuan Fang, what do you think? Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. This guy obviously did not come from the modern world. How could he be such a prank? However, although Li Zishuan was depressed, he could not explain further. He took a deep breath and said to Dugu Xian, Xian, you're right. Not to mention that Badian is a martial arts master at the peak of the Grand Master realm. The geographical environment of the Snake Spirit Mountain itself is enough for us to be cautious. Now, let's see when the 2 doctors from the Imperial Medical Department can make the antidote. Only then can we proceed to the next step. Xian? Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying were dumbfounded. What the hell was Xian? Li Zishuan said with a matter-of-fact face, "What's wrong? Fei Ying and I call each other friends and brothers." "Ah, Xan, you're Fei Ying's brother. How dare you call me Xan?" "Ah. No. It's me calling you Xan. Is there anything wrong with that?" Li Zishuan did not change his words and almost said, "Do you dare to answer me if I call you Xan?" If he really said that, it would probably be a big deal. Dugu Xan was speechless. He felt that Li Zishuan's words were very reasonable, but he felt that calling him Xan was very awkward. "There's nothing wrong with that. Haha. You should call him that." Dugu Feiying didn't mind watching the commotion and laughed loudly at the side. Reporting to the general, the two doctors from the Imperial Medical Department are back. Just as they were talking and laughing, a soldier came in from outside the tent. It was Ma Liao's bodyguard who took the initiative to test the poison for Dr. Qin. He bowed and said after entering the tent. Dugu Xian's spirit was lifted. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Why aren't you inviting them in?" The soldier in the tent hesitated for a moment and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Did something happen to the 2 doctors?" The 2 brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, were shocked when they heard this and turned their attention to him. The soldier kneeled and cupped his fists. "I have failed in my duty and failed to protect the 2 doctors. Just now at Snake Spirit Mountain, Dr. Qin risked his life to test the poison alone in order to analyze the toxicity of the gas in the mountain. In the end, in less than 15 minutes, Dr. Qin staggered out with a purplish-black face. Dr. Wang is now doing his best to save Dr. Qin." "What?" Dugu Xian's expression changed. He came in front of the soldier in a flash and said hurriedly, "Cut the crap, Du Chun and the rest of you will be punished for your negligence in the future. Bring me to see Dr. Qin now." Du Chun quickly got up and said, "Yes, General. Please come with me." The few people in the tent hurriedly followed Du Chun out. Chapter 498. "Dr. Wang, how is Dr. Qin?" Dugu Shinran's voice came from a side tent not far from the commander's tent. Then, he quickly walked in with Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying. "He. General. Dugu. Don't worry. This old man is not in danger." Before Dr. Wang could say anything, Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, said weakly. His lips were cracked and his cheeks were dark purple. He looked very scary. Hearing that Dr. Qin could still speak, the 3 people who came in couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they saw Dr. Qin's face, Li Zishuan couldn't help but gasp. He hurriedly said, "Dr. Qin, you've been poisoned too deeply. It's better if you don't speak." "Elder Wang, what poison is in Dr. Qin? Is there a way to detoxify it?" Li Zishuan admired Dr. Qin from the bottom of his heart. Although he had only known them for less than half a day, Li Zishuan had already developed a sense of admiration for the 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department in front of him. A doctor's benevolence. Dr. Qin's actions were the best interpretation of this phrase. "Don't worry, Dr. Li. I'm doing my best to prepare the medicine according to Brother Qin's description. Overall, there shouldn't be any major problems." Dr. Wang was holding a small booklet and kept writing and drawing on it. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he answered without turning his head. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "That's good. Dr. Wang, you focus on preparing the medicine first. No one will disturb you during this time. We'll wait on the side." "Okay." Dr. Wang nodded and then asked Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, "Brother Qin, I've already suppressed the poison in your body with golden needles. You can continue speaking. Don't be too loud, otherwise you'll waste a lot of energy." Li Zishuan and the other 2 were holding their breaths. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would make noise and affect Dr. Wang's ability to listen to Dr. Qin. The Serpent Spirit. Mountain's barrier qi contains poison. If an ordinary person enters within less than a quarter of an hour, the poison will enter his body. If he is not treated in time, he will definitely die from the poison. This old man went to Lingnan a few years ago. Over there, the ground is hot and humid, and it's easy to form obstructive qi. Ordinary people stay there for a few days, and they'll get swollen, diarrhea, but it won't cause death. Right now, this Serpent Spirit Mountain is not as simple as barrier qi. This old man guesses that this barrier qi is mixed with poisonous gas. As for why there is poisonous gas, it must be because this mountain has been entrenched for a long time with a large amount of highly poisonous things. As the saying goes, obstructive qi, poisonous fog. Shooting engineer, a hoe, ghost hoe, shaped like a turtle with 3 legs, also known as short fox. Sand lice, a type of tiny but extremely poisonous louse, and the scourge of snakes. There's nothing that can't be found in the water, from Wei Shu, the biography of Sima Rui. Therefore, the poisonous creatures in this Serpent Spirit Mountain were none other than archers, sand lice, or serpents, nothing more. But according to symptoms, I dare to conclude that the poison in this poison barrier is most likely snake venom. Brother Wang, you can use the antidote method to detoxify me. Dr. Wang listened attentively by the bedside. After Dr. Qin finished speaking, he quickly nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Qin, I understand. Don't say anything and rest well. I'll go and prepare the medicine for you now." Then, he walked to the square table next to him, bent over the table, and began to write the prescription. Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling and said to himself, Brother Wang, you've always been better than me when it comes to detoxification and prescription. With you around, this old man can rest assured." This was also one of the reasons why he insisted on testing the poison himself. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dr. Wang had finished writing the prescription. He checked it, then walked to Dugu Xian and said, "General Dugu Xian, I've written the prescription." "General Dugu, I've finished writing the prescription. There are some herbs that we brought with us when we came, but there are a few rare herbs that we didn't bring with us, so please." Dugu Ling Tian said. "No problem. Dr. Wang, give me the prescription quickly. I'll send someone back to Chang and on a fast horse to bring these herbs for you." Without waiting for Dr. Wang to finish, Dugu Xian quickly interrupted him. "Thank you for your trouble." Dr. Wang thanked him and passed the prescription to Dugu Xian. He also told him about the few herbs that he needed. Dugu Xian immediately turned around and was about to go out to find someone to get the herbs. Dugu Feiying stood out and said, "Brother, let me get the herbs. My horse runs fast." Dugu Xian thought for a while and nodded, "Okay. I'll let you go. But Feiying, not only do you have to go quickly, but also be careful." "I understand, brother." Dugu Feiying saluted Li Zishuan with his fists and turned around to leave the side tent. "Dr. Qin, take care of yourself. Dr. Wang, if you need any help, just send someone to call me." Dugu Xian said and was about to leave with Li Zishuan. But Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, spoke again. His voice was weak and weak. "The two of you, please wait." Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian were both martial artists. Their hearing was very strong, so they naturally heard Dr. Qin's call. "Dr. Qin, do you have any other orders?" Li Zishuan came to the bed and asked softly. "Order? I don't dare, this old man just wants to remind General Dugu and Li Zhanshi." On the surface, the Serpent Spirit Mountain looked calm and serene. But in reality, there were hidden dangers everywhere. Snake Spirit Mountain, Snake Spirit Mountain. I'm afraid the things in this mountain should be, as the name of this mountain should be filled with extremely poisonous snakes everywhere. So, General, you must think of a perfect plan to reduce the casualties. Dr. Chin's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Dugu Xan nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Dr. Chin. I, Dugu Xan, am not a reckless person. I will not let the soldiers lose their lives for no reason. You should take the time to recuperate." After a few more words, Dugu Xan and Li Zishuan walked out together. Li Zishuan's heart was heavy. After all, this battle on Snake Spirit Mountain was all because of his own personal grudge. But now, he realized that Dr. Chin had taken such a risk for his own personal grudge. Li Zishuan would be lying if he said that he did not feel guilty. Huff. I hope Dr. Wang can come up with the antidote as soon as possible. This way, not only can Dr. Chin be saved, but the rest of the soldiers will also have fewer casualties when they go up the mountain. Since he could not change anything, Li Zishuan could only pray twice in his heart. Chapter 499. Lord Zhu, Dr. Chin is getting better. General Dugu has already rushed over. Do you want to go and take a look? The next morning, Li Zishuan was woken up in his tent. When he opened his eyes, he saw the shadow of a soldier outside. Yesterday, in order to help the army attack the mountain, Dr. Chin did not hesitate to use his own body to test the poison. As the initiator of the family extermination mission, how could he abandon the army and go home alone to hug his wife? Therefore, he spent the night in his tent. Of course, his family had already sent a message back, so his father and mother would not be too worried. What? Dr. Chin is better? I know. Tell General Dugu that I will go immediately. When Li Zishuan heard the news, he immediately lost his sleepiness. He shouted at the soldier outside and immediately got up to put on his clothes. After a while, Li Zishuan washed up and went to the side tent where Dr. Chin was lying. From outside, he could hear the voices inside. Most importantly, he heard Dr. Chin's voice full of energy. Clearly, just by listening to his voice, he could tell that Dr. Chin's poison was no longer a problem. Li Zishuan's expression relaxed slightly. He hurriedly lifted the curtain and walked in. Dr. Chin, is your poison cured? Li Zishuan came to the bed and looked at Dr. Chin, whose face was glowing red, and asked with a smile. Hee, thank you Li Zhanshe for your concern. The snake poison in my body is completely cured. I think I will be able to get out of bed and walk in the afternoon. Dr. Chin was half lying on the bed, stroking his beard and smiling. Li Zishuan was completely relieved. He laughed and said, "Haha. That's great. Dr. Wang, since you can cure the poison in Dr. Chin's body, can you also create a drug that can avoid the poison in Snake Spirit Mountain?" This was not only what Li Zishuan was concerned about, but it was also the reason why Dr. Chin risked his life to test the poison. Of course. Li Zhanshe, I have already discussed the formula of the anti-poison drug with Brother Chin. We will do some verification in the morning and it will be a success. At that time, we will be able to break the poison barrier of the Snake Spirit Mountain. The way of detoxification had always been Dr. Wang's pride. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he cupped his hands and smiled confidently. All right. The two imperial physicians were so conscientious that they didn't even hesitate to put themselves in danger. Their medical ethics were so high that I admire them. After the army returns to the court, I will personally ask His Majesty to reward the two of you. Li Zishuan laughed and cupped his hands towards the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. Dr. Wang and Dr. Chin hurriedly waved their hands and said, Li Zhanshe, you're exaggerating. These are all our duties. We dare not take credit for it. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, it's not right for the two of you to say that. If it were someone else doing the same thing, it would be very difficult for them to be as conscientious as the two of you. Meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. His Majesty will not bury meritorious people for no reason. Therefore, this is the credit that the two of you deserve. There is no need for you to refuse. Dugu Xan also chimed in, Lord Zhu is right. If it weren't for the two of you, the Imperial Army of the Northern Yamen would have suffered heavy losses. If the two of you can create an antidote that can protect the Imperial Army from the poison barrier, I will personally reward the two of you when we return to the court. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin looked at each other and cupped their hands together. Thank you, Li Zhanshi. Thank you, General Dugu. That afternoon, the two old imperial physicians had created the antidote to the snake venom of the Snake Spirit Mountain. Everyone in the team of more than 3,000 people was given a portion of the antidote. Under the supervision of the various generals, they took the antidote. With such a large amount of medicine being consumed, it was natural that a batch of medicinal herbs had to be transported from Chang'an. These were all personally arranged by Dugu Feiying. In addition, he also brought back a large batch of realgar powder according to Li Zishuan's instructions. Li Zishuan did not forget what Dr. Qin said yesterday when he was critically ill. Therefore, he made such an arrangement. Snakes were afraid of realgar. This was common knowledge that most people in the modern world knew. But why would snakes be afraid of realgar? Most people didn't know the reason behind it. Realgar was a type of mineral. Realgar powder was the powder form of realgar ore. The main ingredient was arsenic disulfide. Its color ranged from bright yellow to reddish, but yellow was more common. Therefore, it was called realgar. Arsenic disulfide itself was not poisonous. However, after oxidation, it produced arsenic trioxide, arsenic, which was highly toxic. Therefore, realgar powder had to be used appropriately. It could not be used under high temperatures. After high temperatures, it would become highly toxic. Realgar is a type of stomach poison. Stomach poison is a poison that acts on the stomach and other digestive systems of pests to produce a lethal effect. Currently, almost all of the rodenticides used were stomach poisons, and snakes were very sensitive to it. However, after adding alcohol, realgar could drive snakes further away and was more effective. The reason was that alcohol could be used as a thinner to enhance the volatilization of realgar. Whether it was realgar wine or realgar powder, they could not completely cause direct harm to snakes. However, realgar wine and realgar powder did have a certain repelling effect on snakes. When snakes encountered these two things, they would choose to avoid them if they had other options. Yes, note that this was only if there were other options. If there were no other options, it was hard to say if snakes would still be afraid of realgar. General Dugu, Li Zhanshi, this antidote will only be effective for 4 hours at most. In other words, after 3 hours, regardless of whether you have taken down the Snake Spirit Mountain or not, you must prepare to leave the mountain. Otherwise, many soldiers will have to stay on the Snake Spirit Mountain forever. You must remember. The soldiers of the three armies had gathered in front of the military tent. Just as Dugu Xan was about to go up and mobilize the soldiers, Professor Qin suddenly pulled him back and said earnestly. Dugu Xan was stunned when he heard that. After thinking about it in his heart, he said seriously, "Don't worry, Professor Qin. If the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers can't take down this mob in 3 hours, then they won't have the face to continue fighting. Therefore, no matter what, we must return to the foot of the mountain within 4 hours." That's good. That's good. Professor Qin stroked his beard and smiled. Dugu Feiying, who was beside him, could not help but ask, since one portion of the antidote can last for 4 hours, then why don't we just let everyone take a few more portions of the antidote? Why do we have to go through so much trouble? Ugh. This guy's logic does sound reasonable, but I'm afraid he's not wise, mentally retarded. Li Zishuan covered his face. Taking medicine was not as simple as 1 + 1. Haha. General Dugu, the effects of this antidote cannot be stacked. If we use it now, we must wait for another 24 hours before we can take it again. Therefore, your suggestion just now is not feasible. Chapter 500. Haha. Is that so? Forget it, then. Big brother, lead everyone and start attacking the mountain. Yes, hurry up and attack the mountain. Don't waste time. Dugu Feiying scratched his head awkwardly and said. Although he was trying to cover it up, the second half of what he said still made sense. Li Zishuan agreed. Feiying is right. Exan, let's attack the mountain quickly. Let's take down Snake Spirit Mountain before the sky turns dark. Dugu Exan's mouth twitched. Exan, Exan my foot. However, when faced with such a shameless fellow, even if he wanted to object to this name, it was still ineffective. All right. I'll tell them a few things and start attacking the mountain. Finally, Dugu Exan nodded and walked out of the tent. He began to mobilize the 4,000 Imperial Guards in an unusually simple manner. All right. All in all, you are about to face a group of Jianghu ruffians who don't listen to His Majesty's orders. As the most elite Northern Yamen Imperial Army, if you are defeated, I want to see how you can stay in Cheng and City. So, everyone, be on your guard and take note of any unexpected risks in the mountain. The brave will be rewarded, and the cowards will be punished. Don't let the pugilistic world people look down on the Northern Yamen Imperial Guards. Do you hear me? Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, Academician Qin, and Academician Wang chatted for a while in the tent. After leaving the tent, he heard Dugu Exan talking to the soldiers. Roar. I hear you. I hear you. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The response to Dugu Exan was a heart-wrenching roar from the 4,000 soldiers of the Imperial Army. Li Zishuan felt the entire forest tremble. Compared to the army of more than 10,000 people he had brought with him, this army of only 4,000 was clearly more imposing. Just from this aura, one could see that this was a powerful army. Of course, Dugu Exan's ability to motivate the Imperial Army with just a few words was truly commendable. Clang! Dugu Exan unsheathed the sword at his waist and pointed it at the sky. Let's move out. Attack the mountain. Yes. All the soldiers roared in agreement. The group of more than 4,000 people began to move in an orderly manner toward the mountain pass of the Snake Spirit Mountain not far away. Li Zishuan patted Dabai's head and told it to wait at the foot of the mountain. Then, he picked up the wind-chasing sword and chased after Dugu Exan. He had to participate in this attack, but he wouldn't bring Dabai along. The poison in the Snake Spirit Mountain was a fatal threat to Dabai. After all, the antidote developed by the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department was only effective on humans. No one knew if it would be effective on horses. Li Zishuan also didn't want to use Dabai as a test subject. In any case, the mountain passes in the Snake Spirit Mountain were rugged, and there were very few places where horses could be used. Moreover, his instincts told him that this attack on the Snake Spirit Mountain would definitely not be a smooth one. On the contrary, it was very likely that there would be great danger. Li Zishuan couldn't explain why he felt that way. If he had to give a reason, it could only be a man's intuition. Aoo. Dabai wanted to chase after its master, who had always been very close to it, when it saw that its master was about to leave. However, it was pulled back by the reins tied to the tree. It anxiously and sadly let out two strange and sorrowful cries in Li Zishuan's direction. Dabai understood human nature. It could feel the heaviness in Li Zishuan's heart, so it was very anxious. Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable when he heard that. However, he didn't have any confidence in protecting anyone's life in this mysterious Snake Spirit Mountain, let alone a horse. After all, the cultivation of the sect leader of the 7 cultivators sect was terrifying. It was comparable to some of the martial uncles in the Celestial Master sect in his memories. The Northern Imperial Army will never retreat. The Northern Imperial Army will never be a laughing stock. On the Snake Spirit Mountain. At this moment, the deafening roars of the Imperial Army could be faintly heard from the foot of the mountain. Een Badian and the Snake King were both people with profound inner strength. Even though they were in the stone room, they could still hear the faint roars. They are starting to attack the mountain. This army is actually the Northern Imperial Army. Our 7 cultivators' sect's opponent this time is really terrifying. Bashan's expression suddenly changed. He clasped his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Senior Marshal Brother. So what if it's the Northern Imperial Army? As the saying goes, capture the ringleader to capture the bandits. You are a peak Grandmaster expert. When they are exhausted by the poisonous miasma, ambush, and harassment in the mountain, won't it be fine if you capture Li Zishuan and the Northern Imperial Army's commander? The Snake King rolled his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Badian didn't buy it. He shook his head and said, things aren't as simple as you think. The Northern Imperial Army is the elite of the elite in the Chang, an Imperial Army. Li Shimon's most reliable cavalry was selected from the Northern Imperial Army. It is said that the Northern Imperial Army is not only good at chaotic battles between hundreds of thousands of troops, but also good at coordination. With 500 Northern Imperial Army soldiers, they are not afraid of any Jianghu experts. That includes Grandmasters. Once they attack the mountain, Li Zishuan and the commander of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army will definitely be heavily protected. If I try to capture them and get caught in the formation of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. Snake King was not as cultured as Badian. He was slightly taken aback as he was slightly intimidated by the might of the Northern Yamen's Imperial Army. After a while, he said, but Senior Marshal Brother, don't forget that our Snake Spirit Mountain has a poisonous miasma. No matter how strong the Northern Imperial Army is, they will have to lie down after a quarter of an hour, right? At that time, won't we be able to torture Li Zishuan and the Imperial Army's commander however we want to torture them? Badian wasn't as optimistic as the Snake King. In fact, he hadn't been calm for the past 2 days. At this moment, he could only shake his head and say, Junior Marshal Brother, you should recuperate first. I'll go check on the defense of the sect's disciples. The Imperial Court's people are attacking. Smash them. Smash them. At the first checkpoint of the mountain path, the disciples of the 7 cultivators sect who had been lying in ambush discovered the Imperial Army's invasion. Therefore, they took advantage of the fact that the Imperial Army was only 10 feet away to launch an attack. One after another, huge boulders rolled down from above. The soldiers in the front row who couldn't dodge in time were immediately smashed to the ground. Even the Imperial Army behind them fell backward one after another just like the dominoes. Bam! 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 At the critical moment, Li Zishuan flew to the front of the group and kicked the rapidly falling boulders to the side. Facing the rolling boulders, Li Zishuan started his fancy football performance. After experiencing the initial chaos, the group quickly calmed down. Seeing that Li Zishuan was having fun alone in front of the group, they all went up to help him. The first annihilation crisis was instantly resolved. Chapter 501. Smash. Quickly. The soldiers are coming up. Once they come up, we will all be beheaded. Smash as hard as you can. Li Zishuan's eyes were sharp. He saw a middle-sized man in black clothes at the corner of the mountain path ahead. The man was trying his best to urge the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to move the rocks. He seemed to be the leader of the group. Li Zishuan lifted his leg and kicked the rock, hitting the leader's forehead. The leader screamed miserably and rolled down the side of the forest before he could call for help. The mountain path of Snake Spirit Mountain was extremely narrow. If an ambush was arranged in advance at every turn, it would indeed be possible for one man to hold the pass against 10,000 men. This was because although there were many troops attacking the mountain, only one person was allowed to pass at a time. In a team of more than 4,000 people, only one person could fight at a time. It had to be said that Snake King's initial plan was really good. If other troops had encountered such a perfect ambush, they would have suffered heavy losses. However, Li Zishuan's tyrannical strength and explosive power directly destroyed Snake King's plan. Among the more than 4,000 people present, Li Zishuan was the only one who could kick a boulder that weighed several hundred kilograms like a football. This was the effect of an expert in a chaotic battle that could decide the outcome with a single strike. Second senior brother is dead. Quickly run. 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 At the first corner, the dozen or so disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue saw that their leader had been beaten down the mountain and began to scatter. In fact, when they saw the powerful army just now, they were already scared. Had it not been for someone watching over them, they would have run away long ago. Now that their leader was dead, how could they not run? After all, since ancient times, the common people didn't fight with the officials. People like Snake King and Enrich who were ruthless enough to go against the imperial court were few and far between. Run. Run. These soldiers aren't afraid of the poison at all. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is done for. Let's run. There was a large army blocking the path below, so they definitely wouldn't be able to cross it. Therefore, they could only go to the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the mountain path. These people didn't want to go back, so they had no choice but to run toward the forest and cliffs on both sides of the mountain path. Fortunately, this position was not very high from the foot of the mountain. Even if he accidentally fell down, as long as he protected his vital parts, he would not lose his life. Li Zishuan gestured to the imperial guards not to pursue these deserters. He was only interested in Snake King and Enrich. As for these disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, as long as they didn't help the tyrant, Li Zishuan didn't want to make things difficult for them. Keep marching. Dugu Xian furrowed his brows. After seeing that the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue had already run away, he waved his hand and gave an order. Yes. The imperial army regained their morale and continued to climb the dangerous Snake Spirit Mountain. Sect leader. Sect leader. Oh no. Oh no. The first checkpoint has been broken through by the imperial court's army. Enrich came out of the stone room. Just as he was about to go down the mountain to check on the current situation, he saw a disciple running over while panting. What? How could they be so fast? Weren't there dozens of boulders there? Enrich's expression changed greatly. He opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. It's true, sect leader. Second senior brother was killed on the spot, and the rest of the disciples fled in all directions. The imperial court's army is now marching toward the second checkpoint. The messenger disciple said with a sad face. Humph. This old man will go and take a look myself. Enrich flicked his sleeves and walked down the mountain with a cold face. Hee hee. You want to use your petty tricks again? On the mountain path, the army soon arrived at the second turning point. Li Zishuan sneered and started to attack. However, he wasn't fighting alone this time. The imperial army had experienced the sneak attack at the first checkpoint, and they were already mentally prepared. They cooperated with each other and started to block the rolling boulders. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, the 2 experts, also copied Li Zishuan's methods and helped to attack the 7 cultivators' sect's disciples at the checkpoint with stones or throwing knives. Hurry up. Hurry up. We can't let the imperial court's army go up the mountain. Ugh. Ah. Save me. Fang Gongming. Give me a hand. Hurry up and run. We can't hold on any longer. We can't hold on any longer. Once the imperial court's people come up, we will all be beheaded. Accompanied by a burst of crying, begging for mercy, and fleeing, the second checkpoint of the 7 cultivators sect was quickly broken through. After a short rest, the army set off on their journey again. However, Li Zishuan wasn't happy because of this. He had a strange feeling in his heart. His intuition told him that the attack on the mountain wouldn't go so smoothly. There would definitely be some unexpected dangers later. Haha. Little Xian, what kind of bullshit 7 cultivators sect is this? Aside from Snake King and their sect master, the others aren't that great. Dugu Feiying walked on the mountain path and laughed complacently with his hands on his waist. In the second checkpoint, his throwing knives killed 3 or 4 disciples of the 7 cultivators sect. It could be said that he had made a great contribution. Therefore, he was now looking down on everyone in the world. Fei Ying. Don't be so happy too early. We haven't even reached half of the mountain yet. Snake King and Badian haven't come out yet, so we mustn't lower our guard. No one knew what tricks they were going to play next. This Spirit Snake Mountain is very strange. It's not as simple as you and I think. Li Zishuan patted Dugu Feiying's shoulder and said with a serious face. Dugu Feiying waved his hand and said indifferently, Little Xian, you're thinking too much. Snake King and Badian might be good at martial arts, but we have 4,000 Imperial Guards behind us. No matter how good they are, they won't be able to escape from the encirclement of the Imperial Guards. Therefore, this Spirit Snake Mountain is ours for the taking. You. Li Zishuan gritted his teeth. This brat really doesn't listen to anything when he's being cocky. It's really annoying. Cough, cough. Fei Ying. Little Xian is right. When marching to war, we can't be complacent at all times. Otherwise, we'll definitely lose. It's better to be careful in everything. Dugu Xian couldn't stand this idiot of a younger brother anymore and also advised him. Ugh. Dugu Feiying rubbed his nose and nodded. Okay, big brother, I know. I'll be careful. Perfunctory. Li Zishuan could tell at a glance that his brother was being perfunctory. He turned to Dugu Xian and said, Xian, tell them to be more vigilant. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Our journey has been too smooth. Badian shouldn't have only prepared these tricks for us. Chapter 502. Bastards. A bunch of trash. Such a good location and so many rolling stones, but they couldn't even stop them for an hour. What a bunch of trash. On a boulder above the mountain path, Badian watched the army break through the second line of defense and couldn't help but curse out loud. Sect leader, what should we do? Many of our disciples died at the hands of the 3 leaders in the previous 2 checkpoints. The 3 of them are very accurate with their stones and throwing knives. As soon as our people show their faces, they will attack us. They are about to reach this checkpoint. What should we do? A tall young man beside Badian mustered up his courage and asked. Although Baishan's arrival calmed him down a little, he still couldn't help but feel nervous in the face of such a strong army. Humph. Lu Duang, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Badian snorted in dissatisfaction. Then, he frowned as if he suddenly thought of something and asked, That's not right. Why aren't these people poisoned yet? It hasn't been an hour since they entered the mountain, but it should be at least half an hour, right? No matter how strong their Nigong is, they should be lying on the ground now. This sect leader, I don't know either. But could they have gotten our sect's poison prevention pill or the formula of the poison prevention pill from Lu Baodan? The man named Lu Duang frowned and thought for a while before guessing. That's impossible. Badian denied. The formula of the poison prevention pill is the sect's top secret. Lu Baodan is just a cook. How could she know about it? Also, the sect gives out the poison prevention pill once every 7 days. Even if Lu Baodan has her own collection, it's impossible for her to give out so many poison prevention pills to a 4,000-strong army. It seems like the people from the Imperial Court have found a way to break the poison barrier. Lu Duang panicked and didn't know what to do. I'm afraid it's just as you said. Looks like we can't rely on the Imperial Court to stall for time. We have to end this quickly. De Wang, tell them to hide behind the rolling stones and not show their heads when they throw them. Then, go to the 4th checkpoint and ask Su Qingfeng to bring a group of people and bring over the good gift that I have carefully prepared for the Imperial Army. Baishan's eyes flashed fiercely as he ordered in a deep voice. Lu Duang didn't ask what Baishan's great gift was. Instead, he cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Sect leader. With that, he turned around and went to make the arrangements. Badian stood where he was and looked at the approaching Imperial army. He muttered to himself, "Humph. This is not the only trick I have up my sleeve. Lisa Schwan, Dugu Xian, since you didn't give this old man face earlier, don't blame this old man for being impolite now. Hee hee. Little Xian, look. The previous checkpoint was also a rolling stone. Didn't I say that old man Ian Badian had run out of tricks? No matter how you play, you only know this one move. Haha. Good timing. My mystic leaf flying dagger can't wait any longer." On the mountain path, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but tug at Li Zixuan's arm and laugh when he saw the huge stones in front of them. Li Zixuan saw the huge stones before Dugu Feiying did. He couldn't help but frown. "But I still feel that something is wrong. Feiying, be careful." Swoosh. Splat. Smack. When Dugu Feiying heard Li Zixuan's sudden shout, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Who knew that as soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, he saw a cold light. With a swish sound, a cloud of blood blossomed in the air, and then his face was tragically sprayed with blood. At the same time, a green flower snake that was cut in two fell to the ground with a paw sound. Li Zixuan was talking when he saw a snake on a tree beside Dugu Feiying. It was sticking out its tongue as it approached Dugu Feiying. It seemed like it wanted to kiss Dugu Feiying. So, in a moment of desperation, he used his wind-chasing sword as a flying dagger and cut the snake in half. Damn! Snake? It's a snake. Little Xian, hurry up and take it away. This is so scary. Dugu Feiying was stunned for a few seconds before he regained his senses. But when he took a closer look, he was scared out of his wits. He quickly jumped to the side and shouted. He was just short of crying for his parents. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Haha. I didn't expect Feiying to be so scared at your age. Ah. I've been bitten by a snake. Help. Ah. I've been bitten too. So many snakes. Oh my God. There are so many snakes. Ah. Help, I've been bitten too. Before Li Zixuan could finish speaking, he heard cries for help rising and falling from the ranks of the Imperial Army. He looked around and immediately saw countless small unknown snakes that were joining in the fun in the crowd. Li Zixuan raised an eyebrow and channeled his chi into his voice, shouting, "Brother Li, I'm going to kill you." Quiet. Everyone, take out your realgar powder and scatter it as you walk. Yes, sir. After going through the previous two checkpoints, the Imperial Army had a better understanding of Li Zixuan's martial arts realm. People with strength would be respected wherever they went. Therefore, Li Zixuan's words were quite effective. All the soldiers hurriedly took out a large bag of realgar powder from their bags and followed Li Zixuan's instructions, scattering the realgar powder as they walked. Hiss. 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 Finally, a bizarre scene appeared. When Li Zixuan saw the realgar powder, he thought that the snake army would retreat immediately. Who knew that at this moment, a strange and melodious tune could be heard? The snakes paused for a moment on the road. Then, not only did they not retreat, but they immediately rushed toward the army as if they had changed into another person. Oh, no, it should be that they had changed into another snake. They rushed toward the army and quickly approached them. Li Zixuan's expression changed and he knew something was wrong. As mentioned earlier, realgar wine and realgar powder had a certain repelling effect on snakes. When snakes encountered these two things, they would choose to avoid them if they had other choices. Now, there should be someone controlling these snakes. Otherwise, these snakes wouldn't be able to endure their fear of realgar powder and attack the army. Not good. Everyone, stop moving forward. 5 people form a team and help each other look behind. Kill snakes if you see them. Don't get bitten by these poisonous snakes. Li Zixuan made a hand gesture and the army immediately stopped moving forward. He ordered the army behind him as he killed the poisonous snakes around him. Chapter 503. Snake Spirit Mountain, halfway up the mountain. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes, under the control of that strange tune, charged fearlessly at the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers. Although many of the snakes couldn't break through the swords of the Imperial Army soldiers, and many of them couldn't even touch the sleeves of the soldiers before they were cut into pieces, they still didn't know what fear was and continued to charge at the Imperial Army soldiers. Just thinking about the scene of tens of thousands of venomous snakes in one place made one's scalp tingle. Although the Imperial Army soldiers were elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles, the ones they had fought before were living humans and not these densely packed venomous creatures. Why can't these venomous snakes be killed? My arms are sore from cutting them. F***ck. How dare you bite me, I'll chop you up. Help. I've been poisoned. I've been bitten too. The 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers obeyed Li Zishuan's orders and formed small groups of 5. They formed a circle with their backs against each other to resist the attacks of the venomous snake army. However, the venomous snakes in front of them seemed to be endless. After killing 1, 4 or 5 more would come. As time passed, the entire mountain was filled with venomous snakes. The stamina of the Imperial Army soldiers was rapidly depleted by the venomous snakes' attacks. More and more soldiers were bitten by the venomous snakes, but the attacks of the venomous snakes didn't weaken at all. Xiao Xian, we have to think of something. We can't go on like this. Who knows how many snakes there are on this snake spirit mountain? Dugu Feiying used his sword to parry the venomous snakes around him as he spoke to Li Zishuan at the top of his voice. This unlucky child was only good at throwing knives, but his other abilities were mediocre. However, he couldn't possibly use his throwing knives to kill the snakes, right? In this endless sea of snakes, even if he carried a sack of throwing knives, it wouldn't be enough to kill them all. This fellow clearly knew this as well. He had gotten a sword from somewhere and was now completely relying on his speed and strength as a middle-stage chi-forming cultivator to fend off the venomous snakes from all directions. However, this kind of method of wielding the sword without any technique also caused his vital energy to be depleted very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, he was already panting. Indeed, we have to think of something. Although these poisonous snakes were annoying, they posed no threat to Li Zishuan, who had entered the Master Realm. They didn't even consume much of his genuine qi. Firstly, his current realm was too high. Secondly, his Taiji swordsmanship could both attack and defend. Its moves were exquisite, and it didn't consume much genuine qi. Although the snakes could not threaten Li Zishuan had to consider the bigger picture. If he allowed the situation to continue, the army would suffer heavy losses. Li Zishuan looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Yin Batian, who was playing the sun on a boulder not far away. The reason why he could recognize that the oval-shaped object in Yin Batian's hand was because he had seen pictures of it on the internet in his previous life. However, today was the first time he had seen someone play a tune on an sun. Suns were made of clay, so it was very difficult to play a tune on them. Xian, Feiying, these snakes were all attracted by Yin Batian. The 3 of us should work together to kill him. Otherwise, there will be more and more snakes. In the end, these 4,000 people will either be poisoned to death or die of exhaustion. Li Zishuan said to Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying after using White Tiger's tail and sweeping Wind Plum Blossom to kill all the venomous snakes within 3 feet of him. F***ck. Is this what you've come up with? Dugu Feiying almost vomited blood when he heard this. Yin Batian was at the peak of the Master Realm. The 3 of them were like small shrimps in front of him. How could they possibly defeat him with such a huge difference in realm? What? Isn't Yin Batian at the peak of the Master Realm? He's not even a Grand Master. Feiying, why are you so afraid? The 3 of us dared to fight the Snake King, who was at the middle stage of the Master Realm. Now that I'm at the Master Realm and have the help of the Imperial Army, we might have a chance. Li Zishuan understood what Dugu Feiying was thinking. In fact, he didn't expect that the siege of the 7 cultivators sect would turn into a battle between 2 kings. He had the Imperial Army behind him, so he would be crazy to fight Yin Batian. However, now that things had developed to this point, he wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life if he didn't stand up. However, if they cooperated well in this battle, there was still a chance for them to win. Who's afraid? Let's do it, I'm not afraid. Dugu Feiying straightened his neck and quibbled. Then, he looked at Dugu Xian and asked, Big brother, what do you think? Are you going to do it or not? Although Dugu Feiying didn't show any fear on his face, he was feeling guilty. After thinking about it, he could only seek comfort from his elder brother. Dugu Xian frowned. In the end, he was a general, and it was his duty to lead the army to war. He didn't like this kind of Jianghu struggle and trying to be a hero. Last time, he was forced to fight the Flying Snake King because of the situation. But this time, if he didn't take action, the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers would probably be in big trouble. Let's do it. Dugu Xian's words were always concise and to the point. However, for such an ambiguous word to come out of the mouth of a cold-faced general, it sounded weird no matter how one listened to it. In any case, Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. Dugu Feiying opened his mouth. Since his brother also supported Li Zishuan's king versus king plan, what else could he say? He could only follow along. Haha. Good. Today, we'll fight side by side again. So what if he's at the peak of the Master Realm? Beat his mother. What's there to be afraid of? When Li Zishuan saw Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying come over and stand by his side, he could not help but recall the scene of the three of them beating up the flying serpent. He immediately became filled with pride and could not help but laugh at the sky. Bah! You're right. Isn't it just peak Grandmaster? What's there to be afraid of? Don't be afraid, just do it. Dugu Feiying was at the prime of his youth. After being provoked, he was also a little hot-blooded. He spat at Yin Beishan's direction and said arrogantly, Cut the crap, if you want to fight, then fight. Dugu Xian raised his sword and said unhappily, Okay. Let's fight our way out first. Li Zishuan wiped his nose, raised his chasing wind sword, and charged in Yin Beishan's direction. Yin Badian was old and shrewd. He knew that he should not be distracted when he was controlling the snakes, so he was now more than a mile away from the battlefield. As for how his snort could be heard from such a distance, there was no doubt at all. As a martial arts master at the peak of the Grand Master Realm, he had the ability to let the entire Snake Spirit Mountain hear his voice. Swords were drawn, and the battle of King versus King was about to start. Chapter 504. Kiki. Juniors. You have the guts to challenge this old man. You are courageous, but you will pay with your lives. On top of a boulder on the mountain path. Yin Badian looked at Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Xian, who were charging towards him from the Sea of Snakes. If Li Zishuan and the others had stayed with the Imperial Army, Yin Badian wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. After all, no Jianghu expert would dare to go against the Imperial Army. But now that Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, and the others had left the army and were going to have a king versus king battle with him, Yin Badian was very happy. In the end, the reason why he brought these snakes to the battle was because the 7 cultivators sect had too few disciples. There were less than 100 of them, and they wouldn't be able to defeat them in a head-on battle. Moreover, it would be too dangerous to capture their leader. After all, the elite Imperial Army wasn't afraid of any Jianghu expert. Now that Li Zishuan and the others had delivered themselves to his doorstep, it was exactly what Yin Badian wanted. Although fighting with Li Zishuan and the others would affect his control over the snakes, there were already so many snakes on the mountain path that they could at least buy some time. As long as he could defeat Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying before the Imperial Army got rid of the snakes, the crisis of the 7 cultivators sect would be resolved in an instant. The victor is yet to be decided. Yin Badian, this Duke will ask you one last time. Are you really not willing to hand over the Snake King? Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Xian jumped onto the platform opposite of Yin Badian and said coldly. He wasn't talking nonsense before the battle. He was also trying to buy time for the Imperial Army to get rid of the snakes. His 5 senses were sharp, and he had already noticed that the snakes on the mountain paused for a moment when Yin Badian was talking to them. This meant that Yin Beishan's control over the snakes had a time limit. As long as he could buy some time, the snakes would definitely be able to break free from Bashan's control. Hee hee. Duke Li, you're doomed to waste your efforts. 15 minutes is more than enough to get rid of the three of you. Badian smiled indifferently. Although he was well aware of Li Zishuan's intention of stalling for time, he didn't care at all. He slowly put away the sun, drew out the long sword at his waist, and pointed it at Li Zishuan and the other two. Haha. I remember that the Snake King said something similar a month ago, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm still alive and well, but the Snake King has become an earthworm that doesn't even dare to step out of his house. Li Zishuan retorted without fear. Ha ha ha. That's right. What bullshit, Snake King. His name is quite impressive, and he is also a master at the Grand Master middle stage. When he saw me, a junior at the Qi middle stage, didn't he run away? Ha ha ha. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Dugu Feiying, who was watching from the side, didn't mind the commotion and added fuel to the fire. This guy was laughing with his hands on his waist. Coupled with what he said just now, if the Snake King were here, he would definitely be pissed to death. Badian was very close to the Snake King, and he was also very angry. A trace of anger finally appeared on his indifferent face. He waved his sword and snorted coldly. Junior, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Badian disappeared with his sword. Li Zishuan's pupils shrank, and he shouted, Feiying, get out of the way. Boom. As soon as Badian finished speaking, Dugu Feiying realized that he was in great danger. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his entire body was filled with an extremely cold murderous intent. He couldn't even move if he wanted to. Li Zishuan's shout seemed to have some kind of magical power that warmed up his cold inner breath slightly. Only then did he have the ability to move. The moment he turned his body, he felt a long sword as cold as water slashing down on the hair on his face. Dugu Feiying was so scared that he immediately used all his inner force to jump to the side. The place where he was just standing was instantly blasted into a big pit. How terrifying! The power of a peak Grand Master was indeed terrifying. The dust settled. Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feiying all had the same thought. As the person involved, Dugu Feiying was undoubtedly the one who felt it the most. At this moment, he felt so bitter in his heart. He regretted agreeing to Li Zishuan to come over and cause trouble. They weren't causing trouble, they were risking their lives. When Badian disappeared from the spot earlier, only Li Zishuan among the three of them saw his footwork in the air. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying could only see a series of afterimages. Almost in the blink of an eye, Badian flew down from above Dugu Feiying's head. Bashan's furious attack was obviously more powerful and aggressive than the one he used to test Li Zishuan at the foot of the mountain yesterday. If there were no accidents, this sword would definitely pierce through Dugu Feiying's body from the top of his head, and Dugu Feiying would definitely die. Unfortunately, there were many accidents in reality, and Dugu Feiying was still alive and well. Bashan's sure-kill attack missed. Ha! I've underestimated you juniors. To think that there are actually people who can survive my Qingkuan sword. I'd like to see how long a sharp-tongued brat like you can live. Badian was slightly surprised, and without saying anything, he raised his sword and continued to attack Dugu Feiying. As for Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian, Badian couldn't be bothered with them. He only wanted to take care of Dugu Feiying first before thinking about anything else. This was the best thing about our Dugu Feiying. Once in a battle, he would definitely pull the enemy's aggro to the max, and give his teammates a lot of room to attack. But this was also the most tragic thing about Dugu Feiying. Because he attracted too much aggro, he was going to be tortured. And he wasn't a big meat shield like Qing Yaojin or Yuchi Gong, he was still a pretty boy. How could he accept Bashan's cruel torture? F***CK. Old bastard, you're still not done playing? You think I'm easy to bully? Then I'll let you have a taste of my power. When Dugu Feiying saw that Badian was still going to attack, he couldn't help but scream. He jumped far away, and then took out dozens of flying knives from his pants and threw them all at Ian Badian as if they were free. Dozens of flying knives flew towards Ian Badian. Li Zishuan, who was about to help Dugu Feiying block the attack, couldn't help but have his eyes lit up. Dugu Feiying's flying knives had improved a lot compared to when he was fighting Flying Snake. Not to mention other things, even if Flying Snake could block this rain of flying knives, it wouldn't be easy for him. This was enough to explain the problem. Although their opponents were more than one level stronger than Flying Snake, the three of them had also improved, and they might not lose this battle. Chapter 505. Bam! 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 With the sound of swords clashing against each other, Ian Badian managed to nullify Dugu Feiying's extraordinary move with just a few slashes. Even so, the three of them didn't look disappointed. They knew that even if Dugu Feiying had improved a lot, he wouldn't be able to injure Ian Badian with his flying daggers. They were already satisfied that they were able to hold Ian Badian back for a few seconds with their flying daggers. In a fight between experts, life and death was decided in a second. Even though it wasn't as exaggerated as they said, the time that Dugu Feiying had bought was enough for Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian to do a lot of things. 9 Taishian swords, first style, ride the wind. Riding the wind to the 9 heavens. At this crucial moment to save Dugu Feiying, Li Zishuan did not plan to use the Taiji sword technique. He wanted to use his best, fiercest, and fastest sword move without holding back. Only then could he save Dugu Feiying. Otherwise, this pretty boy wouldn't be able to survive for more than 2 seconds under Ian Badian's attack. Lone Wind Swordplay. Almost at the same time, Dugu Xian chanted and dashed towards Ian Badian with his sword. The sword moved, and the shadow of the sword followed. Dugu Xian leaped into the air and spun in the air. A blinding sword aura shot up like a dazzling silver dragon. Li Zishuan could feel the sharpness around Dugu Xian even from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked. Compared to Dugu Feiying, Dugu Xian had improved a lot after that battle. His battle prowess had also increased a lot. This sword strike already had the aura of a grandmaster expert. Being targeted by 2 sharp sword intents at the same time, Ian Badian's heart skipped a beat. He had no choice but to give up on his plan to kill Dugu Feiying. He could only use his sword to block the attack. His long red hair fluttered in the air, and his eyes were cold. His sword was like a rainbow, and his footwork changed. First, he used a simple lift of his sword to deflect Li Zishuan's ride the wind. Then, he appeared in front of Dugu Xian. He waved his sword lightly, and Dugu Xian was sent flying by a huge force. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He was relaxed and indifferent to the extreme. Ian Badian had crushed Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian with his superior cultivation level and unparalleled movement technique. Before Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian's swords converged, he attacked them separately. First, he pushed back Li Zishuan and then injured Dugu Xian. Furthermore, he looked relaxed as if it was as easy as blowing away dust. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between their strength. Swish, swish, swish. How could Dugu Feiying be missing at this time? Although he regretted falling for Li Zishuan's trick, he couldn't abandon his brother and leave alone. The only choice left for him was to fight to the death. While Ian Badian was busy fighting Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian, he channeled his chi into his palm and infused it into the flying daggers that had accompanied him day and night. He could even feel the resonance of blood being thicker than water, as if the flying daggers were a part of his body. Then, he stared intently at Ian Badian's body. When Ian Badian retreated, Dugu Feiying made his move decisively. 3 Xian Li flying daggers flew towards Ian Badian's path in a triangular formation, emitting a blazing light. Dugu Feiying felt that these 3 flying daggers were the most exciting, most accurate, and most powerful flying daggers he had ever used in his life. Of course, these 3 flying daggers were also the most powerful enemies he had ever faced in his life. Pfft! This was the sound of a flying dagger piercing into flesh. Ian Badian was a martial arts expert at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. His 5 senses were extremely sharp. Of course, he could feel the hot knife chi behind him. However, his entire body was already in a position to retreat. Even if he forcefully changed his direction midway, he would not be able to completely dodge Dugu Feiying's 3 carefully calculated flying knives. One of the mystic leaf flying daggers sliced open a wound on Yin Baishan's left arm like tofu. If it weren't for his strong inner chi and quick reflexes that allowed him to focus his true chi on the wound at the critical moment, this flying dagger would have sunk into his arm. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. No one would have thought that the weakest of the 3, Dugu Feiying, would be able to injure Yin Badian, a peak grandmaster. Dugu Feiying's 3 flying daggers were perfectly executed because Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian had created a very good opportunity for him to attack. However, to be able to grasp the opportunity so well was enough to prove that Dugu Feiying's current ability was much, much better than before. This brat has suddenly exploded with power. He's now famous for injuring a peak grandmaster when he's at the chi cultivating stage. Li Zishuan smiled as he looked at Dugu Feiying, who was still in a daze. Ah! You little bastard. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Yin Badian pulled out the flying dagger from his arm and threw it on the ground. Then, he screamed at Dugu Feiying furiously. Humiliation. He was a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, but he was injured by a junior at the middle stage of chi transformation. If he didn't kill Dugu Feiying today, he would become the laughing stock of the entire Jianghu. F***ck. Don't you call me that, you old bastard. If other people hear you, they'll think that I'm related to you. I'm your grandpa. If you call me that again, I'll stab you again. Dugu Feiying had been calling Yin Badian an old bastard. Now that Yin Badian called him a little bastard, he couldn't take it anymore. An old bastard and a little bastard. If other people didn't know their relationship, they would think that they were father and son. That was why Dugu Feiying cursed in exasperation. Pfft. Li Zishuan, who was preparing the second sword technique of the 9 Taishan swords, couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He didn't expect Dugu Feiying, this unlucky kid, to be such a prankster. He didn't forget to be funny even in a life and death situation. Because of that, more than half of the sword technique that he was preparing dissipated. Wah, wah, wah. You little bastard, you're too much. Yin Badian had been high and mighty for decades. When had he ever been humiliated like this? It was already a miracle that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Even so, he still felt a ball of fire rising up his head. He picked up his sword and flew toward where Dugu Feiying was standing without a care. F***ck. Unfilial grandson, how dare you kill your grandpa? I'm going to kill you. Ah. Don't. Grandpa, you're my grandpa. I'm sorry. F***ck, big brother, Shao Xian, I'm going to die if you don't come and save me. How could Dugu Feiying bear the anger of a master at the peak of the supreme power realm? In less than 2 seconds, there were 4 or 5 sword wounds on his body. He hurriedly asked Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian for help. Chapter 506. 9 Taishan Swords, Second Style, Graceful. Li Zishuan wasn't discouraged at all after his first attack was easily deflected by Yin Badian. After he steadied himself, he followed up with the second style of 9 Taishan Swords. The sword in Li Zishuan's hand moved even faster, its trajectory like a flying dragon soaring in the sky. Carrying the remaining power of the first sword, riding the wind, its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. On the other side, Dugu Xian's sword became even sharper. He flew up into the sky and started the second wave of attacks with Li Zishuan. Yin Badian didn't care at all. He just wanted to kill Dugu Feiying first. He was very, very angry today. He didn't know how many years it had been since he was this angry. F***ck. Old bastard, are you done yet? You're forcing me to do this. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Dugu Feiying staggered 2 steps and waved his hand, indicating for Yin Badian to stop first. Then, he said in a serious tone. While he was talking, he was also putting on a posture. It really looked like he was serious. Actually, he knew that he was just an empty shell now. Although only a few breaths of time had passed, the true qi in his body had been exhausted. There was no doubt that if he did not use up all of his true qi when Badian attacked just now, there was a 10,000% chance that he would be dead by now. At that time, neither Li Zixuan nor Dugu Xian could save him because they couldn't make it in time. He could only rely on himself. That was why, even though he looked like he was in a sorry state, it wasn't easy for him to survive. No one in the qi-forming realm could do better than him. Humph. You're asking for it. Dugu Feiying's acting was so good that Badian didn't know if it was real or fake. However, Badian didn't believe that Dugu Feiying would be able to throw out 3 flying knives that could threaten a master like before. He didn't want to give Dugu Feiying another chance. He wanted to kill Dugu Feiying before Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian's sword arrived. He was confident that he was faster than Li Zixuan and the others. At this moment, Baishan's mind was clouded by anger. He originally had the absolute advantage. As long as he fought steadily, he had a 90% chance of killing Li Zixuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Xian. But now, he had to take the risk of being injured by Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian in order to assassinate Dugu Feiying. It was unbelievable. It had to be said that anger could really blind a person's eyes and make them lose their rationality. However, Baishan's plan wasn't entirely wrong. Under normal circumstances, Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian wouldn't have been able to come to Dugu Feiying's aid before Badian killed him. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, our main character, Li Zixuan, was not a normal person from beginning to end. Nonsense, can a normal person be as evil as him? He practiced both martial arts and literature, and he was the most powerful person among his peers. Li Zixuan was 10 feet away from Badian, and Badian was 6 feet away from Dugu Feiying. No matter how he calculated, Li Zixuan would never be able to catch up to Badian. At this moment, Li Zixuan's mind was unusually calm. In an instant, he relied on his immense spiritual energy to come up with at least 100 plans. After analyzing and comparing, he finally came up with the most optimal and most likely plan to save Dugu Feiying. 9 Taishian swords, 3rd style, Snow Walk. Snow Walk without a trace, swift as a swallow. 9 Taishian swords, 4th style, Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker, Sea Lord, Thunder Fury. 9 Taishian swords, 5th style, Dust Parting. A sword parting the dust parting. Li Zixuan used the remaining power of the 2nd style of 9 Taishian swords to consecutively use the 3rd, 4th, and 5th styles in less than a breath's time. He didn't want to kill anyone, but because he changed his moves too quickly. He couldn't hit anyone at all, and all of them hit the air. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. 9 Taishian swords was a supreme sword technique derived from Li Zixuan's internal energy. When he used it, the 9 styles were linked together, and it was like a storm. It was continuous and overwhelming. Moreover, the power of each style would stack with the power of the next style. Correspondingly, the speed of the sword style would also stack. Li Zixuan planned to use this method of stacking sword styles to catch up with Baishan's speed. This was the most feasible plan that he came up with after using his immense spiritual energy to deduce countless times. After the 5th style of 9 Taishian swords was used, the tip of the chasing wind sword shone with a cold light. An extremely cold sword intent instantly locked onto Baishan's body. This sword was really a dust parting. Li Zixuan's speed had already exceeded his limit. Because of this extreme speed, his long hair was pulled back like a steel wire on this windless mountain path. After entering the Grandmaster realm, Li Zixuan's 5 swords were now at least twice as powerful as the 5 swords he used to fight against the devils incarnate in the Qing mansion. 9 Taishian swords was able to surpass the level of the enemy. That was why he was able to fight Qing Yaojin to a standstill when he was only at the peak of qi refining stage. Although Qing Yaojin went easy on him, in terms of moves, he wasn't inferior to Qing Yaojin. Now that he was able to use 5 swords in a row as a Grandmaster, judging from the power of the 5th style, Dust parting, he indeed had the ability to threaten a Grandmaster peak expert. Not enough, still not enough. Li Zishuan did a rough calculation and felt that his current speed was still not enough. Therefore, he continued to change his moves. The sixth style of 9 Taishian swords, Drifting Cloud. Smoke parting, Drifting Cloud, never return. Li Zishuan's speed had already reached the extreme, but now it was 40% faster. At this moment, he and his sword were like smoke and drifting cloud, never to return. Others couldn't even see his real body. This was the first time Li Zishuan used the sixth style of 9 Taishian swords in a real battle. Since he entered the Grandmaster realm after fighting with the Flying Snake last month, he had practiced this sword style at least 100 times at home. Now, he couldn't say that he had mastered it thoroughly, but he had some small achievements. Moreover, with the power of the 5 swords in a row just now, the sixth style at this moment was like a sword that didn't belong to the human world. Its speed was even faster than Yin Badian. On the other hand, Dugu Xian was not idle. When Li Zishuan used the fourth style of 9 Taishian swords, he had already seen through Li Zishuan's intention. After all, his martial arts talent was one of the best among the younger generation. Moreover, the person who was in danger was his brother. Logically speaking, he should be more anxious than Li Zishuan. After seeing through Li Zishuan's intention, Dugu Xian jumped up and used a series of complicated sword moves. Then, his speed increased by 60%. Although he was not as fast as Li Zishuan, he was not far behind. The two of them, one in front and one behind, stabbed their swords at Yin Baishan's back. Chapter 507. This is bad. When Yin Baishan's sword was less than 3 inches away from Dugu Feiying's throat, he suddenly felt 2 murderous intents coming from behind him. He felt a sense of danger. But at this moment, even if he turned around, he wasn't confident that he could block these 2 killer moves. However, he had no choice but to turn around. He didn't want to die together with Dugu Feiying. During this moment of hesitation, Li Zishuan's sword got closer to Yin Baishan's heart. Although Yin Baishan's martial arts realm was higher than Flying Snake's, his ability to make decisions on the spot was not as good as Flying Snake's. Chi. Pft. Pft. In a moment of desperation, Yin Badian had no choice but to give up on Dugu Feiying. He quickly turned his body and tried to use his sword to parry Li Zishuan's chasing wind sword. The 2 swords clashed and a chi sound was heard. Yin Baishan's hasty attack was ultimately unable to defeat Li Zishuan's flowing cloud, the 6th sword of the 9 Taishian swords that he had been accumulating for a long time. The wind-chasing sword easily cut open a wound below Yin Baishan's right rib, and the sword sank into Yin Baishan's body due to inertia. Dugu Xian also took the opportunity to stab his sword into Yin Baishan's left rib. However, Yin Badian had time to block the attack, so Dugu Xian's sword didn't go in too deep. Ah! Shameless brat, how dare you sneak attack me! Yin Badian roared and released his true chi at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, sending Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian flying far away with their swords. Dugu Feiying also took the opportunity to crawl to Li Zishuan's side. He had just survived a disaster. At this moment, this guy's heart couldn't help but thump, thump, thump. He thought he was going to die just now because Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian were still far away from him. Now that he found out that he was still alive, he had to cherish this hard-won chance of survival. Dugu Feiying swore in his heart that he would never do this kind of work again even if he was beaten to death. Damn it! As soon as Yin Badian finished speaking, he flew over with his sword in hand. The 2 wounds on his body were dripping with blood, making him look extremely horrifying. Of course, the expression on his face was even more horrifying. This old man probably hadn't been injured for more than 10 years, and now he was so angry. That's right, Yin Badian was furious. At this time, he threw out all of his sword moves as if they were free. It looked like he wanted to quickly cut down the 3 little trash fish in front of him. At this moment, of course, Li Zishuan would not be so stupid as to fight head-on with a master at the peak of the supreme power realm who was in a berserk state. He stood in the middle of the 3 people, combined with the analysis of his powerful spiritual force, and used the full defense version of the Taiji sword to bear and resolve a large number of attacks for the whole team. Bang! 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 Just when Badian was about to attack again, the sound of hundreds of people running together suddenly came from the mountain path, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Badian took a closer look and saw that it was a team of 100 Imperial Guards. How can they be so fast? Badian was not the only one who thought so. Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feiying all had the same thought. Although the three of them wanted the Imperial Guards to leave the snake swarm and come to save them, they never thought that the Imperial Guards would come so quickly. In fact, when Badian was hit by Dugu Feiying's flying dagger, the connection between him and the snake swarm immediately weakened by 30%. Later, when Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian suddenly attacked him, Badian suffered even more serious injuries, and he instantly lost all connection with the snake swarm. As a matter of fact, the Imperial Guards closest to them took the opportunity to rush over. Hee. Trying to run? It's not that easy. Li Zishuan sensed that Badian was quietly retreating. He laughed coldly and appeared in front of Badian. He was going to take the initiative to attack. Rock spreading wings, hugging the moon, Yiksha exploring the sea, wild goose shooting, green dragon showing claws, falling flower, white tiger grabbing the tail, black dragon twisting the pillar, sweeping plum blossom. Last time, when he fought against the flying snake, Li Zishuan had taken 18 offensive sword moves from the 55 Taiji sword forms and used his powerful mind energy to quickly deduce the best combination of offensive sword moves. He created a full offensive version of the Yang-style Taiji sword and beat the flying snake until it could not breathe. This time, Li Zishuan did not hesitate to use the full attack version of the Taiji sword against Badian. His goal was to stall Badian and prevent him from escaping. Back then, Snake King had personally told Badian in the secret chamber, if you meet that Li Zishuan kid, if you can kill him in one move, don't save it for the second move. That kid is evil, and he'll be a disaster if you let him live. At this moment, Badian finally understood Snake King's good intentions. Previously, when he wanted to fight Li Zishuan had created a strange set of sword forms that could always nullify his attacks. Now that he did not want to fight anymore and wanted to escape, Li Zishuan had created another set of sword forms that stuck to him like glue. It was really annoying. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying were not idiots. They also understood Li Zishuan's intention. One of them held a sword, while the other threw a flying knife from afar. They both joined the battle at the same time. In this short period of time, Dugu Feiying had already recovered 10 to 20% of his inner breath. He could still throw flying knives from afar to harass Badian. Poor Badian, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, was being chased by 3 juniors at a lower level. It was really frustrating. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only defend himself while feeling anxious. The 100 Imperial Guards took advantage of the precious time that Li Zishuan had bought for them to surround Badian. At this point, the situation of a pack of wolves trapping the Lion King was finally formed. The arrogant master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm was now like a hero at the end of his road. He looked at the increasing number of Imperial Guards around him, and his eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. Seeing this, Li Zishuan quickly retreated from the battle with Dugu Xian. He did not need to personally charge into the battle anymore. The Imperial Guards had a battle formation that was specially designed to deal with the masters of the Jianghu. He only needed to stay outside and hold the line. Badian, you only needed to hand over Snake King, but you insisted on doing things your own way. In the end, you dragged your sect down with you. You're asking for trouble. Since you don't want to hand over Snake King, I have no choice but to wipe out your 7 cultivators of virtue. Li Zishuan calmed his inner breath and said coldly. Now that the situation was settled, he was no longer in a hurry. Bah! The winner takes all. You can kill me or cut me up as you wish, but do you think it's your turn to teach me a lesson? When I was roaming the Jianghu, you were still in your mother's womb. Chapter 508. Humph. You're about to die, yet you still have a sharp tongue. As citizens of the Great Tang, the 7 cultivators of virtue disobeyed His Majesty's orders and openly opposed the imperial court's army in broad daylight. This is no different from a rebellion. Soldiers, listen up. Take down this hut. Dugu Xian didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he waved his hand and ordered coldly. At this moment, he was back to being a great general who commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. Yes. The imperial army answered loudly, and hundreds of soldiers formed a Mo saber formation with their Mo sabers and began to attack Yin Badian. Although the imperial army's martial realm was far inferior to Yin Baishan's, their seamless cooperation made up for their lack of individual strength. When Yin Badian beat back an imperial army soldier, dozens of Mo sabers would follow behind him. Thus, he didn't dare to go all out and attack anyone. This was the power of a battle formation. Many people scoffed at the use of battle formations, thinking that it was just something made up by novelists and that its use on the battlefield was negligible. Li Zishuan also thought so in the past, but after seeing the imperial army beat up Yin Badian, he didn't think so anymore. In fact, if one didn't have a battle formation, it was no different from being a hooligan. The tactics of ancient armies mainly relied on battle formations. Because communication methods were basically non-existent, sound couldn't travel far, flags couldn't be seen, fireworks and musical instruments were monotonous, and messengers could be killed if they ran too slowly. A mechanized battle formation was the only way to achieve the goal of a general. For soldiers, they just had to remember who was next to them and whether they should stand in a horizontal line or a diagonal line. As for the rest, it was up to the officers. As for the power of military formations, a simple example could be used to illustrate it. According to reliable historical records, Emperor Wu of Song of the Southern Dynasties led a few hundred soldiers to defeat tens of thousands of peasant soldiers. Many people would think that this was just bragging, but if one understood the true meaning of battle formations, they would know that it wasn't just guns that could be used against the natives. The Art of War recorded the 10 most basic battle formations: square formation, circle formation, sparse formation, number formation, sharp formation, goose formation, hook formation, Xian formation, water formation, and fire formation. Some of the messy formations in the later generations were derived from these 10 basic formations. The principle of using formations was to break through the weak points of the opponent's formation and expand the results of the battle after breaking through. Later on, this theory was no longer limited to field battle formations. Eventually, it was promoted to national strategy by Sun Wu. From this, it could be seen that ancient military commanders attached great importance to military formations. In just 15 minutes, Yin Baishan's body was covered in a dozen saber wounds. While there were quite a few injured Imperial Army soldiers, there were even more Imperial Army soldiers coming to reinforce him. What made Yin Badian want to curse the most was that while he was fending off the soldiers, he also had to be on guard against the shameless sneak attacks of Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feidong. Right now, the 3 of them were considered experts in Yin Baishan's eyes. They were experts who could threaten his life. The wounds on his body were proof of that. Under the influence of various unfavorable factors, Yin Baishan's true qi was being depleted faster and faster. The saber wounds on his body were increasing, and he had entered a vicious cycle. If this continued, he would be hacked to death in less than 15 minutes because of his true qi. After all, even a martial Dao master could not have an endless supply of true qi. Yin Badian, why don't you just surrender? You are also a formidable person. I don't think you want to end up being hacked to death, right? If you surrender, I can leave you with an intact corpse. Li Zishuan's eyes were like torches. He had already seen through the situation on the battlefield. He crossed his arms and looked at Yin Badian coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Yin Badian, if you call me Grandpa, I might be kind enough to give you a quick death. Don't make any more pointless struggles. Haha. Dugu Feidong laughed as he played with the Xian leaf flying dagger in his hand. To him, there was no way he would let go of such an opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Moreover, this was a peak grandmaster. He would be proud to brag about such a drowning dog in front of others. But he had forgotten who was the one who shamelessly called him Grandpa and begged for mercy during the battle. Pfft! Shameless brat, if I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. New and old grudges surged in his heart. Looking back at the battle just now, Badian realized that he had lost because of Dugu Feiying's foul mouth. That was why he had made several wrong decisions. Therefore, the person Badian hated the most was not Li Zishuan or Dugu Xian. It was definitely Dugu Feiying. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Ha ha ha. Come at me. Come at me if you dare. Unfortunately, you can't hit me. Let me ask you, are you angry? Are you angry? Ha ha ha. Dugu Feiying continued to use his foul mouth. But this time, his foul mouth was going to cause trouble again. Sha, sha, sha. Suddenly, a very clear sha, sha, sha sound came from above the mountain path. Li Zishuan and the others looked up in confusion and were shocked. It was a giant python with 7 heads. When it stood up, it was as tall as 4 people. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. At this moment, he wondered if the world he had transmigrated to was the real world of Tang Dynasty. Why does it feel like a magical world? Even a giant python with 7 heads has appeared. What the hell is going on? Following behind the huge snake was a man with a thin face and snow-white hair. The man snorted and said, "Don't worry. Humph. Do you really think that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is a pushover? Flying snake?" Li Zishuan's pupils shrank as he suddenly spoke. He recognized the person in front of him at first glance. Although the flying snake was masked when he tried to assassinate him, Li Zishuan still remembered the pair of eyes. Therefore, even though the flying snake had a withered face and snow-white hair, Li Zishuan still recognized him. Although the flying snake didn't have much true qi fluctuations on his body, he looked even more sinister and terrifying when he stood next to the giant 7-headed snake. Hee hee. Mr. Li, you really have good eyesight. You can actually recognize me. The flying snake put his hands behind his back and sneered. Junior Marshal brother, your hair. The Imperial Army was also frightened by the giant 7-headed snake and stopped attacking. Badian looked at the withered face and snow-white hair of the flying snake and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's fine. Senior Marshal brother, you should heal your wounds first. Next, let these people see the real 7 cultivators of true virtue. Ha ha ha. The flying snake waved his hand and laughed maniacally. Chapter 509. The real 7 cultivators of true virtue. On the mountain path, Li Zishuan murmured. Then, a trace of horror flashed through his eyes. He looked at the flying snake and asked in confusion, "Is this the 7 cultivators of true virtue?" When Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin came to the Li residence, they told Li Zishuan that there was a rare poisonous snake called the 7 cultivators of true virtue in the Miaojiang region. It had 7 heads and was extremely poisonous. Regardless of whether it was a human or an animal, as long as one of its heads bit someone, they would immediately die. At that time, Qin Xiong guessed that the so-called blood rain of true virtue was related to the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Now that he saw such a huge 7-headed snake and the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the mountain, how could Li Zishuan not know that this huge snake was the 7 cultivators of true virtue that Qin Xiong mentioned? However, he would never have thought that the 7 cultivators of true virtue not only had many heads, but its body was also so huge. It was simply impossible for a human to fight against it. Haha. You have good eyesight. This is the guardian beast of our 7 cultivators of true virtue. What do you think? Isn't it very awe-inspiring? Hee hee. Unfortunately, you will all become food in its stomach today. Ha ha ha. The flying snake looked at Li Zishuan and the others with a trace of ridicule in its eyes. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. It opened its arms and laughed arrogantly. In stark contrast, the Imperial Army that had been besieged by the snakes had gradually rushed over. When they saw the huge and ferocious serpent of 7 cultivators, although they might have felt fear in their hearts, they did not scatter in all directions. They only clenched the modeo in their hands and quietly stood behind Dugu Xian, waiting for their commander's orders. At this time, the military discipline of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army was reflected. If it were any other army, they would have already fled in all directions after seeing such a terrifying monster. It was really rare for the Imperial Army to be able to overcome the fear in their hearts and not forget military discipline at such a critical time. Humph. Don't flatter yourself. If this 7 cultivators of true virtue was really the guardian beast of your 7 cultivators of true virtue, why didn't you bring it out earlier? You are merely at the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. It is impossible for you to fully control the giant snake of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Now that you're able to bring this snake out, I'm afraid you have to pay a heavy price, right? Li Zishuan frowned and sneered at the flying serpent. Li Zishuan reckoned that in the current world, only his master, spiritual master Spirit Su, would be able to match such a huge 7 virtues serpent. Moreover, the most powerful expert of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, Batian, was only at the peak of the Grand Master realm. Therefore, he didn't believe that the flying serpent would be able to subdue such a ferocious beast. If they had the ability to subdue this snake, the 7 cultivators of true virtue would have become famous in the Wulian world a long time ago. Perhaps they would have even become a giant in Jianghu instead of being a nobody like they were now. Therefore, there must be some unknown story behind this. Moreover, the current flying snake's aura was many times weaker than before. Its hair had turned white, and its face was haggard. It was obvious that it had experienced a great change. Sure enough, as soon as the flying serpent heard this, its complexion changed greatly. It glanced coldly at Li Zishuan and said in a sharp voice, "Little bastard, if you hadn't gone too far, how would this old man have invited 7 cultivators of true virtue out? Now that things have come to this, you have to pay the price in blood. Don't even think about leaving." After saying that, he raised his head and shouted, "Poison, poison. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Today, they will all be your food." Roar. 7 cultivators of true virtue seemed to understand human language. It looked up to the sky and roared excitedly. Its roar resounded through the valley and spread outside at a very fast speed. Everyone in the field felt as if they were facing a ferocious beast. Their eardrums were buzzing due to the roar, and the weaker soldiers were already vomiting blood. After 7 cultivators of true virtue finished roaring, its body wriggled forward. In the blink of an eye, it arrived near the several hundred imperial guards that had besieged Batian. Its 3 heads stretched out and opened its bloody mouth at the imperial guards. "Evil creature! How dare you!" Seeing that the dozens of imperial guards were about to fall into the snake's stomach, Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feiying used their best moves and attacked the 3 heads of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Ding, ding, ding. There was no sound of sharp blades piercing into flesh, but the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The heads of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were as hard as metal. Retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately. Retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately. First, Li Zishuan shouted at the imperial guards. Then, Dugu Xian's roar could be heard as well. They all understood that if they didn't retreat, all 4,000 of them would die here. Such a huge beast wasn't something that could be resisted by humans. Although the previous attacks of Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feiying didn't break through the 7 cultivators of true virtue's defense, they did slightly hinder its attack. When the several hundred imperial guards heard the order to retreat, they took the opportunity to run out of the 7 cultivators of true virtue's attack range. Feiying. You and Xiao Xian leave first. I'll cover the rear. Dugu Xian, who had just been sent flying after his attack failed, hurriedly roared at the 2 people beside him. Big brother. I'm not leaving. Dugu Feiying said angrily. F***CK. You're F***King Bullsh** T. I, Li Zishuan, will never sacrifice my brothers in exchange for my own survival. Besides, my martial arts are better than yours. It's not your turn to cover the rear. Li Zishuan jumped up from the ground and shouted. Then, he turned to Dugu Feiying and said, Feiying. Among the 3 of us, you're the one who consumed the most energy and suffered the most injuries. Take the army and retreat first. Dugu Xian looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. Then, he said, that's right. Fei Ying, take the Imperial Guards and leave quickly. But, don't be so King wishy-washy. At this time, no one will be able to leave. Dugu Fei Ying wanted to refute, but he was interrupted by Li Zishuan's shout. When Dugu Fei Ying heard this, he gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He jumped on his horse and shouted as he ran, retreat. Everyone, retreat. The Imperial Guards, who were further away from the battlefield, were silent for a moment. Then, they followed Dugu Fei Ying and ran down the mountain. In such a short time, the 7 cultivators of true virtue's tail had already swept away a large group of soldiers. When it saw that the army was about to retreat, it hissed and was about to snake its body to chase after its food. Humph. Evil creature, your opponent is us. Dugu Xian and Li Zishuan led the remaining 100 or so Imperial Guards and began to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue's body in an attempt to stop the beast from harming the army. Chapter 5:10. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing that a group of ants actually dared to block its path, 7th cultivator of true virtue swept its huge tail horizontally. More than 30 Imperial Guards couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian barely dodged the attack by relying on their realms and agility techniques. Facing 7th cultivator of true virtue, they only had the strength to protect themselves. Therefore, while stabilizing their bodies, Li Zishuan shouted to the Imperial Guards around him, you guys retreat first. General Dugu and I can hold on for a while. At present, Badian was seriously injured, and the flying snake seemed to have encountered an inexplicable accident. It probably had less than 10% of its strength left. Therefore, 7th cultivator of true virtue was undoubtedly 7th cultivator of true virtue. Zhao Siwei, take the brothers and retreat first. Li Xiannan and I will catch up later. Upon hearing Li Zishuan's words, Dugu Xian furrowed his brows. He had led soldiers for so many years, but he had never encountered a commander who would cut off the path of retreat for his subordinates. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, in the current situation, the Imperial Guards were indeed of no use. Thinking of this, he took advantage of the moment when 7th cultivator of true virtue turned around and turned his head to speak to a young general. General, we won't leave. As the general's personal guards, how can we abandon the general and leave alone? General and Lord Zhu leave first, and we will cover the rear. Zhao Siwei said to Dugu Xian while holding the Modeo and guarding against 7th cultivator of true virtue's movements. He. Leave? Don't even think about leaving. Poison, poison, kill them quickly. Kill them as well as the group that just escaped. How can a mere ant block your path? Kill them all. At this time, the white-haired flying snake behind them roared with a crazed expression. Roar, roar, roar. 7th cultivator of true virtue seemed to be able to understand the human language. Its huge tail twisted at an extremely fast speed, bringing about gusts of wind. The fallen leaves in the forest were swept up and fluttered in all directions. At the same time, its 7 heads opened their mouths and flicked their tongues, reaching toward the crowd. Roar, roar, roar. Retreat. Retreat. How could the petite humans possibly contend against such a huge vicious beast? Facing the enraged great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue, everyone had no choice but to retreat. The soldiers that were too slow were either swept away by the tail of the serpent or unfortunately fell into the belly of the serpent. Most of them were poisoned to death by the poisonous fog that the serpent spat out. The enraged 7th cultivator of true virtue immediately caused the Imperial Guards to suffer heavy losses. Li Zishuan was also shocked. He hadn't expected that 7th cultivator of true virtue would be so terrifying when he was angry. Roar, roar, roar. 7th cultivator of true virtue didn't give up, and continued to chase after them. Relying on the advantage of its size, it rampaged all the way, trying to crush the group of ants that were blocking its path. This small group of Imperial Guards was about to be wiped out in an instant. Brothers, set up the MO sword formation. Cover Lord Zhu and the general's retreat. Zhao Siwei got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared at the Imperial army soldier beside him. Yes. Cover Lord Zhu and the general's retreat. The remaining Imperial Guards immediately responded loudly. Although their numbers were small and they were in a bad state, their voices weren't soft at all. Instead, they were full of determination. Zhao Siwei, how dare you disobey the general's orders? Dugu Xian barely managed to stabilize his body under the stormy attacks of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Then, he noticed that the army formation had already taken shape and roared at Zhao Siwei. General. Protecting you is the most important responsibility of us 120 brothers. Even if we die, we will protect the general thoroughly. If the general wants to punish us, we won't complain. But, please don't disappoint our brothers. General, leave quickly. Zhao Siwei turned his head and roared at Dugu Xian when he saw that the embryonic form of the MO sword formation had already taken shape. His eyes were red, and his armor was in a mess. However, his posture was still tall and straight. Standing on the mountain path filled with flying leaves, he looked like a hero at the end of his road. General, leave quickly. There were less than 70 Imperial Guards left, and they let out a thunderous roar. As soon as their voices fell, the MO sword formation that they had formed began to fearlessly charge towards 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Zhao Siwei. How could the MO sword formation formed by only 70 people pose a threat to the berserk 7th Cultivator of True Virtue? Therefore, Dugu Xian couldn't help but be enraged when he saw this. He roared and raised his sword to chase after them. Wait! At this time, Li Zishuan stopped Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian angrily turned his head and said, Li Zishuan. What do you mean? Why won't you let me go? While he was talking, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and the MO sword formation had already clashed. There was no doubt that the first row of MO sword soldiers was mercilessly swept away. However, the second row of MO sword soldiers still rushed forward without fear of death. At this time, they no longer hoped to kill 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. They only hoped to delay him for a while. It would be even better if they could cut off one of his scales. Pa! Li Zishuan's eyes were red, and 2 drops of tears appeared at the corners of his eyes. He ruthlessly slapped Dugu Xian's face and said in a hoarse voice, Dugu Xian. Look carefully for me. Who are they fighting for? Who are they injured for? The strength of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue in its berserk state is far beyond our imagination. If we don't leave now, these brothers will all die in vain. Let's go. In the future, I, Li Zishuan, will definitely avenge my brothers. Li Zishuan really didn't feel good in his heart. If these guards were fewer in number, stronger in skill, and in better condition, perhaps he could fight Dugu Xian to the death to buy them some time to escape. However, the current situation was that even if the 2 of them tried their best, they would be thankful if 5 of these guards could escape. This was because their current condition was really bad, and each of them was injured. At this critical moment, Li Zishuan chose to be rational. He couldn't be irrational. If he wasn't rational, these cute soldiers would all die in vain, and he and Dugu Xian would definitely be in danger. The 2 of them didn't have the strength to fight against such a berserk 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Seeing Dugu Xian's sluggish face and unfocused eyes, Li Zishuan roared and dragged him down the Snake Spirit Mountain. Poison, poison. Quickly get rid of these ants in front of us and chase after them to kill them. When the flying snake saw Li Zishuan escaping with Dugu Xian, it couldn't help but become anxious and hurriedly shouted. If it weren't for the fact that it had lost all its strength, it would have chased after them long ago. Roar, roar, roar. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue roared 3 times and launched an even more ferocious charge at the Imperial Guards. Chapter 5:11. Roar, 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 roar. Not only did seventh cultivator of true virtues roar reverberate throughout Snake Spirit Mountain, but it also traveled further into the distance. Oh! What's that sound? A farmer who was chopping firewood at the edge of Qinling Mountains asked his companion in shock when he heard the faint roar. It sounds like a beast. But I don't think any beast would make such a sound, right? Another middle-aged farmer looked in the direction of the sound and said hesitantly. Could it be that there are beasts in Qinling Mountains that we don't know about? Whoa, big tiger, let's go home. No more chopping, no more chopping. The farmer who spoke earlier shuddered and said hurriedly. Hey! Don't. What's there to be afraid of? The two farmers weren't the only ones who heard seventh cultivator of true virtues roar. On the official road outside Qinling Mountains, pedestrians with sensitive ears could vaguely hear the beast-like roar coming from inside Qinling Mountains. Some of the more timid people rushed into Chang'an City. News of unknown beasts in Qinling Mountain spread like wildfire. Reporting. Come in. Li Er, who was in Ganla Palace, couldn't help but frown when he heard a soldier asking for an audience. Your Majesty. I heard many people at the city gates saying that there are beasts roaring in Qinling Mountains. I thought that Sir Li and General Dugu are still in Qinling Mountains with their army, so I'm here to report to your Majesty. The person who came was Dugu Feiying's colleague, one of Zhuo Wuwei's soldiers. After Dugu Feiying went to Snake Spirit Mountain with Li Zishuan, he temporarily took over that guy's position and guarded the city gate. There are beasts in Qinling Mountains? Li Er's expression changed when he heard that. He stood up and asked Zhao Song, how's Dugu Xian and the rest? Have they started attacking the mountain? Zhao Song quickly went forward and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, according to the latest report from General Dugu, the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department that Dugu Feiying brought with him yesterday have already concocted the antidote to the poison in Snake Spirit Mountain this morning. They should have started attacking the mountain in the afternoon. What? Looks like there's a change in the Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Er's face became gloomy. He frowned and sat back on the dragon throne, worriedly saying. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Dugu Xian, who had always been cold and aloof, now looked even colder than before. It was as cold as ice. Dr. Wang, Dr. Qin, please bring some people to help treat the poisoned and injured soldiers. Dugu Xian frowned and said in a deep voice as he looked at the wounded in the camp. Don't worry, General. We know. We will do our best to treat him. The two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department hurriedly cupped their hands and said. Dugu Xian nodded. Seeing that Wang and Qin had gone to the side, he said to Dugu Feiying, do an inventory of the army and count the casualties. When he mentioned the word casualties, everyone could hear the slight tremble in his voice. Yes, big brother. When he saw that only Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian had returned, Dugu Feiying had already guessed that something big must have happened on the mountain. When he heard his elder brother's orders, his heart ached. He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade his elder brother. However, after hesitating for a long time, he did not say anything and walked away. Bam! After Dugu Feiying left, Dugu Xian sat down on the grass behind him. Li Zishuan also sat down. Ever since they left the mountain, Li Zishuan had not said a word. The sorrow and anger in his heart were definitely no less than Dugu Xian's. As a result, there was a strange scene outside the camp. The two men sat on the grass without saying a word, as if they were a couple who had just finished arguing. If it wasn't for the heavy atmosphere in the camp, Dugu Feiying would have laughed out loud. After a while, Dugu Feiying walked back and said in a deep voice, Big brother. 651 Imperial guards were injured this time. Your Majesty, 651 Imperial guards were injured and 215 dead on this trip to Snake Spirit Mountain. This general was unable to complete the mission. Please punish me, Your Majesty. After reorganizing the troops at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, Dugu Xian ordered the army to retreat 3 miles. He also ordered the army to send scouts 24 hours a day to see if anyone had escaped from Snake Spirit Mountain. After that, Dugu Xian and Li Zishuan rode out of Qinling, entered Chang'an, and entered the palace. When they saw Li Er, Dugu Xian quickly got down on one knee and cupped his fists. It's just a small sect. Why would there be so many casualties? Could it be that something has happened? Li Er frowned deeply and said. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards were one of the most elite forces under Li Er's command. Even if only 3 or 5 of them died, let alone 100, Li Er would feel heartache. Thus, when he heard about such a tragic result, his first thought was disbelief. Your Majesty. We had already wiped out the top forces of 7 cultivators sect, but in the end, they invited a giant 7-headed snake. Dugu Xinhuai once again recounted the events of the great battle in the mountains. After listening to it, Li Er was silent. After about a quarter of an hour, he coldly said, a small sect of Jianghu. First, they assassinated an official of the imperial court. Now, they openly resisted arrest and even dared to kill my army. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot is like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. I must destroy this 7 cultivators sect. Your Majesty, the most important thing right now is to send reinforcements at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain to ensure that the giant serpent won't come down and affect the lives of the people outside Qinling Mountain. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dugu Xian lowered his head and continued. That makes sense. Li Er nodded and said, summon Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xianling immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. What? There's a giant serpent on Snake Spirit Mountain? And it caused heavy losses to the Northern Yamen Imperial Army? After half an hour, all the important officials gathered by Li Er arrived at the Suite du Palace. After they were all seated, Li Er asked Dugu Xian to repeat what he said earlier. After hearing it, Qing Yaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Xian, could it be the legendary serpent of 7 cultivators? Qin Xiong raised his eyebrows and asked. The others were also shocked. The Tang Empire's military strength was extremely strong. Everyone knew that a mere sect of Jianghu was no match for Li Zishuan. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Uncle Qin, it's indeed the serpent of 7 cultivators. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Bah! Who cares if it's the serpent of 7 cultivators or the serpent of 8 cultivators? The 7 cultivators sect dared to resist the imperial court's army and even released such a ferocious creature. Your Majesty, this old official requests to go to war and avenge our dead brothers. Qing Yaojin took a step forward and cupped his fists at Li Er. Chapter 5:12. Your Majesty, this old subject also requests to fight. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is in Great Tang's territory, but they didn't abide by the laws of Great Tang. They assassinated the court officials and ambushed the army. If such arrogant people aren't severely punished, the imperial court will lose face. Your Majesty, if you give me 5,000 troops, this subject will definitely take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue in one fell swoop. In the first year of Jingguan, Great Tang was peaceful. There were basically no large-scale wars. Therefore, these old generals had long been bored to death. Now that they heard that there was a force in Great Tang that dared to jump out and fight against the imperial court, they were both angry and excited. As soldiers of Great Tang, they were very proud. Now that the elite Northern Yamen Imperial Army had suffered heavy losses because of a small sect, they naturally had reason to be angry. However, anger was anger, and the thought of fighting a war made them excited. The soldiers of Great Tang were never afraid of war. They were only afraid of not having a war to fight. Therefore, after hearing Qing Yaojin request to fight, how could Yuqijingda sit still? He quickly jumped out and said loudly. Ha! Old Black, you still need 5,000 troops. How could Qing Yaojin be willing to let Yuqijingda steal the limelight? He quickly jumped out and retorted, as long as your Majesty is willing to give me 3,000 elites, I'll definitely be able to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue in 3 days. If not, I'm willing to offer my head to you. In Cheng Yaojin's view, the other party was just a group of people from Jianghu. He had met many of them in his early years, so he felt that those free and undisciplined Jianghu people couldn't be compared to the disciplined and well-trained imperial court army. He said 3,000 troops just now because he was giving face to seventh cultivator of true virtue. Otherwise, 2,000 would be enough. However, it was clear that this old man didn't have the slightest idea of the situation. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was so easy to take down, Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian wouldn't have returned in defeat with the 4,000 Northern Imperial Army soldiers under their command. You, lunatic Cheng, are you really trying to go against me? Yuqi Jingda glared at him and cursed. Seeing that these two old fellows were about to fight again, Qin Xiong quickly grabbed Cheng Yaojin and said, Jijia. Don't mess around in front of His Majesty. This Snake Spirit Mountain is not as simple as you think. Lord Li Jing also stepped forward and said, what Shu Bao said makes sense. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was really so easy to deal with little Xian and Dugu Xian's ability, they wouldn't have caused the Northern Yaman's imperial army to suffer such heavy losses. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to figure out how powerful the 7 cultivators of true virtue great serpent that little Xian and Dugu Xian encountered was. Only then can we make the appropriate deployment. This was one of the reasons why Li Jing was the war god of the Great Tang while Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were not. Every time they encountered a war, Li Jing was the calmest. He could always see the most crucial problem. Li Er nodded his head and praised, Medicine Master is worthy of being called a Medicine Master. Today, I called all of you here so that you can think of a way to thoroughly kill that 7th cultivator of true virtue on the Serpent Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, if such ferocious beasts were to spread among the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Dugu Xian, why don't you tell the other ministers about the size, speed, and lethality of the 7th cultivator of true virtue? This subject obeys your majesty. Dugu Xian cupped his fists and replied in a loud and clear voice. Then, he turned around and continued to speak to everyone, Minister Fong, generals, the overall strength of that 7th cultivator of true virtue is above that of a great grandmaster. In terms of strength alone, it is much stronger than a great grandmaster. Therefore, it is very difficult to defeat it with brute force. Moreover, its body is covered with a layer of hard scales. It is very difficult for ordinary swords to break its defense. 7th cultivator of true virtue has 7 heads, and each of them can be used to attack. Its fangs are highly poisonous, and its mouth can spray poisonous fog. Anyone who touches it will die. However, in terms of speed, 7th cultivator of true virtue is inferior to that of a great grandmaster. At best, it can only be compared to a peak great grandmaster. In addition, the strength of its tail is also very great. If an ordinary person is hit by its tail, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. Silence. After Dugu Xian finished speaking, the sweet Du Hall fell into silence for a while. Everyone was shocked by the fighting strength of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Yuqi Jingda and Cheng Yaojin, who had previously boasted that they only needed 5,000 or 3,000 elites to destroy it, no longer dared to say such words at this moment. The 2 old generals were so shocked that they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Fang Xianling came back to his senses and stepped forward. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that the most important thing right now is to send an army to seal off Snake Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, the people around Xinling Mountain will suffer a calamity. At that time, the people of Chang will also panic and not be able to work. Therefore, this old subject earnestly requests your Majesty to make a decision as soon as possible. Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands. This old subject agrees. Such an important matter shouldn't be delayed. We can't let a mere Jianghu sect affect the stability of the people. Li Er nodded and said, Xianling and Xuanling's words are reasonable. Medicine Master, in your opinion, how should we deal with this 7th cultivator of true virtue? Li Jing frowned. He stepped forward and thought for a long time before replying. Your Majesty, this old subject heard that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is steep and the mountain path is narrow. Many places can only allow one person to pass through. Even if we send 10,000 troops, I estimate that we can only display the strength of 1,000 people on Snake Spirit Mountain. Such a terrain is extremely unfavorable for an army to fight. Presumably, the reason why the Northern Yaman's imperial army was defeated this time is related to this unfavorable terrain. Therefore, this old subject believes that if we want to kill 7th cultivator of true virtue with the least casualties, we must send an army with heavy crossbows to surround Snake Spirit Mountain and lead it to the foot of the mountain. Then, we can use the heavy crossbows to destroy it in one fell swoop. Li Er nodded and said with a smile, "Well, Medicine Master's method is quite reliable. What do you think?" The rest of the people in the hall couldn't help but nod in agreement. Only Qin Xiong frowned and pondered. After a while, he asked Li Jing, "Medicine Master's method is reliable, but what should we do to lead 7th cultivator of true virtue to the foot of the mountain?" When Fang Xianling and the others heard this, they couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at Li Jing. Li Jing shook his head and said, "Xu Bao, we can discuss this problem later. Just now, Prime Minister Fang also said that the most important thing now is to send an army to surround Snake Spirit Mountain and prevent 7th cultivator of true virtue from going down the mountain to harm the people. We will first surround Snake Spirit Mountain and not attack it. If 7th cultivator of true virtue comes down the mountain, we can use the heavy crossbows to kill it. If it doesn't come down the mountain, we will think of another way. In any case, we must send an army to Snake Spirit Mountain." What a good idea. After Li Jing finished speaking, Qin Xiong stepped forward and cupped his hands to Li Er. Medicine Master has thought it through thoroughly. This old subject has no objections. Your Majesty, please send troops as soon as possible. The rest of the people also cupped their hands and said, "This subject agrees. Your Majesty, please send troops as soon as possible." Chapter 513. Ganlu Palace. Li Er looked at all the officials in the hall and nodded slightly. He was about to issue an edict to dispatch troops when he suddenly glanced at Li Zishuan, who was standing behind with his head bowed and not saying a word. Doubt arose in his heart and he deliberately stopped the words that had already reached his mouth. "Li Zishuan, what do you think of Medicine Master's plan?" As soon as Li Er's voice fell, everyone in the hall suddenly realized that Li Zishuan was too quiet today. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qing Yao Jin, and the others had discussed matters with Li Zishuan in the imperial court before. They were well aware of Li Zishuan's character. That was why they felt that Li Zishuan's behavior today was too abnormal. Actually, when Li Zishuan entered the Ganlu Palace today, he had been silently standing in the corner. Other than answering Qin Xiong's question, he didn't say anything else. His heart was filled with anger and sorrow, but most of all, he was deeply remorseful. 215 young lives, how innocent were they? Now, because they helped him take revenge, they didn't even have a corpse. This represented 215 families. Because of him, Li Zishuan, there was going to be a tragedy of people dying before their own. You could say that he was a saint, but every time Li Zishuan thought of this, his heart would bleed. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to see people die, but he couldn't bear to see people die for him. If the heavens could give him another chance to choose again, he would stop this war without hesitation. He would rather think of a way to slowly kill the flying snakes than to implicate innocent people. Li Zishuan, I'm asking you a question. Li Er, who was sitting at the top, saw that Li Zishuan was still indifferent. He couldn't help but raise his voice and call out. "Your Majesty, I'm here." Actually, when Li Zishuan called him for the first time, he had already heard it. The reason why he didn't answer was because he was thinking of a very important matter. At this time, he had no choice but to answer. "I just asked you, what do you think of Medicine Master's plan to kill the snakes? Why aren't you answering?" Li Er asked with a frown. Although he wouldn't punish Li Zishuan for such a small matter, he was still a little unhappy. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this humble subject thinks that Uncle Li's strategy of surrounding but not attacking is very reliable. I was blaming myself for the 215 soldiers who died. I was lost in thought for a moment, so I didn't hear what Your Majesty said. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Li Er suddenly understood. With a complicated expression, he said, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Those 215 Northern Yamen Imperial Guards did not die on the battlefield, but died in the belly of a snake. It was truly a pity. However, seventh cultivator of true virtue is a scourge to the people of Great Tang, and these soldiers have sacrificed their lives to make a contribution to the people of Great Tang. They are all meritorious officials, and I will ask the Ministry of War to draw up a pension plan for them. So Li Zishuan, you don't have to blame yourself too much. It would have been better if Li Er didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, Li Zishuan felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He took 2 steps forward, knelt on one knee, and saluted. Your Majesty, this time, the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain was mainly because of this humble subject, but this humble subject didn't expect that more than 200 soldiers would die without a trace. How can this humble subject not blame myself? This humble subject mostly agrees with Uncle Li's strategy of surrounding but not attacking. However, this humble subject has something to add, and I hope your Majesty will approve. Li Er frowned and said solemnly, Speak. Your Majesty, this humble subject thinks that we should send the army to surround the mountain with heavy crossbows. If seventh cultivator of true virtue comes down the mountain, we should use the heavy crossbows to drive it back to the mountain and prevent it from harming the people. As for killing the snake, your Majesty, give this humble subject 3 days. This humble subject will definitely make the entire 7 cultivator of true virtue and that evil beast pay with their blood within 3 days. Inside the main hall. Although Li Zishuan's voice was soft, it was very firm, and everyone could feel the cold killing intent in his voice. Your Majesty, this humble subject also requests to go to war. This humble subject cannot absolve himself from the blame for this defeat. I hope that your Majesty will give this humble subject a chance to atone for his mistakes. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Dugu Xian thought that Li Zishuan was going to personally lead the army to kill the snake again. Therefore, he quickly cupped his fists and said. Li Er frowned and said, Earlier, Medicine Master said that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is rugged and not suitable for an army to fight. You two have just come down from the mountain, so you should know better. Why do you want to attack the mountain again? In any case, I won't send the army to attack the mountain before all of you come up with a foolproof plan. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions when marching to war. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this humble subject has no intention of leading the army to attack the mountain again. What this humble subject means is that this humble subject alone is enough to deal with the 7 cultivator of true virtue and 7th cultivator of true virtue. What? Li Er's eyes widened and he suddenly stood up. His hawk-like sharp eyes swept over Li Zishuan's face as he said word by word, Li Zishuan, is what you just said true? The officials in the hall were all inexplicably shocked. Qin Xiong's reaction was faster. He hurriedly came over and pulled Li Zishuan's arm, saying anxiously, Little Xian, this old man knows that you blame yourself, but you can't ignore reality just because you're eager for revenge. Li Zishuan shook his head and thanked Qin Xiong. Then, he looked at Li Er and said solemnly, Your Majesty, what this humble subject said just now is absolutely true. This humble subject only needs the Imperial Army to seal off Snake Spirit Mountain for 3 days. Within 3 days, this humble subject alone can destroy the 7 cultivator of true virtue in one fell swoop. This humble subject's enmity with the 7 cultivator of true virtue is a personal grudge. This humble subject doesn't want innocent people to lose their lives because of this. Your Majesty, please grant my wish. Fang Xianling secretly nodded and thought that this child's nature was really kind. When he saw that Li Er was about to speak, he quickly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, please wait. This humble subject has something to say. Li Er said, Minister Fang, please speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fang Xianling cupped his hands to Li Zishuan, then turned his head to look at Li Zishuan and said, This old man is very pleased that Li Zishuan is brave and fearless and loves his soldiers like his own children. Although this old man doesn't know martial arts, after listening to General Dugu's description, I know that the 7 cultivator of true virtue in Snake Spirit Mountain is not something that can be defeated by a single person. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Li Zishuan originally had a heavy responsibility, so don't put yourself in danger because of a momentary impulse. Obviously, Fang Xianling cherished talents and didn't want Li Zishuan to throw his life away. Li Er also nodded and said, Minister Fang's words are reasonable. Li Zishuan, the enmity between you and the 7 cultivator of true virtue isn't a personal grudge. You are a courtier and represent the imperial court. If they dare to assassinate you, it means that they are looking down on the prestige of the country. I won't tolerate them. Therefore, you don't have to take the risk alone. As for the 7 cultivator of true virtue, I will deal with them in another way. Li Zishuan felt helpless. He didn't want to attack the mountain alone. He wasn't an idiot, so of course, he wouldn't foolishly throw his life away. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, and Minister Fang. However, this humble subject didn't say that out of impulse, nor did I put myself under a collapsing wall. This humble subject is confident that he can destroy the 7 cultivator of true virtue by himself. Chapter 5:14. Southeast of Chang and City, Dunhua Square. A rich and powerful house. Granduncle, Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian just returned to the city. In an elegant room deep in the courtyard, a white-clothed man cupped his hands and smiled at the old man. The green-clothed old man sat on his knees on the couch, leisurely brewing tea. His posture was calm and elegant, neither hurried nor slow. After the tea boiled, he poured himself a cup, then leisurely opened his mouth with a smile. Oh? Xianji, judging from your expression, Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian must have returned in defeat, right? The white-clothed man cupped his hands and said, Granduncle is wise. I heard that the Northern Yamen Imperial Army suffered heavy losses on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zishuan probably came back to ask for reinforcements from the Imperial Court. The blue-clothed old man put the teacup under his nose and sniffed it. Then, he narrowed his eyes with a satisfied expression. Hee. That was expected. Young people nowadays are like newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. It's good to be impulsive, but if they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, they will definitely fall down a few times. Xianji, you have to take this as a lesson. Xianji understands. Thank you for your teachings, Granduncle. Hearing the old man's endless preaching, the white-clothed man didn't show any impatience on his face. Instead, he seriously cupped his hands and nodded. After a while, he frowned and asked tentatively, Granduncle, you don't seem to be optimistic about the Northern Yamen Imperial Army besieging the 7 cultivators sect. Xianji doesn't understand. Is the 7 cultivators sect really that strong? The blue-clothed old man glanced at the young man with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, they might not be strong. However, how can the things in the world be measured simply by strength? Taking advantage of the situation and borrowing the power of others can defeat the strong. And although the 7th cultivator of true virtue sect is small, it has an extraordinary item. Xianji understands. But what is this extraordinary thing that Granduncle is talking about? The old man waved his hand and smiled. Hee. I won't tell you now, but you'll know in a few days when the 7 cultivators of true virtue is destroyed. The young man's expression changed as he asked, Granduncle, didn't you say that you were optimistic about the 7 cultivators of true virtue before? Now, why are you claiming that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is about to be destroyed? Haha. Oh, you. The old man put down the teacup and said with a sigh, His Majesty has always been a man who likes to make grand achievements. This time, the Imperial Army lost face in front of a small 7 cultivator of true virtue and returned in defeat. How could His Majesty not be angry? Before sunset, there will definitely be a general leading at least 5,000 elites out of the city. Facing the power of the entire Imperial Court, the 7 cultivators of true virtue is no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their destruction is only a matter of time. The young man nodded and said regretfully, Unfortunately, we couldn't borrow the hands of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to get rid of Li Zishuan. I heard that the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of true virtue is a peak Grandmaster realm expert, but I didn't expect that even he couldn't stop Li Zishuan. It's really annoying. Xianji, granduncle has told you before that the Jianghu is just a bunch of weeds, not enough to make plans. Granduncle never expected them to be able to get rid of Li Zishuan in the battle against the 7 cultivators of true virtue. The old man first lectured him earnestly. Then, he smiled and said, however, it's not like the 7 cultivators of true virtue didn't completely fail. This time, Li Zishuan brought 4,000 Northern Yamen's imperial army with him, but he still failed to take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue and even suffered heavy casualties. His Majesty is bound to be dissatisfied with him. Once the Emperor's favor falls, what right does Li Zishuan have to oppose us? The young man smiled and said, Granduncle is right. It seems that the 7 cultivators of true virtue has helped us a lot. The old man nodded and looked at the young man. That's true, but we can't completely rely on outsiders. Xianji, Granduncle asked you to meet with the other clans to discuss the matter of getting rid of Li Zishuan. How are the arrangements coming along? The young man's smile disappeared as he cupped his hands and said solemnly, Granduncle, don't worry. Everything has been arranged properly. 3 days later, we'll meet at the Grand Hyatt restaurant to discuss the matter. The old man smiled with satisfaction and said, Good. But don't make a fuss. His Majesty has been keeping a close eye on the aristocratic families. Don't let him find out that our clans are secretly communicating. Xianji understands. I'll be very careful. Little Xian, why do you have to put on a brave front? Although the 7 cultivators of true virtue is protected by the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent, if His Majesty were to send a large number of troops to attack it, he would definitely be able to take it down in one fell swoop. Why do you have to put on a brave front? If something were to happen to you, your father and mother would be there, and I, old Cheng, wouldn't have the face to see them. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Qing Yaojin stood beside Li Zishuan and nagged at him in disappointment. At this moment, Qing Yaojin was like an old woman in her 70s or 80s, nagging endlessly. Li Zishuan didn't mind Qing Yaojin's nagging because he knew that Qing Yaojin was truly treating him as his own nephew. He patted Big White's head and turned to Qing Yaojin seriously. Uncle Qing, I don't want to implicate the other soldiers because of my personal grievances. We're all born and raised by our parents, and there's no such thing as who should die for whom. The 215 soldiers who died on Snake Spirit Mountain are the biggest mistake I, Li Zishuan, have ever made in my life, and also the biggest guilt in my heart. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay what I owe them in this lifetime. A person's life is like a plant's autumn, and living in debt will always make one unhappy. I don't want to owe more debt, so I want to settle the 7 cultivators of true virtue's matter by myself. Qing Yaojin was stunned in place. At this moment, he thought of those brothers who had sacrificed themselves in the war with him in his early years. Many of them had blocked knives and arrows for him. Therefore, at this moment, his heart was surging with waves and extremely complicated emotions. After a long silence, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and sighed. Good child, don't blame yourself too much. As soldiers of the Great Tang, it's indeed their regret that they didn't die on the battlefield, but serving the Emperor's order and repaying his kindness is also the responsibility of a subject and a soldier. His Majesty will also compensate them well. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Uncle Cheng, although you say that, I still can't get over the hurdle in my heart. Although I want to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by myself so that the innocent soldiers won't be implicated, I also want to take revenge for the 215 heroic souls with my own hands. I know Uncle Cheng is worried that something will happen to me, but you don't have to worry. I never do things that I'm not sure about. Qing Yaojin smiled and said, Heh. That's true. But this time, your tone is a bit too big. That's a Jianghu sect guarded by a fierce beast comparable to a great grandmaster. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, do you believe me? Qing Yaojin laughed and said, Haha. Fang Xianling, Yuqi Laohe, and even His Majesty might think that you're bragging, but I believe you. Although you're not willing to tell us the specific methods, how can we, these old fellows, guess your crafty ideas? I'll just stay at home and watch the show. But if you have anything you need help with, don't be embarrassed to say it because you can't put aside your face.